Test, test. Now, Mom, yeah, that's what they're asking me, my mom. So she got AFib, and they had to revive her 3 times. This was last week. She's good. She's home now. So me and my sister taking turns.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will be starting in a minute, and we are crunched for time. This State of the City address is quite lengthy. We have a lot to talk about. So we'll be starting promptly at 17:30. Deputy Mayor? Okay, it is 17:30. We're going to get this special meeting going, the State of the City. So good evening, everyone. I'm proud to share that something that reflects not just here as the City of Palm Bay, but not only who we are, but where we're also going. Pursuant to our city charter, the mayor is required to present this annual message, not just as a matter of duty, but as a matter of opportunity to reflect on where we've been, to recognize how far we've come, and to chart a path forward for our great city, the greatest city on the face of the earth. Each year, the State of the City address gives us the time to reflect, step back, and look at our progress. It's a chance to recognize the hard work happening across every department, the partnerships that we make, and the community that continues to move Palm Bay forward. This team up here is doing exactly that. Over the past year, we've made meaningful investments in our public safety, in our infrastructure, our economic development, and overall our quality of life. We've strengthened our foundation while continuing to plan the future of a growing city, and through it all, our commitment to service, transparency, and doing what's right for our residents has remained the center of every decision. This video captures our efforts. It highlights the momentum we've built together and the direction we're heading as one city. I'm incredibly proud of the progress that we've made, and I'm even more excited about what lies ahead. I will say this: the day, and the only day, that I was challenged to take this video, my family had a medical emergency, and my mind was literally in the hospital with my mother-in-law and my dear wife. I want to recognize my wife for standing up when I had to be here. She stood all by herself, and I commend her for that. That's her part of service, so thank you, honey. I will also add that I took a lunch break, and once I went and prayed, I knew that my mother-in-law was going to be just fine. The presence of God filled that room with assurance, even though she coded 3 times. I knew. Today she's out of the hospital, and I thank God for her life and being the mother-in-law that she is. And I thank you, honey, for stepping up and allowing me to serve this city. With that, it is my honor to present the annual State of the City address. Cue that video. It's a great day, Palm Bay. I'm Mayor Rob Medina, and I am honored to present Palm Bay's annual State of the City address. As I reflect on where we've been and the progress we continue to make together, I can truly say I have never been more Palm Bay proud to serve as mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth. Palm Bay continues to stand as a strong, resilient, and forward-moving community. While our journey of progress is ongoing, this past year we've made strategic and meaningful investment in our people, our infrastructure, and our future. From public safety and housing to economic development and quality of life, Palm Bay is building momentum in all the right ways. Our values remain unchanged: commitment, integrity, service before self, transparency, and trust. These values guide every decision we make and every investment we prioritize as a city. And it is those values that came to life over the past year and continue to shape the future of Palm Bay. One of my priorities as mayor has always been ensuring Palm Bay is a city that takes care of its people, especially those facing difficult circumstances. Last year, the city expanded affordable housing opportunities to support working families and strengthen our neighborhoods. Through our partnership with Volunteers of America of Florida, the Space Coast Commons project delivered a new 31-unit affordable housing development supported by a city investment of more than $1 million in ARPA and SHIP funding. A grand opening was held November 2025, and this development is already making a difference for our families in our community. In another neighborhood investment, the city supported the Macedonia Community Development Corporation in the construction of a triplex. With over a $435,000 investment in housing rehabilitation funds, the project was completed in April 2025 and is now fully occupied. Strong communities are built on strong infrastructure and a commitment to our public safety. In January of 2026, the city officially opened Building E on the City Hall campus. The new customer service hub brings together our utilities and building code departments, improving service and accessibility for our residents and businesses. By consolidating services in one modern, purpose-built facility, we are making it easier for our residents to do business with the city while improving efficiencies behind the scenes. Building E was also designed with resiliency in mind and will serve as a critical role in emergency operations, ensuring the city can continue serving the public when it matters most. Just as importantly, this facility was built with future growth in mind, giving Palm Bay the flexibility and capacity to meet the needs of a growing community for years to come. Public safety remains one of my highest priorities. In January of 2026, the city opened temporary fire station number 9 at the intersection of Babcock Street and Mariloma Boulevard to meet the needs of Southeast Palm Bay. This modern transferable facility is fully equipped and ready to serve our growing community. Fire Station 7 marks another major milestone for Palm Bay. Built on the historic site of our city's original fire station, it honors our past while preparing us for our future. We officially cut the ribbon on April 18th, and the turnout from our community was tremendous. That level of support speaks volumes about how much Palm Bay values our public safety and the men and women who serve. This new station strengthens emergency response along one of our busiest corridors and helps support continued growth of our central Palm Bay. Just as importantly, Fire Station 7 serves as a prototype for future stations. Its design allows to replicate success, control costs, and improve response times as new areas of our city continue to grow. The demand for emergency services in Palm Bay continues to grow alongside our population. In 2025 alone, Palm Bay Fire Rescue responded to more than 20,000 calls for service, including nearly 13,000 EMS calls, 79 structure fires, and more than 250 wildland fire responses. These numbers reflect not only the growth of our city, but the increasing responsibility placed on our firefighters and our paramedics every single day. This year, we also invested in critical public safety equipment, including a high water and brush trucks, a water tender, advanced life support squads, and new heart monitoring and defib units to support our firefighters and paramedics. I'm especially proud of the addition of our new advanced life support squad units. These units were purchased entirely through impact fees, meaning there was no additional cost to existing residents. Impact fees are intended to support growth, and these units are helping us do exactly that by keeping pace with the increasing demand for emergency services throughout our community. These squads have been strategically placed in some of the busiest service areas in our city to improve response times where they are needed most. Each unit is fully staffed by paramedics and equipped with the same life-saving EMS tools found on our traditional fire engine, including cardiac monitors, advanced airway equipment, medications, rescue tools, and extrication equipment. Because these squads are smaller and more maneuverable than a full-size fire engine, crews are able to navigate neighborhoods, parking areas, and congested scenes more efficiently. Operationally, they also allow our 4-person ALS engine companies to remain in service and available for the next emergency, improving our overall system readiness while delivering high-quality service in a fiscally responsible manner. Palm Bay Fire Rescue is also making major investments in personnel development. In 2025, the department graduated 17 paramedics through a city-supported sponsorship program designed to meet the growing demand for advanced life support providers. In 2026, 14 additional firefighters are currently enrolled in the paramedic school and are entering the final phase of their training, with national certification testing expected this coming fall. This sponsorship program reflects a long-term investment in both public safety and in patient care. In addition to developing personnel, the department is actively working towards implementing new advanced EMS programs that will further improve patient outcomes and expand the level of care provided in the field. Looking ahead, the city continues planning for the future through the development of Fire Stations 8 and 9. Station 8, planned for the Northwest Palm Bay area near St. John's Heritage Parkway and Malabar Road, will help proactively manage future growth, maintain response times, and support long-term operational needs. The station is planned to house an engine, squad, high-water brush vehicle, expanding emergency response coverage in one of the fastest growing areas in our city. Planning also continues for the permanent Fire Station number 9, which will support future growth associated with Emerald Lakes development and surrounding areas. The future station is expected to house a heavy rescue battalion chief, truck, squad, engine, and tender, ensuring the department is prepared to meet the increasing service demands in Southeast Palm Bay for years to come. Palm Bay continues to invest in the places that bring our community together. We maintain more than 40 parks and 15 specialized facilities across our city. At Fred Poppy Regional Park, we opened the city's largest all-inclusive playground designed to welcome children of all abilities. Liberty Park's ball field complex received major upgrades, including new infields, renovated restrooms, and improved sidewalks. Sacrifice Park saw meaningful enhancements, with the addition of a memorial wall, obelisk, and amphitheater honoring our fallen heroes. The enhancements to Sacrifice Park are more than physical additions. They represent our promise as a community to never forget those who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to Palm Bay and Brevard County. We stand with the families of the fallen and honor their heroes with a memorial worthy of their sacrifice. Their legacy will live on forever in our hearts and here in Palm Bay at Sacrifice Park. We also completed shoreline and pier improvements at Castaways Point and Stearns Point, opened a second city dog park, and renovated tennis and pickleball courts at Ken Green Park. Our Public Works Department experienced a year of transition and forward planning with a focus on making smart, data-driven infrastructure decisions. At the direction of City Council, the Go Roads program was paused to allow for a comprehensive reevaluation of roadway conditions. The Public Works Department initiated a citywide pavement conditional index study to better understand where investments are needed most. Once complete, a pavement management plan will be presented to Council for consideration. Several major transportation projects continue to move forward. The widening of St. John's Heritage Parkway from Malabar Road north to the city limits is in design phase, with staff actively pursuing grant funding to help offset future construction costs. The city continues working closely with Brevard County and regional partners on transportation improvements. Along Babcock Street, 2 interlocal agreements are in place to support infrastructure upgrades, including the design of a new signalized intersection at Eldron Boulevard and resurfacing between Mariloma Boulevard and Willowbrook Street. Progress also continues on the Malabar Road widening project. The PD&E study was completed in December 2025, and design is scheduled to begin in spring of 2026. Beyond these projects, Public Works continues planning roadway widening and intersection improvements throughout our city. These efforts focus on improving safety, traffic flow, and positioning Palm Bay for future grant opportunities. Palm Bay continues to grow, and our utilities department is delivering the infrastructure needed to support that growth in a responsible and sustainable way. After years of planning and construction, the new South Regional Water Reclamation Facility is scheduled to come online summer of 2026. This state-of-the-art facility will initially treat 1 million gallons of wastewater per day, serving Southeast Palm Bay, including the Babcock Street and St. John's Heritage Parkway corridor. Planning is already underway to expand capacity to 2 million gallons per day. Design is nearly complete, and construction of the second phase is scheduled to begin within 6 months of the first phase coming online. This proactive approach ensures we stay ahead of growth while maintaining system stability. At South Regional Water Treatment Plant, construction is underway to increase capacity from 6 million to 8 million gallons per day, strengthening our ability to meet current and near-term demand. We are also advancing the first phase of the North Regional Reverse Osmosis Plant. This facility will initially have a capacity to 3 million gallons per day, with room to expand to 10 million gallons per day in the future. This project will allow us to begin phasing out the aging North Regional line softening plant and modernize our water treatment system. While we build for Palm Bay's future, our utilities team continues to maintain and protect systems that serves residents every day. Today, Palm Bay Utilities maintains more than 700 miles of water mains, over 250 miles of gravity sewer mains, and 111 miles of wastewater force mains. The team operates 138 lift stations, maintains more than 3,300 fire hydrants, and conducts over 1,400 routine water quality tests each year. Behind every glass of water, every flush toilet, and every fire hydrant ready for use, there is a dedicated team ensuring reliability, safety, and compliance. These are generational investments, not just in infrastructure, but in public health, environmental protection, and the long-term strength of our community. In November 2024, the Palm Bay Police Department's Major Case Unit achieved a historic milestone with the first indictment in the department's history for first-degree felony murder in connection with an overdose death. Building on that momentum, throughout 2025, detectives remained diligent in holding drug dealers accountable. To date, the department has presented 5 cases to the grand jury, securing indictments for first-degree felony murder in every instance. These cases require extraordinary dedication, commitment, and persistence, and we will continue to pursue justice with that same resolve. Those efforts, combined with proactive policing, strong community partnerships, and outstanding work across every division of the department, help drive meaningful reductions in crime throughout Palm Bay in 2025. Compared to the previous year, murders decreased by more than 13%. Robberies dropped by over 36%. Aggravated assaults declined nearly 23%. And burglaries fell more than 15%. Motor vehicle thefts decreased by over 15%. These are not just statistics. They represent safer neighborhoods, protected families, and the lives positively impacted throughout our community. Behind every one of those numbers is the work of our officers, detectives, dispatchers, civilian staff, and supervisors who show up every day committed to serving the city with professionalism, integrity, and care. In 2026, we also marked an important leadership transition with the Palm Bay Police Department. We thank Chief Mario Agel for his many years of dedicated service and leadership, particularly his commitment to supporting the mental health and well-being of our officers. We also proudly welcome Chief Jeff Spears as the new leader of our department. A true son of Palm Bay, Chief Spears represents the next generation of strong, community-focused leadership. I have every confidence that he will continue to build on the department's legacy of professionalism, service, and excellence. That continued success depends on maintaining what law enforcement calls force and readiness, ensuring the department remains properly staffed, trained, equipped, and prepared to respond to the needs of our growing city. Force readiness begins long before an officer ever answers a call. It starts with how effectively we recruit, select, and prepare the next generation of officers. The Palm Bay Police Department remains focused not simply on filling vacancies, but on attracting high-quality candidates who demonstrate integrity, professionalism, and a commitment to serving our community. Maintaining those standards requires a vigorous and competitive hiring process, which is why investing in recruitment and workforce development remains such a high, important priority. The department also continues to see strong results through the use of modern investigative technologies, including flock license plate recognition systems. These tools strengthen the work our officers and investigators already do by helping identify leads more quickly, shorten case closure times, and generate critical information that may not otherwise have surfaced during an investigation. A recent tragic hit and run involving a death demonstrates this impact clearly. Flock data provided investigators with a suspect vehicle almost immediately, allowing them to identify the responsible individual and recover the vehicle for forensic processing. Timely insights like this preserve critical evidence and prevent cases from stalling early on. As the department has expanded its use of this technology, they've seen consistent improvements in identifying suspects more efficiently, locating missing people or stolen vehicles quicker, and receiving real-time intel that supports awareness during active incidents. This timely information allows officers to quickly create a safe approach plan and locate persons of interest much faster, helping them respond effectively as the situations unfold. By pairing responsible use of technology with professional investigative work, the police department continues to improve our public safety, strengthen accountability, and deliver better outcomes for the community we serve. In 2025, L3Harris Technologies completed a $100 million expansion of its Palm Bay satellite manufacturing facility, adding approximately 94,000 square feet of advanced production space and creating roughly 100 high-wage paying jobs with an average salary of near $100,000 annually. This single expansion strengthens Palm Bay's position in the aerospace and defense sector, an industry cluster that generates some of the highest wages in Brevard County and produces strong multiplier effects throughout our local economy. Palm Bay has been recognized as one of Florida's fastest growing cities and a top destination for entrepreneurs, businesses, and innovation. Throughout 2025, Palm Bay has earned numerous rankings. Palm Bay was also named one of the best places to live in Florida for 2025-2026, according to U.S. News. From 2019 to 2024, jobs increased by 13.2%, outpacing the national growth by nearly 9%. In 2025 alone, the city welcomed over 400 new businesses. Through the Mayor's Business Spotlight program, we highlighted businesses that exemplify growth and community partnership, including Gary Yeoman's Ford of Palm Bay, Jamrock Grill, The Shack Riverfront Restaurant and Tiki Bar, and GEI Works. In September of 2025, our economic development team partnered with the Economic Development Commission of the Florida Space Coast to host representatives from the Florida Department of Commerce for a tour of several Palm Bay manufacturing companies. That same month, city leadership welcomed the Central Florida Regional Director from Senator Ashley Moody's office for a tour of Palm Bay. The visit highlighted the city's strategic assets, key development corridors, and the growing network of manufacturing, engineering, and professional services that continue to strengthen our local economy. During the tour, we also expressed our strong support for Brevard County as a permanent location for NASA headquarters, U.S. Space Command, and other federal agencies focused on space and defense technologies. Palm Bay's talent, infrastructure, and growing industry base position our community as a strong candidate for future investment and continued economic expansion. What a year it's been, Palm Bay. Over this past year, we have continued to move our city forward with purpose and pride. We invested in our neighborhoods, strengthened our public safety, supported economic growth, and planned responsibly for our future. This progress is made possible by our dedicated city staff, strong leadership, and a community that believes where we're headed. During my last State of the City address, I spoke about my commitment to building a city that is safe, that is prosperous, and full of opportunity. That commitment still remains. I will continue working every day to ensure Palm Bay is a city we are all proud to call home. It's an honor to serve you as your mayor and stand alongside of you as we shape our future together. May God bless you, may God keep you, and may God continue to bless our great city, Palm Bay. Hoorah! So thank you. That concludes our State of the City address, and then we're just going to recess for a few minutes and we'll start with our regular council meeting.
It's good to see you. I know I gotta get back to you. Mira, no, that's ese chamaco. Tell him that he needs a problem.
So good evening, everyone. I'm going to call this regular council meeting 2026-15 to order. The invocation will be given by Pastor James E. Burks of Body of Christ Fellowship. Are you here, sir? Outstanding. And the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilman Chandler Langevin. Please rise.
Let us pray. Our Father and our God, we come before you with grateful hearts tonight, giving you thanks for your love, your grace, and your mercy, all on display in the gift of your Son, Jesus. We pray tonight for the city of Palm Bay, for every home, for every citizen. We pray for our first responders. And Father, as our children enter into their summer break, we pray that you would keep them safe and that you would give them purpose. Father, we pray tonight for this council, for this leadership. We pray with the heart of Solomon that you would give them wisdom so that they can be servant leaders to this city. Father, we just thank you for all that you do. We need you. We can't do anything apart from you. As we reflected on our past, where we are currently and where we're going, we acknowledge that we need you. And so thank you for this time tonight. We pray, Father, that your Spirit would reign and that peace would abide. And we ask all of this in the matchless name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah! Madam Jones, roll call.
Mayor Medina,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe,
Present.
Councilman Johnson is by phone. Councilman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Hammer,
Present.
Councilman Langevin.
Present.
Mr. Morton. Present. Ms. Smith.
Present.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to announcements, we had a devastating loss. Mentor, brother, one of the statesmen of our community that served our community as a Rockledge City Council member, as a Florida House of Representative, and as a Florida Senator and United States Congressman for 16 years. Bill Posey has transitioned on to heaven. And if you want to know how I know he went to heaven, I could sidebar that with you on any given time and any given day. However, what I'd like to do, Councilor, at this time is have a moment of silence, of reflection for what he accomplished, not only for the city of Palm Bay, but also for the 15th and the 8th Congressional District. And I will say this, that back in the early 2000s, the leaders of this city had him become an honorary Palm Bayer, a Palm Bay resident, a Palm Bay citizen. And I'm proud that they did that. So with that being said, before we go into announcements, I'd like to declare a moment of silence. I'd like for all of us to please stand and observe that moment. Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, announcements, please.
2 vacancies on the Community Development Advisory Board. These represent one of the following positions: for-profit provider, residential home building, essential services personnel, or employer within the city. Anyone wishing to serve on these boards can apply online at palmbayfl.gov or contact the city clerk's office at 952-3414.
Thank you. We're now on agenda revisions. Mr. Morton.
Thank you. I have 3 proposed agenda revisions. For item 1, under public hearings, Planning and Zoning Board recommendation was revised in Resolution 2026-08 to reflect that board recommended denial. Item number 5, under new business, discussion on Cigna and healthcare can be removed. That item has been resolved as Palm Bay Hospital and Cigna came to contractual agreement last night. And lastly, staff is requesting that item number 5 under public hearings, case T26000003, be continued to the date certain of August 6th for the regular council meeting.
Okay, council, I'll need a motion for that time certain.
So moved.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
I'll second it.
I got a second by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay. I didn't hear Councilman Johnson. Did he vote? Aye. Thank you, ma'am. So passes 5-0. So if anyone's here for public hearing item number 5, the case number is Tango 260003. This item will be continued and considered August 6th regular council meeting. Again, that's item number 5. And then under new business, direct employer agreement with Health First it has been removed. Is that correct, Mr. Morton?
Correct.
Okay, so we won't need to discuss that. All right, Madam Smith, any revisions?
No, sir.
Council, any revisions? Okay, seeing none, we're going now on proclamations and recognitions. So good evening, everyone. You know, I'm truly excited about what occurred with the Mayor's Ball this past April. But before I even get ahead of myself, I'm going to have everyone from Essential Pregnancy to come on up. Come on, give it up for Essential Pregnancy. Yeah, they're out of Bayside. So I'm looking around for Christina. There she is. Praise the Lord. Christina, come on up over here. I'm not going to bite, and I did take a shower, so you can come next to me. How are you, Mr. Kennedy? So I want to tee you over to Ms. Joanne Kennedy to share a little bit about what Essential Pregnancy does in our community. Joanne, come on up and share a little bit.
Oh, okay. So we're a nonprofit, and we provide services in our community at no cost for women who have unexpected pregnancies. They can come in and get a pregnancy test, an ultrasound, and we have parenting classes where they can earn different baby items, over $600 worth of baby items they can earn for their children for free. That just gets shipped right to the door through Amazon. And we do a lot of other services. We have post-abortion healing classes for women that have abortions in their past. So that's just a little bit of what we do. And we've been in the community for 5 years now. It's hard to believe we've been here for 5 years. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So that is obviously tireless work. So I'm in, as most of you know, that you have a praying mayor in this great city. And so I'm in the midst of worship at my place of worship. And it was downloaded to me. Yeah, that's a modern term. It was downloaded. And to have them as beneficiary of this year's Mayor's Ball, and we were able collectively, with each and every one of your help, all these sponsors that we drew together, and those that attended, we had over 200 people come to L3 Harris. We were able to receive $60,753. Glory to God. Glory to God. Now, realizing that they can't cash that check, I really had a real check printed for them, but to say the least, their sacrifice on preserving a life is noteworthy, and we should always honor each and everyone's life. And so I commend Essential Pregnancy Center and all your staff for the hard work that they accomplished just to save a life and increase the quality of life in the great city of Palm Bay. Hoorah! Let's even it up. Come on, guys. Let's hold this up. Can you get it?
Thank
Not a bad day at the ballpark, huh? What a good day. Thank you. So next up, one of the missions is to increase our commercial. If you listened a little bit to our State of the City address, we increased our commercial, our businesses by 400 and over 13.2% since 2019. We've created, more jobs in our city, which outpaces the national average. So really proud of the creation of the Mayor's Business Spotlight. And so with that, Danielle, why don't you come on up, because you're a big part of this, ma'am. I'm going to have Zeus Appliance Repair come on up, and his family, and whoever. So we're going to talk a little bit about the business, right? And then I'll let you take over, but I'm going to read the proclamation. It is hereby recognized by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, whereas Zeus Appliance Repair, this guy he's Zeus. Is recognized as the Mayor's Business Spotlight Program recipient for the second quarter of the year 2026 for its outstanding contributions to Palm Bay businesses, the business community. Whereas Zeus Appliance Repair, located at 3254 Jarrett Avenue Southeast, has proudly served the community for over 3 years, becoming a trusted and valued local business. And whereas Zeus Appliance Repair is family-owned and award-winning appliance repair company dedicated to providing fast, reliable, and professional service to residents throughout Brevard County and our surrounding community. And whereas Zeus Appliance Repair has established a strong reputation of excellence in diagnosing and repairing a wide variety of household appliances, while consistently demonstrating exceptional workmanship, honest diagnostics, fair pricing. Now that's the key, fair pricing, right? Dependable customer care. And whereas through its commitment to outstanding service and customer satisfaction, Zeus Appliance Repair has earned hundreds of 5-star customer reviews and has received numerous honors and recognition. And whereas Zeus Appliance Repair has demonstrated outstanding corporate citizenship through active participation in community events and charitable initiatives, including hosting and participating in our annual trunk or treat events for local families and organizing holiday toy drives to provide gifts and joy to children throughout our community. Whereas Zeus Appliance Repair continues to embody the spirit of Palm Bay pride through its dedication for community connection, innovation, and in customer-centered service, and commitment to improving the quality of life for our residents by helping families maintain safe, functional homes. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby recognize that Zeus Appliance Repair is the City of Palm Bay's recipient for the second quarter of the year 2026 for the Mayor's Business Spotlight Program. I've set my right hand and caused the seal of this city to be affixed this 21st day of May 2026. Congratulations, big man. Come on up and tell them about.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. I don't really do speeches, but I want to take this moment and thank our Lord and Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Without him, none of this would have been possible. Also, I would like to continue growing in the community and making sure that, anytime you guys need any appliance repairs or anything, just make sure you hit us up. We'll make sure to take care of you guys. And continue to making customers happy. Like I said, I don't speak too much, but God bless you guys and thank you so much.
Let your wife hold that.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
We'll just hold that.
come on over. We're gonna take a picture. You two, come on, get on the other side. Fill it in. Way to go. Congratulations. You're the baby? Our next proclamation is Shriners International Awareness Day. So I'm going to ask Todd Forshino and Richard Earls and Sir Alan Bunch to come on up from the Shriners. Come on up, guys. You good? It's Shriners International Awareness Day. Actually, it's in June 6, 2026. However, we won't have meetings in the City of Palm Bay Council in June. So we're celebrating this and raising the awareness today for June 6th. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth, Palm Bay. Whereas Shriners International Fraternity was founded over 150 years ago in 1872. I was just checking to make sure nobody was born back then. Right, yeah. Whereas members of the Shriners International provide fun fellowship for men of good character across the globe. And whereas members of Shriners International are known for supporting their communities and making our world a better place. Whereas the Shriners' vision and generosity created their official philanthropy, the Shriners Children Health Care System, in 1922. And whereas Shriners International Fraternity now supports Shriners Children's Health Care facilities across the United States, as well as Canada and Mexico. And that is a breach of security. Oh, as you were. That is our security. I'm always aware, but Whereas Shriners International and Shriners Children's work together to provide excellent specialty medical care to children regardless of a family's ability to pay for or have insurance status. So that is to be commended. It doesn't matter that you guys take care of it, so the families don't have to worry about making payments.
That's right.
They get the medical treatment for their children.
Correct.
Hoorah. And you'll talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, we will. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Whereas Shriners International and Shriners Children, as you were, whereas it is fitting and appropriate to acknowledge the contribution of Shriners International and to commend the Shriners for the positive impact they make on our communities. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim June 6th in the City of Palm Bay, June 6th as Shriners International Awareness Day in the City of Palm Bay, and encourage all our citizens to celebrate and congratulate these esteemed members of our community. In witness hereof, I set my hand on this proclamation today, the 21st day of May. Who's coming up to receive this? And
Thank you, Mr.
you
Mayor.
are the leader, sir?
I'm the potentate, yes, sir.
The what now?
The CEO of Azan Shrine,
Oh, that's a lot easier for me to understand. And what's your name?
Alan Bunch.
Oh, you're Mr. Bunch.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations. Thank
Thank
you for
you.
what you do for our community,
No,
brother.
most definitely. We want to thank you for this. On behalf of the mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, and the good people of Palm Bay, I want to thank each and every one of y'all for this proclamation, what we do for kids. First off, I'd like to introduce our Chief Rabban, Richard Earls, our Assistant Rabban, Todd Forshino, our High Priest and Prophet, Daryl Schmidt, and our treasurer, Roger McKay. Without these guys, we can't do it. It's a team effort. We all work together. And without kids, we wouldn't be around. So between Shriners Hospitals for Children, Shriners Children, and Shriners International, we live to take care of children. That's our goal in life. There's nothing else that we do other than take care of kids, and we have a good time doing it too. So I want to thank each and one of y'all, and thank the mayor again. Thank you.
Can you see everyone? Yeah, we got some tall guys back here. Thanks for what you do, guys. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Now, this next one, I really get excited about this. You want to know why? Come on, ask me why. Come on. Because it's about faith and family. I'm going to call up Rusty. Come on up, Rusty. Bring your team. Rusty Thomas. Bring your whole team, buddy. Everybody that's here with Rusty, come on up.
Got family, got church.
Yeah, so get family, get church. Who else? Are there anyone shy, Rusty? That
Yes,
don't
they
want to
are.
come? They are?
My daughter's right.
Okay, daughter, come on up. I'm going to call.
Is there Das?
This is great, folks. Let me just share a little bit about what they do, and especially in the month of June, this is what family is all about. It's Faith, Family, and Responsible Fatherhood Month. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the greatest city on the face of the earth, Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, whereas faith is not just a cornerstone, but the very foundation of the Palm Bay community, providing the moral compass of strength, hope, guidance for most of its residents. And whereas the Christian faith and Christian ethics played a vital role in defining and shaping the constitutional values of unconditional love, service, and unity that contribute to the well-being of Palm Bay. And whereas the family unit became the initial God-ordained earthly institution, providing the foundational model for a thriving society, fostering strong moral character, compassion, and responsibility now and in future generations. And whereas the month of June is also a time of our nation honors fathers through the observance of Father's Day, which acknowledges the father's role as pillars and the bedrock of strength, wisdom, and leadership for their family, and to serve a much-needed influence throughout our communities. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of the authority of said office, do hereby proclaim the month of June 2026 as Faith, Family, and Responsible Fatherhood Month in the City of Palm Bay, and call this observance to the attention of all our citizens to unite, to celebrate, and uplift our community's fundamental faith, family, and responsible fatherhood pillars. By honoring these virtues, we strengthen families, we honor fathers and mothers, and embrace the faith that calls us to serve one another with love and compassion. In witness hereof, I set my right hand, yes, and cause the seal of the City of Palm Bay to be affixed this 21st day of May. Congratulations, Pastor Rusty, come on up.
Well, I wasn't sure about the protocol here this evening, but I did put together some remarks
Yes, sir.
on the importance of this proclamation. It's an honor to be before you and celebrate this grand proclamation. And interesting enough,
Pastor, you're never shy of a mic.
but it does correlate very well with the vision and mission of our local church. Our local body is built on the 4 F's: faith, fatherhood, family, and freedom. And if you come to our church long enough, you will hear this saying: as goes the father, so goes the family. And as goes the family, so goes the church. And as goes the church, so goes the nation. I've been one that has studied American history, and it's very clear to me that our nation attests to the fact that we are built on a 3-legged stool: faith, family, and freedom. And I know that stool has wobbled a little bit as of late. And I think it's critically important that we strengthen those compromised legs to secure a future and hope for our children. Amen? And first and foremost, we must return to faith. And out of all the religions and worldviews and faiths, there is one that rises to the top. And it's the one that it is safe to place our faith and trust in. And that person is our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. The Bible tells us this is the victory that overcomes the world, even our faith. And if we want to be a victorious people in the future, we must humbly return to our Lord and gladly embrace his saving faith. Number 2, God has ordained the nuclear family. It is the building block of a sound society. Amen. And anything that we can do to strengthen and safeguard the family, that will provide a security and a hope for our children. Amen. And lastly, responsible fatherhood. I believe that's one of the keys to reforming our fatherless America. So critically important. And so as we encourage men to return to their duties and responsibilities as men, it will automatically provide a protection, a covering, a love, and a care for women and children. And lastly, I want to commend you, Mayor, and this city council for putting together this proclamation. And I pray it serves as an example for others that will secure the blessings of liberty for our children. In Jesus' name, God bless you. Thank you very much.
Gonna take a picture here, Pastor. Let's round it out. Come on this side too. Let's even it out. Y'all want to come down? We stand united in faith.
My grandson.
Yeah,
I'm gonna stand on my tiptoes. I'm not ashamed to do it. Rusty's got a tall hat.
Rusty's got his hat.
Wanna switch? No, I'm good.
Council. God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, and I got married at the church too.
Is that right? Oh, man, we got a lot of comments.
I've heard a lot of great stuff about your church. Sir, thank you very much. My camera. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your work. Thank you. How are you doing? Thank you very much.
How appropriate and the timing for that proclamation, when we just had the President of the United States rededicate our nation to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Isn't that something? How appropriate was that? Okay, we're now on presentations. Mr. Morton, I'm deferring to you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. As promised, at every council meeting until we are accepting flows at the reclamation facility, we'll be doing a presentation to update you on activities and expenses. Mr. Bowden. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide an update on the South Regional WRF. We've had some tremendous progress. Mr. Mayor, also with the State of the City address that you did today, I would like to tell you that when I was looking at Palm Bay, I watched your State of the City addresses, and they were very compelling. So, great job. They worked for me.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate those words of encouragement. Thank you.
All right, so same agenda that we had last time, contract status, deficiencies, remaining work, site conditions, path to startup, and financials. Contract status, really not a lot of updates here. We have been, our legal counsel and the surety's legal counsel have been in contact. We're very close to having an agreement worked out, but that is still in progress. Deficiencies, shared with you that we had 86 deficiencies. That number's kind of grown a little. The high priority and the priority items, we have addressed 32 completely, 20 are in progress, another 6 are pending startup, so we're making some great progress with the deficiencies. Some of the priority items, you can see they've been knocked off the list. We still have slide gates, high service pumps, chemical feed system, odor control. Those 2 will be taken care of after go live. And then the Kubota system headworks is presently being rebuilt, and generator inspections is pending next week. So a lot will be closing out next week and the week after. And a lot of the electrical work has been completed. Again, this is a site overview of the site from February 5th after we ended our contract with R.J. Sullivan. This was from 2 weeks ago, and this is a picture from this morning. The remaining base work has been placed in. After go live, we'll finish the asphalt while we still have major equipment that's there. Up on the top, up here, there were all kinds of connexes and junky items. Those have all been removed. So not only has the road base gone in, but the site has been cleaned up tremendously. This is the Kubota headworks. You'll see over on the left-hand side, the brown pipe here is gone over here. That's what was removed and will be rebuilt and will take 2 to 3 weeks to rebuild. Some of the items that we've had to do, here on the left-hand side, you'll see we have a valve and a check valve. They're in the wrong order. So the team put those in the right order, the check valve and then the shut-off valve. So that's one of the many items that we've had to address that were done improperly. VFDs, we have a number of VFDs to control motors. We had some communication issues, and what we needed to do was to add a mini cast in those, and those have been done in all those VFDs in the last few weeks. We've also lined the sewer, sanitary sewer line. On the left-hand side is a receiving pit. On the right-hand side is a sending pit. This is where that took place. The sending pit was up here on the top. Receiving pit was on the bottom. One of the reasons we had to line this particular segment, we had a few others that we were able to dig up and repair, but this one was deep. It was near a building, and there was an electrical duct bank on top of it. So that's why we lined this particular segment. That is complete. We also lined about 300 feet of storm drain. This is the sending pit for that. Up in the upper left-hand corner here, you can see that sending pit. On the next one, you can see that that went outside of the wastewater plant into the water plant. Also wanted to show this overview of the pond that we have there. All around this pond for many years, there's been mountains of dirt that needed to be removed, and it is virtually gone, and the site is looking much better. So path to startup, again, no change here. If it wasn't for the rebuilding of the Kubota membrane, we probably could do all of our startup on June 1st, but we'll allow that to be done right, and then it will work properly. And then we'll be doing IO checks, wet checks on June 15th, and then seeding and receiving flows the week of June 22. Financials. Contract amount remaining was $832,000. Retainage that we held was $828,000 for a total of $1.6 million available to finish the project. Deficiencies, a number of the deficiencies, we've got the kind of the totals there. We do have some to be determined dollars there, but right now we're at $1.3 million to address the deficiencies that are on the site. Remaining work, the site work, is over $600,000, some landscape and irrigation, sub work, and other work to be determined, another $1 million. So estimated spend for deficiencies, remaining work, is $2.4 million. So, again, the financial summary, 2.4, the contract remaining, that's $707,000 that would need to be covered. We will be attempting to get from the surety the $1.3 million. Depending on how much we recover from that, there'll be no additional expense to the city for us to complete the project on our own. I do want to thank several people, Cathcart Construction, Wade Trim, Gannier. They're the ones that are rebuilding the Kubota membrane headworks, Chinshore and Wharton Smith. And honestly, I really want to thank our staff. Mr. Mayor, this has been a very stressful time, probably one of the most stressful times in my career. The entire time, my heart has been full of joy because of the tremendous staff that we have. They've been very supportive, great attitudes, willing to kick in and help wherever they can, and I owe them a great deal of thanks. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to address them.
Well, I'd like to commend you as well, you and your staff. And even so, even the partnerships with Cathcart and the list of individuals that had taken passion, right? Over the last few weeks, you've seen an enormous amount of work done and the staff that's been dedicated to get it done. So I commend you for that. There was a huge level of frustration that were demonstrated on this dais, and our city manager took that leadership along with yourself and said, we got to do something about this. So I don't have any questions, but I'll yield to any council members that may have some or any additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next council meeting that we have, I'm sure we'll be celebrating that we are receiving flows.
Yeah. Hoorah. That's good. That's good. So, Deputy Mayor, now we're moving on to public comments, sir.
Doug Hook.
So we'll start off with Mr. Hook.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Doug Hooks, this is Paul May Sustainability Advisory Board. I wanted to come here tonight and kind of sing some praises. We usually get a lot of comments going on up here on public comments where if Palm Bay is doing something wrong, people like to bring that up, but I kind of wanted to bring up some positives that we got going on. First off, the shoreline project, that was the shoreline protection project that was taking place at Lagoon House. I hear that has been recently being completed. I was actually volunteering with MRC at Lagoon House doing an invasive species cleanup this past weekend. After the event, I was able to go down to the shoreline and see what it looks like. It's phenomenal. MRC has actually reported that they are seeing sightings of animals already on the shoreline that they have not seen in years, such as manatees and stingrays right along the breakers. They suspect that we're going to start seeing more of those creatures coming along the way as that shoreline's growing out. They're going to be able to do some more shoreline restoration, plant some mangroves in there, and do a lot of great things with that shoreline. So I wanted to commend you guys for doing that. I also wanted to commend staff for some assistance that they brought towards the project. When I first reached out to MRC and was building a relationship with them, they had some concerns with that project that they brought forth to me. I brought it forth to our city manager. He brought it forth to city staff. City staff got in touch with MRC. Everything got resolved quickly. They sung the praises of the city manager and the city staff that worked with it, so I wanted to pass that along to you guys to let you know that they were very happy for the assistance with that. The next thing that I wanted to talk about is this week is National Public Works Week. We have a phenomenal Public Works team. I work with them quite frequently, being part of the Public Works team with the Sustainability Board. They had an open house this past Monday. It was phenomenal. Again, I wanted to sing some praises. I wanted to thank them personally for allowing the Palm Bay Sustainability Advisory Board to have a presence at the open house. They graciously let me have a table there, talked about some mosquito buckets and how citizens can help reduce the mosquito pressure in their yard. So again, I wanted to praise Public Works' efforts on that. And one of the things that I've actually noticed as well on social media is Public Works is actually going out and trying to inform citizens of Palm Bay how their swales work, how the stormwater management system works, the benefits of those swales in there. So again, just want to talk about how great this is going. Public Works is out there kind of behind the scenes with everybody. So I wanted to celebrate them and the great work that the city of Palm Bay is doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Efren Molina.
My name is Efren Molina. I'm a Palm Bay resident, 828 Fold Avenue. On May 7th, 2026, Councilmember Matthew Morton and Chief Spears made a statement towards me. Under Florida Sunshine Law and Congressional Statute Title 10, Chapter 112.501 states, any municipal board member can be removed or suspended if expected of maleficence, perjury, false statement, by providing sufficient facts to advise other council members to remove or suspend the individual in question of the breach of this chapter. Under Efren Molina versus Brevard County, I was unlawfully accused by the Palm Bay Police Department by Officer Monica Shook's false perjury as Daniel Efren Molina for committing grand theft of a tablet supposedly worth $7,000. I never went to court, as my case was transferred to another court, which was found by another court to be felony null. This means my case by an appointed judge believed these charges no longer stood and had no ground. So I was innocent all along. This indicates I was made innocent of my charges, further proving my point in the disparity of our Palm Bay Police Department despite our previous video. Pursuant to Section 943.13, subsection 4, Florida statute, the commission must revoke an officer's certification if she or he pleads guilty, nolo contendere, or is found guilty of any felony offense or misdemeanor offense involving perjury or false statement, regardless of withholding of adjudication or suspension of sentence per the FDLE violation and penalties. I believe Officer Monica Shook falls under that. This also means that Chief Spears committed perjury before the council and the citizens of Palm Bay, collaborating with Councilman Morton on the 7th on the falsification of a man who was proven clear and innocent. If a judge decided that I was felony null, I don't know why I should have been mentioned that I committed felony when I did not. Perjury often offers a punishable offense for no more than 5 years. Council, I hereby request that a decision be made now of Councilman Morton to be suspended or removed from the Palm Bay Council by his act of perjury statements on May 7th, 2026, and from January to April on statements on a political opponent as well as a former deputy chief. I do believe that this is in violation and it should be investigated and decided upon the council to have this council member suspended, if not removed. I am believed I am owed more than an apology and compensation for the defamation and damage your city council members has caused me. I stand by my statement. If you can pay a council member for defamation, you can pay a veteran for the damages. If this is such a Purple Heart city and you're so proud of it, stand by your veteran. Do what's right.
Next speaker?
Pat Dalpra.
Good evening, council, mayor, and staff. Pat Dalpera, 410 Georges Avenue Northeast. I'm here as a volunteer for Salt and Light Council of Brevard and Palm Bay, so I want to remind citizens of Palm Bay and Brevard County that we have a primary on August 18th. It's coming up. And I want to remind people that it's very important to vote in the primaries because a lot of times seats are confirmed in that election. So sometimes they don't go all the way to the general election. So I am encouraging everybody to really get out and vote this August. And we are presenting candidate forums at Victory in Christ Jesus Ministry. That's 2865 Jupiter Boulevard, Southeast. And they will be on the first and third Tuesdays from 7 to 8:30. At 6:30, there will be like a meet and greet beforehand. It is the duty of all citizens to start praying, researching, and questioning candidates for the upcoming primary and November 2026 midterm elections. These forums are opportunities to understand the requirements of citizens and determine how the candidates will work to achieve and implement the requirements. We have sent invitations to all candidates who register on the SOE site and candidates that have put their up-to-date emails. If there aren't any emails on the site, then we did not invite you. So as of May 5th, we have sent out invitations. The people that so far we have confirmed will be those that are running for city council in Palm Bay, school board, judges, state officials, and hopefully we'll have some federal officials come. If you haven't registered to vote, you need to do that 29 days before the election. And if you want a mail-in ballot, it must be requested every year. And it needs to be done before August 6th for the primary and October 22nd for the general election. And unfortunately, I didn't write this proverb down, but the first part of it says, "When the righteous rule, the people rejoice." Yay.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Robert Stice.
Good evening, Council. Robert Stice, 1796 Winbrook Drive. First of all, thank you all for what you do. I know you're working hard, and I appreciate everything you're attempting. It would be nice to hear, maybe it's even coffee with the city manager, what you can get better at. There's always looking at continuous improvement. That being said, there's some things that I want to mention with regard to the e-bikes on private property. We have them coming on all directions because we have that closed golf course by us. They're going on private property. They're going up and down the street. They have 7 at a time. They have no problem flipping you that you're number one going around here, and everybody's got one. I think your residents have the right to peace and private property. This is a gated community. This is private property. The problem, one of the problems that I see, you have no ability to enforce it. You're not going to have a black and white vehicle come down here and try to enforce it when people have everything from dirt bikes to ATVs to e-bikes. And, you know, one of the problems that you have, I don't know if other people have dealt with this, but you get e-bikes that are doing about 25, 30 miles an hour on the sidewalk, coming in every direction. Okay, I almost hit one about a week and a half ago. This is an issue that is compounded because you see more and more of them on the road. So what is your foresight, and how do you plan to deal with this issue as the numbers are exploding? You know, I'm sure the hospital centers and the emergency rooms love the businesses, that the increase, you know, but at the same time, it's a danger. So how do you deal with that, and when are you going to deal with that? And perhaps the city manager can mention that on Tuesday, but it's an issue. You know, you have them driving on private property on front lawns. People have toddlers in there, and they try to tell, well, they do tell you to go F yourself as they're going through. This has got to stop. This has got to stop. So I know it's not at the higher level at some of the things that we're working on right now, but it's an issue that's only going to get worse. So if you can get that on your agenda, or start doing a deep dive in that before somebody gets killed, I think we all would appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Ken Delgado.
I will say that's duly noted, and we have been working on that, sir. And I'm sure the city manager can address that.
Okay, there we go. Ken Delgado, 154 Angelo Road in Southeast Palm Bay. Mayor, I just want to thank you for what you did for Essential Pregnancy Resources. I think that's an amazing job that you did. Having family members, extended family members that dealt with abortions, that dealt with young pregnancies, as far as age is concerned, it's real close to my heart. I've seen the destruction of families, including suicide and alcoholism and so much more. That being said, life is so important. And in the moment of great duress and a lot of emotions, a lot of pressures that are on our young people when they get pregnant and perhaps not wanting to be pregnant at that time, to have somebody that can actually come and support them and help them through that moment is such a valuable part of community, and it's a valuable part of us to be able to help one another. And so, again, thank you for a great job and such a great response by the community. You have a giving community here, and it's just amazing that you were able to raise $60,000 to help these young ladies through this difficult time. That being said, I was just thinking, life is important. I don't care how you slice it. If you make life at the beginning not important, eventually what happens is life at the end becomes not important. And it's just a slippery slope from taking life at the beginning to taking life at the end. And so anything to support that is just a great altruistic and a great compassionate way to help people. So I was thinking perhaps maybe you would consider making Palm Bay a sanctuary for the unborn, a city for the unborn, and placing it as Palm Bay being a sanctuary city for that values life for the unborn. And so I would prayerfully ask that you consider, just as we honor our veterans, that we would honor life. Life is important. Life is precious. And our declaration is all about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so that's my spiel for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Connie,
Next speaker.
Connie McClary.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Councils, members, Connie McClary, President of Power Subdivision, Neighborhood Watch. I'm here tonight because on Monday night, I got stopped by Officer Bryson. And I know I could have called Chief Spears, but I want to address this before the City Council. He got behind me when I was on Pirate Lane. I turned on Lipscomb, he turned on Lipscomb, I turned on Dovita Field, he turned on Dovita Fields. So when I got to the end of Dovita Field to turn on my street, now I say, okay, he followed me. He gonna light me up. He lit me up. And he come to my car, the first word out of his mouth. I was like, good evening, officer, how you doing? I stopped you because you went over the white line. What? The white line, okay? So this kind of bothers me because in my community is a black community. And for to stop someone for that, I can understand if I didn't stop at the stop sign or something like that, then yes, that would be a problem. And this is not the first time that this happened also. So I don't know how many people Officer Bryson has stopped for this, but I'm challenging you all. Get your traffic people out there. Tell them to stop behind that white line and see how they can see. You cannot see. That mostly every stop sign in our community on Palm Bay side. It's different on Melbourne side, but if you come on Palm Bay side, if you stop behind that white line, you cannot see. You have to come out to be able to see what's coming. And so I'm asking you all to address that in my community. I'm also concerned about Miss Terry house because she should be in her house now, but it's an issue with Florida Power and Light. So from what I've been told, is that now she had lights in her old house, but now her new house is some type of issue where they got to either go on the ground or whatever. But anyway, what I'm asking the city to do, how many more infrastructure in our area is like that? And if something happens and they have to rebuild or whatever, and now they got to go through this because FPL don't do that no more. So there's any way y'all can get with FPL and have this investigated or see what can be done about this? That's all I'm asking. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kaylin Sellers.
Good afternoon. I wanted to hit home and double tap. I just had a conversation with Chief Spears, and I want to know what sort of accountability is being taken against the Detective Damon. He headed up the investigation for a Mr. Cavazos, Moses Cavazos, that was teaching at Bayside High School, tried to groom my 15-year-old daughter. According to some investigative research, we found out that Detective Damon did not do a goddamn thing. He opened and shut the goddamn case the same very fucking day that it was opened. He did not indicate that he received or reviewed the Snapchat messages, which I have right here, if anybody would like to see. He did not make contact with the suspect's wife, students, or victim's parents. In the end of his police report there that he opened and shut in the same goddamn day, it says it there at the very end that at the request of the parents, no charges were filed. What the fuck? Yeah, First Amendment right as well, remember that. I want to know what can be done to hold these officers accountable that did absolutely not a goddamn thing. Because if nothing is done about it, then I will. If nothing is done to get Mr. Moses Cavazos behind bars, I understand Chief Spears has reopened the investigation. But what good is that going to do a year later after he's had all this time to dispose of any evidence inside of his electronic devices? It's not going to do a goddamn thing this time. I want a public apology from the Palm Bay Police Department for fucking this up last year. And some goddamn accountability to take place. If Tim Zander, if his child would have been the one that would have been that the teacher tried to groom, I guarantee you, his wife, the principal of Bayside High School, would have removed that teacher and his wife there, because my daughter had to endure walking down the hallways there for the remainder of that entire year. And every time she would walk by Mrs. Cavazos' door, it would send her into a mental spiral. She's been in and out of the hospital since then. She tried to take her life a couple of months ago over this. And I'm at my wit's end. So either you do something or I will.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kristen Lanzana.
Good evening, Council. For today's public comment, I just wanted to say thank you for honoring Mr. Posey. He was a mentor of mine in student government, and it's a great loss to our community that he's gone. In addition to that, I wanted to add that the approval of Three Forks at last meeting was a little bit odd. I know I'm not the only one who feels that there might have been some bribery involved in that with the way that we were gifted some things that were in that contract. So I just want to bring that to attention, that the public thought that was a little strange with the mural and all of that. And that's really all I have to say. Just let's really try to listen to the public more whenever things come up. That's all. Bye.
That concludes the cards, Mayor.
Okay, that includes public comments, sir?
Sir.
Okay. Thank you.
I have one for consent. One for consent.
Okay. So we're now on consent, Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Batten?
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. If at all possible, could I have the council pull items 5 and 6? On item number 5 is talking about the roundabouts on Malabar Road. And to let the public know, because that's been a contentious item. And as I understand it, there might be some good news to be presented to the public on that one. On item number 6, which was the fire rescue assessment study for applying non-ad valorem assessment for the areas down St. John's Heritage Parkway South. I understand that it is the St. John's Heritage Parkway South area. It's not the city of Palm Bay. My request, though, is we start seeing that the funds from that area start being generated, that council says, oh, well, let's start presenting special assessment for fire capabilities for the rest of the city. I'm hoping that's not what this leads to, but like I said before, once you get that little opening in the door, it has a tendency to push all the way open. I don't want to see the fund revenue that you're generating from the St. John's Heritage Parkway South to spread through the entire city. I hope nobody ever even tries to present that to the city of Palm Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Morton, would you like to just brief a little bit on 5 and 6?
I'd actually ask on number 5, if Public Works could brief, they could do a clearer job, and I'll brief on number 6.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Brinkley, Public Works Director. The verbiage regarding the roundabout in number 5 is that the roundabout.
Talk to me, sir.
I'm sorry. The verbiage regarding the roundabout is that the roundabout was removed from, the design of the roundabout is, that would be at the intersection of St. John's Heritage Parkway and Malabar Road, was removed from the scope of work for the design of the widening of Malabar Road, so that it could be done separately.
And the reason for that?
Is so that it could be done separately and possibly brought ahead of time, depending on if it was.
At a faster rate?
Was that at the request of the county? I thought, is that the one that was at the request of the county?
This one's a request of FDOT, I believe.
FDOT,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
Okay, because of FDOT, okay. Thank you, sir. Yep. And number 6?
Yeah, on number 6, on the consideration of using the fire impact fees to pay for the fire rescue assessment, Palm Bay does have in its charter, and I think our city clerk or attorney could provide potentially more clarity if it's warranted, a special provision that council does not possess the unilateral authority to enact a special ad valorem, and that it will require a vote of any of those affected or proposed to be affected, and it is not, appreciate your point, very well said, sir, but it is not a plan to continue this outside of the new undeveloped growth area to pay for that new capital infrastructure at this point.
Thank you. All right, council.
Make a motion to approve consent.
I'll second.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Smith?
Resolution 2026-07, a resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending Resolution 2025-44, which authorized the mayor and/or city manager to execute a local agency program agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation regarding the design of Malabar Road widening from Minton Road to St. John's Heritage Parkway, provided for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. So we're now on public hearings. Madam Smith?
The following item is quasi-judicial nature. Public hearings, agenda item number 1. Any person who wishes to testify on such a matter must sign a speaker card which contains a sworn oath to tell the truth. Any individual addressing the council must state his or her name and confirm that a speaker card has been signed. Attorneys who are appearing on behalf of a party and not providing testimonial evidence are not considered witnesses and need not be sworn. Counsel should disclose any ex parte communication by disclosing the subject matter of the communication and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place. The order of this proceeding will be as follows. First, staff will make its presentation, followed by the applicant, then any other interested party. Any speaker may be subject to cross-examination by the council or any other interested party. Any other person may speak for a maximum of 3 minutes. The applicant will then be allowed concluding remarks. The quasi-judicial body may modify the time limits on its own motion or upon request of a party to the proceeding. The hearing will then be closed and no additional testimony or argument will be allowed. The council will then deliberate in public. At the end of deliberation, a council member will make a motion on the application to bring the matter to a vote. Every council member is then free to vote in favor or against the motion. Resolution 2026-08. A resolution of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, approving in conditional use to allow retail automotive gas fuel sales and a drive-through establishment in the NC Neighborhood Commercial Zoning District for property generally located north of and adjacent to Emerson Drive Northwest, west of Glen Cove Avenue Northwest, as legally described herein, providing for a commencement period, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing as Deputy Mayor.
Before we start the hearing, Mayor, I just want to disclose that the applicant, Mr. Shaw, had called me sometime last week prior to the agenda being published. I wasn't able to speak about the project. I wasn't familiar with it, and ended the phone call and had no other further conversations about it since.
Yes, sir. I also spoke with Mr. Shaw prior to the agenda as well. So thank you for that.
Mayor?
Yes,
I also spoke to Mr. Shaw as well about the project.
thank you. Again, it wasn't on the agenda when I spoke, like Councilman or Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Anyone else?
Also, Mr. Shaw reached out to me, and I let him know that I know the details, but I do not speak to anybody about quasi-judicial stuff outside of the dais.
Thank you.
Yes, and Mayor, I had a lunch with Mr. Shaw. It was more of a personal lunch, but it just briefly came up in lunch, but we didn't really discuss it, so.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so Mr. Morton, I'm deferring to you now.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. As a quasi-judicial matter, I'm going to ask staff to come up and give the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Althea Jefferson for the record. Tonight, staff is bringing to you an application CU 25-00003. The applicant has requested conditional use approval to allow retail, automotive, gas, and fuel sales along with a drive-through establishment within the neighborhood commercial zoning district. The subject property consists of approximately 12.19 acres, but they're using 2.67 acres of the eastern portion of the property located along Emerson Drive and Glen Cove Avenue Northwest. The future land use of the property is commercial. The applicant proposes development of a 3,648 square foot convenience store with fuel pumps and an 1,344 square foot drive-through quick service restaurant. I do have a conceptual plan here showing what was submitted with the applicant's package. Pursuant to Section 173.021 In Table 173-2 of the Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, fuel stations and drive-through establishments are conditional uses within the neighborhood commercial zoning district, and therefore it would require city council approval in accordance with section 172024. The proposed drive-through establishment did satisfy the requirement for frontage along an arterial or collector roadway because Emerson Drive Northwest is classified as a major collector within our comprehensive plan. In looking at the conceptual site plan provided here on this slide, it illustrates the building placement, access points, parking layout, and internal circulation. The site is designed with 2 access points, a right-in and a right-out driveway on Emerson Drive, and a full access driveway on Glen Cove Avenue to support safe and efficient traffic flow. Some of the key design elements include separation of the fueling areas, the drive-through circulation, and parking to reduce conflicts and improve the site functionality. In fact, although it's not required, a westbound right turn-in lane off of Emerson is proposed to help further enhance the traffic flow and site access. The final details, including landscaping, lighting, drainage, and engineering design, will be addressed during the administrative site plan review process. Earlier this month, the Planning and Zoning Board was asked to consider the submitted application and to review staff analyses, technical report evidence, and public testimony. The Planning and Zoning Board recommended the City Council deny the application. That recommendation was by a unanimous vote of 7-0, based upon Section 174.041F of the Land Development Code, and based on the fact that as presented by the board, the proposed use would constitute a nuisance or hazard because of vehicular traffic movement, delivery of fuel movement, noise, or fume generation. So upon completion of tonight's public hearing and council's deliberation, staff is requesting that the City Council issue a final order of approval with conditions, or denial of the applicant's request. And with that, I'll take any questions.
So during the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, other than the issues of the traffic and the fuel, was anything else that came up that the residents did not want?
Well, in looking at the conceptual plan here,
Yeah.
see if I can get in here. So you can see that there are some homes here to the north
Yes?
and to the east. There were several of those property owners that were in attendance, and they did express some concerns about the buffering here to the east. Here to the north of the property is where the proposed pond would be for stormwater, but given that the east side has very little buffer, those residents had some concerns about that. The Planning and Zoning Board itself, I believe, asked about how the rest of the parcel would be used, given that only a portion of it here to the east would be used for the fuel station. And right now, as I know of, there are no plans for the western portion of the site.
Okay. And the eastern portion, did the applicant mention anything about how he can improve that or consider the residents' request on that?
I do not recall from that meeting that there was anything specific offered. If, for example, you're talking about an additional 15, 20 feet of setback to move it westward of the property line here, to provide more buffer to these residents, that was not raised, but that would be an example of what you're talking about?
Well, yes, ma'am. So according to what I just heard, the residents on the east side of the corridor had some issues, they would prefer a larger buffer. Did I
Yes.
understand that correctly?
That is correct.
Okay, so if that was the case.
That was one of the comments I heard at the meeting.
Well, ma'am, all due
Yes.
respect, ma'am, whoever's making comments, I'm asking questions. If you filled out a speaker card, you'll have an opportunity to speak. But we will have and maintain decorum in these proceedings. What I'm asking, ma'am, in the meeting, you said that there were some residents that lived on the east side that were concerned and requested more of a buffer. Is that correct? Was that your understanding?
They stated that there was no real buffer between the proposed use and their properties.
Did they mention what kind of buffer they would prefer?
I do not recall that being mentioned.
Okay. Did the applicant mention anything about providing additional buffer?
No, not to my recollection.
All right, thank you. Councilman Hammer has questions.
Yes, I understand this being quasi-judicial, we have to make our decision based on facts. You said that this is going to be showing a burden on the travelers on the road. Is there any kind of traffic studies or anything to back that up? Should that be a factor that we use tonight?
I don't believe I stated that there was a burden about the traffic on the road, but there was a traffic study provided with this particular application. And what I did mention was that the applicant added a right turn lane, and I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses, but there should be a right turn lane into the property.
It's right on the sketch, brother, in the
Yeah.
bottom there.
Off of
So the
Emerson.
burden
They
of
offered
traffic-
that, although it was not required based on the findings of the traffic study.
Okay, so the burden of traffic is not something we can use as a fact tonight. There are a few things that I've had residents reach out to me about concerns that, I let them know I would love to listen to what they had. On one of the things is a sound buffer. Is there any sort of sound buffer that is or can be put in here to separate the gas station / restaurant and the homes behind it?
There may be certain design elements that could be added to a site plan proposal that could help to buffer some of the noise from the cars idling in the drive-through lane or the delivery trucks perhaps, but that would be something we'd have to handle through the site planning.
Okay. Also, there's another thing that I saw that they mentioned to me was the design of the lights. Are the lights shining down? Because when you do something like this, there is a foot candle that you measure from the window to the place. Do we know if these are going to be in compliance with that? And is that something, should we move forward, that we can make sure that these are made to be compliant? Because these are some of the concerns that the residents have reached out to. So
Certainly. So the answer to your question is that all requirements pursuant to our code with regard to the buffering of the lighting, the foot candles, how they're angled, there shouldn't be any spillage onto neighboring properties that would keep them from having, that would put too much light on their homes at night. Again, we're talking about the lighting stopping at the boundary of the property. So it's the spillover beyond the boundary that we oversee, and they would have to meet our lighting requirements.
okay, and my last question is, if you go back a couple slides where it showed the two properties in red, is there anything approved for the property to the south of it in red? Because if I remember correctly, something is already approved for there.
Yes, you're absolutely right, and I apologize, I didn't mention that, but there is an approved additional fuel station on that southwest lot, the one south of the subject property. They received conditional use approval for a fuel station. some time ago. They requested, as the code allows, a one-year extension, and I believe that extension expires this December.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other questions, council? Seeing none, thank you for the presentation. At this time, is the applicant prepared to present their case? Please step forward. We'll set the timer for the applicant and go.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Medina and City Council. My name is Carmine Ferraro, Crossover Commercial Group, 4265 Couture Road, Cocoa, Florida, 32927. I'm here this evening representing the landowner of record as the applicant, asking for a motion to recommend approval of CU 25003, a conditional use application for a fuel station and convenience store with an end cap location for a food service provider with a drive-up window. The proposed project will be located on the northwest signalized corner of Emerson and Glen Cove Avenue. As noted, we received a unanimous recommendation for denial from the P&Z Board, stating that our application did not meet the requirement specifically of 174.021, subsection F, citing, and the proposal or the motion was made, quoting, proposed use would constitute a nuisance and a hazard because of vehicular traffic movement, delivery of fuel movement, noise, and fume mitigation. While we support the process, we respectfully disagree with P&Z's thought process here. As noted in staff's report under findings, staff reviewed the subject application and evaluated against applicable criteria set forth in the three sections, 172.024, 173.021, and 174.041 of your Code of Ordinances. Based on this evaluation, the proposed project is consistent with the applicable development standards and adequately addresses the required criteria. The traffic impact analysis that we were also asked to provide clearly demonstrated the proposed access configuration will operate within the acceptable levels. However, staff recommended a westbound right turn lane on Emerson Drive, and that recommendation is supported by the landowner and is willing to make this off-site improvement at his cost. Also want to point out that was what was brought up when you asked the question about the property across the street. This was a similar CUP application for a gas convenience store. The P&Z Board unanimously, looking at a similar staff report, approved the use, followed by a unanimous approval by the City Council. Since these same development standards are met by us that were met by them, we anticipate the same approval. I'm going to go ahead and kind of let the public come up and make their comment, and then we have our traffic engineer here who will be happy to answer any questions regarding traffic and safety, and we have the owner here, Mr. Shah, who would also like to address the council. Let me also just say that the points that were brought up in terms of buffering, lighting, these are all things that we are willing to go ahead and consider. Again, foot candles could be determined by a photometric analysis, which is a requirement of the site plan process, which will ensure that no light will bleed off the property. We can also look at some additional buffering that would just go ahead and make this a better situation for everybody. So I'll go ahead, unless you have any questions of me, I'll go ahead and let the public make their comment.
Okay, and as they do, you'll be taking copious notes?
I'm sorry?
As they do, you'll be taking copious notes?
Okay.
Copy that. Hold on, I do
Yes,
have
sir.
a question. Sir?
Sir.
Sir? I do have a question.
Oh, you have a question?
Yes, sir. Councilman Hammer.
Did I hear you say, as one person was discussing, you would be willing to put up some sort of sound barrier, as in trees or something, to block the noise and the and whatever this brings to the houses around it?
Yes, so let me state it this way. Property is zoned commercial. The property has commercial uses that can occur right now today with no requirement of public hearing, with no outside input. We stand here tonight because we want to make this work. The public has some input. You, as City Council, have some input. if they're reasonable and they are not going to do something that's going to make a business not successful, we are definitely willing to look at buffering or potentially even some additional setbacks. This is a concept plan that is potentially 30% developed right now, but it's the beginning of a final site plan. So
Thank you.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Attorney, you're next.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to, I don't know, he has two other people that he would like to speak. Typically, that would occur in his presentation. Council can change the rules that allow him to split his presentation, but we certainly need to address whether council is going to allow him to split his presentation or if he's going to have a more limited time and just bring these two individuals back in rebuttal. But I do think we should address that now.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation, what the city attorney's asking, right? We don't have any additional questions, but you could come out with rebuttal.
Yes.
Okay? All right. So, Deputy Mayor?
I had one question for the applicant representative. Has the business owner considered the gas station on the far western portion of the property? Is that not feasible? Has that been considered?
Have considered what? I'm sorry?
Instead of building this gas station on the far eastern portion, moving it to the western portion, since you're already doing a decel and a right turn lane anyways, what's the issue with constructing it on the western portion? And that would provide a larger buffer to the residents on Glen Cove.
That typically gas stations, convenience stores, to offer their highest form of convenience are typically built on hard signalized corners that have two access points, one on the main road and then one on a secondary road. If you're asking to move the gas station down to what would be considered a mid-block location, is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah,
It would
basically 350 feet west. Is what
it
I'm at.
would not be consistent with the way gas stations are typically developed, and it could significantly impede a major oil or a tenant from occupying the property because they are built on hard signalized corners. And if it's going to have an end cap drive-through restaurant, they are also typically built on hard signalized corners. So I'm not trying to evade the question. I'm just saying it wasn't a consideration that ever came up because it typically does not meet with the business model for building a gas station.
Does that conclude your question? Thank you. Thank you. So now we'll hear from the public, sir, and we'll call you back up. Next speaker.
Erica Graver.
Good evening, Mayor Medina, City Council, and staff. I greatly appreciate your dedication to public safety referenced in the State of the City address earlier this evening. My name is Erica Graver, and I live at 1437 Glen Cove Avenue on the east side of the gas station. I am here today in opposition of this case in the name of public safety. As you're aware, the Palm Bay Planning and Zoning Board voted unanimously against this conditional use, and several of our neighbors were in attendance that evening, as they are this evening as well. And here are some of the reasons why. First and foremost, our kids' safety is at risk, and this addition will only make that worse. During that meeting, dozens of accidents were discussed that have taken place at this intersection, including the death of a 17-year-old by the name of Jasmine. Jasmine was a friend of my son's. They were classmates at Heritage High School who loved to go fishing together. He was deployed in the Army at the time of her accident and called me to ask if it was true. And I remember hanging up the phone from that call in shock that my son, who was deployed in the Army, was safer than his friend walking home from school, and knowing that if he hadn't been, he might very well have been standing next to her that day. This past January, another young girl, Zoe, was hit by a car while walking in the grass on this property on her way to her bus stop. Her friends watched in horror as she was thrown into the woods and then trauma airlifted out with major injuries to her head, jaw, hips, and legs that she will deal with for the rest of her life. She went through her third round of surgeries earlier this week. The stoplight at this location that we were not asked about has only made traffic worse on Glen Cove. It is now a drag strip with people flying to catch the light and or flying down Napanee to avoid the school zones on Emerson. Adding hundreds, if not thousands of cars a day to this intersection puts our kids in imminent danger, which is one of the main reasons why Planning and Zoning voted against this. Next, Glen Cove is in horrible disrepair with potholes and patches everywhere. I have several times found 5-pound chunks of asphalt in my driveway and can only thank God that no one's been hurt by that flying debris. Several studies have shown over the years that gas tanks buried this close to homes increase cancer risk and respiratory issues. Property values of our homes will decrease dramatically. Who's going to compensate us for the $50,000 in equity we will all lose in our homes overnight? A gas station at this location is absolutely not necessary. While I don't agree with the gas station already approved for this across the street, there's nothing I can do about that now. But with this, will be the 4th gas station within 1 mile of this location, now that there are 2 on the corner of Heritage and Emerson. That is absolutely not necessary and not wanted. We have a petition with 79 local residents in opposition to this conditional use, and our neighborhood has fought this type of development twice before.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mona Stakonis.
Hello, my name is Mona Stakonis. I live at 1537 Avenue Street. I've lived there for 30 years. I've raised my 2 children in this neighborhood. So I care deeply about the safety and the character of my community. I do not believe a gas station and drive-through restaurant are appropriate for this location. This area already has significant traffic and pedestrian concerns. Discovery Elementary School is nearby. There's a public bus stop on that corner. Middle school and high school students also gather in the surrounding area for bus pickup and drop-off. Those areas are without sidewalks, and students often end up standing or walking near the roadway itself. The proposed gas station includes sidewalks near the commercial property, but that would not connect to surrounding pedestrian areas or meaningfully improve safety for the students already gathering nearby. That situation is already hazardous. Adding increased commercial traffic, fuel deliveries, and people turning in and out while rushing to work would only increase those risks. I'm also concerned about placing a drive-through business directly adjacent to residential homes that would change the character of the neighborhood with increased traffic, lighting, noise, and activity. I also believe those changes can negatively affect property values, including my own home and those of my neighbors. This intersection has already experienced multiple serious accidents over the years, including incidences requiring emergency air transport. The area already requires both a traffic light and a crossing guard because safety has been a concern. I believe adding this type of commercial development at this location is doing the community a disservice. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Lucia Shankersing. Lucia? Lucia, my apologies.
Good evening. Lucia Chankasing, 1680 Gadsden Avenue, Northwest Palm Bay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lucia. I have lived in the Northwest Palm Bay area since 1996. That is 30 years. I've raised my children, my family there, close to the area where this gas station is being built. I'm here to oppose the conditional use for the gas station and drive-through at Emerson. The planning zone, as you already know, voted 7-0 to recommend denial of this request to the council. That is unanimous. That is a unanimous recommendation against approval, and I'm asking that you follow that recommendation. I'm not against business. Palm Bay needs good business. Not every business belongs at every corner. And this is definitely the wrong corner for this. That intersection is already tight. We have traveled on it for 30 years. The turn-in is already uncomfortable. When you add gas pumps, drive-through, delivery trucks, and a constant in and out traffic, you create a safety problem where one does not need to exist. And I really cannot see a buffer on that corner, actually. It is not a wide street, it's a two-way street. However, it's not as wide as Emerson itself. I'm talking about Glen Cove, the way you would have to turn into there. It is very small. My biggest concern is Discovery Elementary School nearby on Glendale. We're talking about school traffic, parents, buses, and children walking, all mixed in with the gas station and drive-through traffic at a constrained corner. That is not a safe combination for this location. We also already have gas stations on Heritage, near the Heritage and Emerson area. Actually, we have one that is already built and one that is in the process, almost ready to be finished, so that's 2 gas stations. This area does not need any more fuel access. We are filling a gap. We are being asked to create a new safety problem at a tight residential corner to add another gas station close to the ones that already exist. Please deny this conditional use request, put businesses where they fit, do not approve a gas station and drive-through at a tight corner next to a school and a residential area that does not need it. Thank you. Lucia Chankasing, Palm Bay area.
Next speaker.
Victoria Kroger.
Good evening. I feel like everything that I wanted to say has already been said. My concerns are traffic, noise, lighting, environmental impact, a change to the character of this area. This is a residential area. When I purchased my home, Emerson had a dead end. There was no St. John's Heritage Parkway. It was just a dead end. It was a quiet neighborhood. That's how this neighborhood started. That's the neighborhood that I bought into. It's now has St. John's Heritage Parkway with the gas stations and everything else, and I understand that building is good for a city overall. But this is a residential neighborhood where people live, and at this point, I think it will cause increased congestion with all of the traffic. And I just worry about the long-term impact of the properties surrounding this area. And if this is approved, it is permanent, and I just respectfully request and ask that the council prioritize its residents and deny this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alan Miles. Alan Miles.
Wait till they start clapping and call the name.
Dr. Alan Miles, 350 Garvey Road, Southwest. There's been a lot of comments already about the adjacent fuel locations, the Circle K that's about a mile away, and the 7-Eleven that's being done. There was a traffic study that states that Emerson Drive can handle the increased traffic flow until 2027, which is only 6 months away. A single turn lane entering the facility is planned, but traffic from the other direction will have to stop, and that will cause all the cars behind it to back up. Also, if you look at the drawing or the map up there, you'll see there's no way to enter it from the west side, at least the way I see it, which means people will make a U-turn there. You can't make a U-turn on a one-lane road, so it's going to cause a hazard. Also, the cars that want to go west will have to go down whatever that road is there and then enter. And a lot of them are going to be diesel trucks dragging trailers. So you're talking about a diesel truck making a lot of noise, dragging a trailer that needs about a 75-foot radius to make a turn. So that's a big deal. The Planning and Zoning Board obviously voted 7-0 against it. You guys need to as well. The 500-foot zone is laughable. I don't know what that was, 10 houses, 20 houses, and it's going to affect probably 400 or 500 homes or residences. basically, if you swing a golf club and hit a golf ball, it's going to exceed 500 feet. That shows you how minuscule it is. I'd also like to say with the lighting, I'm a retired optometrist. There's a pond there. The light that hits that pond will reflect off. It's an equation called the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So unless you've got a 20-foot high wall there, that light's going to come up and over. So that is a big scenario there. Also, it sounded kind of like there was a threat made to the city council as well as the residents of Palm Bay, that they're going to do whatever the hell they want because it's zoned that way. And I would say that's nice, and we will boycott you, and we will picket you, and you will have no business, and it'll eventually that facility will close. Thank you.
Kristen Lanzana. Robert Stice.
Robert Stice, 1796 One Group Drive Southeast. Well, listen to your residents. They're talking about public safety. Isn't that what you're responsible for? Public safety? You know, they talk about traffic. Traffic is always an issue. I'm hoping that one day we come here and you talk about, we just started improving with this new infrastructure going in, rather than building all over the place. I've been out here 9 years now. First, when I moved out, they were talking about a bedroom community. Now it's a gas station, car wash, and storage unit facility. And I get that from the zoning committee. You gentlemen put these zoning folks in. They're competent. Listen to the folks that are telling you this is going to affect their quality of life. I don't think we need another gas station. How many gas stations do you need in a close proximity? What, you know, and again, I've said this many times, what do you want your legacy to be? You got gas stations on top of one another, got storage units all over the place. I hope that Mr. Langevin was talking about, you decided not to put storage units right in city areas and what have you. I don't know if that's firm, but these people are rallying here, guys, and are saying, please don't. They got a unanimous vote for people that you put in there in the zoning committee. They're very competent. So you're talking about safety, you're talking about quality of life, you're talking about health. This is what you're looking at. I know it's commercial, okay, but does it have to be there? Do you have to affect the folks, your constituents, negatively? Please give that due consideration. Thank you.
Venus Albert.
Hi, good evening. My name is Venus Albert. I live at 1455 Glen Cove Northwest. And I'm not going to repeat what a lot of them said, maybe touch on it, but I'm not going to repeat. But we are concerned about the impact this development will have on the quality of life within our neighborhood. Gas stations bring lights, loud traffic, fuel orders, delivery trucks, fuel trucks, late night activity, cars with blasting music, litter, vermin, non-stop vehicle movement, and loitering. These conditions are simply not compatible with the quiet residential community. We who have purchased our homes here did not expect to live beside a commercial fueling operation, and many fear this project will permanently change the character of our neighborhood. We should not be expected to bear the burden of commercial intensity directly outside our homes. This will diminish our quality of life. Another major concern is the impact on surrounding property values. Stations located near homes often reduce residential desirability due to increased traffic, noise, lighting, air, environmental concerns, and overall visual impact with visual deterioration. Many of us have invested our whole life savings on our properties and deserves to have our investments protected. Okay, as far as the children goes, the biggest concern is the children walking to and from school. You got some schools there and there's a lot of little kids. Even if sidewalks are added near the stations, children would still be forced to cross multiple entrances and exits with constant vehicle movements. A crossing guard is not going to help them cross those little driveways or those big driveways from the gas station. They're going to help them cross the street, but not the driveways. So that's a huge danger to school-aged children. And the representative, this gentleman here, was asked at the zoning meeting where the developer lived. He stated it was in High Point Cocoa. He was wrong. He does not. The developer lives in Merritt Island. He has over 400 businesses that I found in 5 states. I can assure you he does not have a gas station anywhere near his house. Let me see. The representative was asked by a zone committee member if this business would employ local residents, and the representative answered, "Oh, yes, it will." Well, upon investigation by me on physically going to some of the developer stations, and also by reading reviews, I found that I did not see the diversity of local residents at all. It is public knowledge also that there have been contributions from the developer to some city council member campaigns. The amount, however, large or small, if accepted, I believe, is a conflict of interest. Remember, we the people can vote you in and vote you out. The developers can't. You represent the people, not them. We are begging you, do not put that gas station there. Please listen to your people. Thank you for listening.
Mayor, that concludes the cards.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to give you the opportunity for your rebuttal, sir. Ideally, you took copious notes.
I don't envy you guys having to make these kind of decisions, and I know they're difficult decisions. I want to go ahead and say that, as I said before, the things that we can address tonight, we're willing to address. Some of them we can't. Property is zoned commercial. It will have a commercial use on it at some point in the future on the entire tract. One of the things I did is I went back and I looked at what type of properties or what type of uses can occur on this property right now without any public hearing or without any type of process other than the administrative site plan with staff. Sticking with the 5,000 square foot limit, could be a restaurant, an eating establishment, retail stores, financial institutions, funeral homes, offices, pet daycare, service businesses, tattoo parlors, veterinary clinics, child care centers, and urgent care centers. Those were all under a P1 zoning classification in the code.
Sir, no outbursts, please. There is some decorum to follow in these chambers. Thank you.
Okay, they are going to bring more traffic. They are going to bring the commercial concerns that some of the residents have. Thankfully, in the administrative site plan process, those type of considerations are considered in terms of buffering, lighting, because this property is neighborhood commercial in a residential area that pre-exists. We did not come before you and ask for a commercial classification. The property was purchased with a commercial neighborhood classification. As part of your comprehensive plan, you have a part of it that talks about private property rights. So I want to just bring that up very quickly, that the rights of all citizens who own property in the city of Palm Bay should be heard. I'm here in speaking to the private property rights of the applicant. They have a right by your actual policy PRB 1B, a right of a private property owner to use, maintain, develop, and improve his or her property for personal use or for the use of another, subject to local codes and ordinances. So I'm going to let Chris come up and speak a little bit about traffic, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day, I can't answer all of their concerns. I can only mitigate by saying that we are here tonight to work this out and see what we might be able to do. But the idea that nothing will ever be developed there commercially, unfortunately, is not something we can control.
And I understand that, sir, but with all due respect, there've been, Deputy Mayor asked, would you be willing to extend that buffer, move it over to the west? And I haven't heard anything like that, right? The only thing I've heard is my colleague's concern regarding the lighting. Another issue was brought up about the pond. So when I asked to take copious notes, I was hoping that you could rebut those concerns at this time. Is there something that you can say at this point
Yes.
that responds to their concerns and the
Yes, sir.
concerns on this dais?
Yeah, I can specifically speak. As far as the pond goes, the pond was specifically designed to create a buffer between the residences behind it and the gas station. If you look at the size of that lot and the configuration, it was intentionally designed that way. As far as the lighting goes, the lighting will be over the site asphalt area of the property. There will be no lighting over the pond. The lighting will be in such a way that 0-foot candles will, at the three corners of the property, if council is asking that we make sure that 0-foot candles occur at the pond, we see no issue with that at all. That would not be an issue.
Okay, and shifting it over, creating a larger buffer to the east of the property?
So whatever buffers we can offer to the east, we are willing to do. If that's enhanced landscaping, if that's potentially pushing the site even farther to the west, as long as it maintains a corner presence, and I can let Mr. Shaw come up and clarify that, yes, we are willing to do that.
So there was one other concern that was brought up by the individual that just made that outburst, but he stormed out, which I wanted to put on your plate. His concerns is traffic going eastward, I believe, and making a left turn into the facility. There's no access point other than trying to make a U-turn and creating a traffic hazard was his concern. I do notice that there's a westbound, or I should say down Glen Cove, you've got another entrance there.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible, would it be, and I guess that's a question for our traffic surveyor or engineer, I should say. Yeah, as you're heading east, making a left onto the property, is that something that can be accessible? Or if you see the sketch, I'm heading east on Emerson. One of the concerns that the way I understood the constituent was making a left turn as I head east onto the property as opposed to the traffic light.
Right. Chris Walsh with Walsh Traffic out of DeBerry, Florida. Understood, and actually, we had looked at that. I think because of the proximity to the intersection, that's where the right-in, right-out restriction is preferred. And so one of the things that you could do is you could actually, you have the chevroned out taper transition. Perhaps you could put some raised concrete within that area to further deter it, any type of illegal maneuver. So that's one way to try and physically prohibit that from happening.
And his concern also was the length and causing a traffic jam, right? So this, just my thought, the consideration of extending that left turn lane, if you see that on the sketch, the left turn onto Glen Cove, right? Onto, is that Glen Cove? Yes.
Right.
Extending it, is that a possibility to avoid some of that backup traffic if they did intend to go into the gas station
I
on
think
Glen Cove?
one of the challenge in doing that is then you have the ability for someone to make the U-turn potentially, versus right now you could put a raised separator within that chevroned area right
Yes.
now. In terms that I'm trying to pull up the number right now because I have an estimated queue that would be experienced at that. So if you can give me a second here.
I just wanted to see if we could respond to the residents' concerns. At the same time, I didn't see any dialogue with those concerns.
So one thing to think about in terms of that left turn lane, I mean, we're talking in terms of roughly 30 to 50 left turns going left and turning up on Glen Cove.
Yes, sir.
So what does that number mean? The way I always like to think about it for people to kind of understand is think about standing here for about 2 minutes and going, there's a car. And so, and that's
So, please.
that's the, you know, and that number is based on getting actual traffic counts at the intersection, so real data, and then based on national data for these types of developments and what they would generate in terms of traffic and assigning it to the driveways.
Could you tell me, is there a left turn signal there?
There is.
A left arrow?
There is a left turn. If you want to go north on Glen Cove, there's a green arrow to go left on there, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Did I answer your question?
Yes, sir, you
Okay.
did. Thank you. So does that conclude your comments, or did you have some other
Well,
presentation? I
yeah,
interrupted.
just
Yeah.
in terms of an overview, one thing that's important about these type of developments, right, is it's very convenience oriented. And in this type of use, the combined uses, roughly 70% of the trips are actually what we call pass-by trips. So they're actually people that are already on the roadway. So you're not adding a new trips for 70% of these. So by way of example, right, you're going, you don't think about on your couch, I'm gonna go get gas and come back home. You think, when am I go to work or go to, take the kids to soccer, and I'll make sure when I'm going by this gas station, I'm gonna pull in. So that's, those aren't new trips on the roadway. Those are just people, by way of example, going westbound. They're decelerating in a right turn lane, which I don't even know if there's any other right turn lanes on this roadway, actually. This would be maybe the first one, but in this section. But they would get out of the way of cars, decelerate and turn in, but they're not adding new trips. There's 30% that are new trips, and that's estimated at 25 inbound in a peak hour. Again, 25 trips coming in, 25 trips going out, divided amongst 2 driveways. So again, I like to put it in terms of 25 trips. Again, that's 1 every 2 minutes. You think about it, it's a fairly, if I asked you to wait 2 minutes here right now, we'd be like, that's a long time. So it's not it's a fairly minor impact in terms of adding traffic to the roadway, this type of use, because of the convenience nature of it.
Thank you. Council, any questions before?
I have a question for staff.
Okay. As you were, does that conclude your presentation, or were you going to call someone else up, sir?
Yes. Okay, he is okay with the buffers that we're talking.
Does he want to step forward?
He's coming.
Yes.
Please state your name.
Sir, Mayor and council members. I'm the president of this company, and I'm the one of the owner. And I would like to say this, I can understand the concerns, but we would like to make sure, and we will give you the guarantee that whatever is required, we want to do it to make it safe. I have built I'm the owner of the lot of stations, and we have built in Brevard County more than 20 locations. And we do not have a complaint on any one locations. In fact, in Palm Bay, I have more than 6 locations right now. And we do not have a complaint that there are any safety problems or anything. And we would definitely make sure that any hazard, any things which can hurt anybody, no, we would take care of it, will not do something. If we have to do the buffer zone, we'll do it. We need to do the right lighting so that we can do the right lighting so it does not bother anybody. We do not have both the access, if you can see, they are not at the corner. So there is a plenty place, even in the front. It is at the left-hand side, almost over 200 feet away that entrance is. And the same thing, that entrance is also quite a bit away from the end of the property. And you can see another thing, that there is a big retention pond. That retention pond actually should not lighting in the back or somewhere. Will not even reach in the back. But we understand on the side, will have special lighting where it will not go outside, and we'll try to protect everything we can.
Okay. All right, sir. I have a question from Councilman Hammer.
Mine is more or less, they did agree to the buffer on the east side. Are we going to discuss the size of the buffer? Is it going to be 50 feet, 60 feet? Should this move on, I just want to make sure, just saying, yes, we'll make a buffer, I would kind of like to discuss what that buffer consists of, and is it stormwater buffer, is it landscape, what kind of buffer is it going to be?
Well, those are questions that.
Yeah.
Those are questions that you can ask.
Yes, the buffer we are talking about on the east side.
Yes, sir.
Right now, I think, what is that landscaping?
Yeah,
things
standard
is-
landscaping,
How much it is?
25 feet.
25 feet. And we can have very heavy landscaping with the palm trees and everything, and completely block that each side. Completely, we can block it, pretty much with the landscaping.
Well, what afraids me, or what worries me about the landscaping is you have people coming up Glen Cove to turn. I don't want that landscaping to block them to be able to see cars coming back and forth. So, I mean, like a shift of the whole property, another 25, 50 feet west, even just to further that buffer between the houses?
25 feet, the whole thing?
Is that what we're
To the west,
discussing, or?
I think you brought it up. Is that amenable to you, Deputy Mayor?
I'm only support of the project if it's a mid-range station on the far western portion of the property.
Mid-range?
Mid-block.
Mid-block?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is that, 50 feet?
No, I'm talking on the western portion. That's more than 50 feet. It takes it away from an intersection, I understand that, but.
Yeah.
Can I say something, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Property is definitely commercial. We can take and move 25 feet, I don't have a problem. We are going to lose 25, 30 feet, we are okay with it. But to move to mid-block, we are going to, at the end of the day, again, we are going to use that property at the corner at some time, and it can be anything, office building, doctor buildings, something will always happen. So why not if you can accept it and let us move 25, 30, 40 feet, it would be completely a buffer zone, and we'll move the whole thing 25, 30 feet.
Okay, does that,
That wasn't something that I had a concern with. It was something we were discussing. I was
Yeah.
just trying to get a number there in stone to have that
Discussion?
on record.
well, I also, just a second, gentlemen, as I try to navigate this issue with the colleagues on this dais, I got to remember that we have one on the phone. So Councilman Johnson, are you plugged in with us?
Yes, sir, and I appreciate the dialogue, Mayor. I'm tracking and I'm following along with council, specifically Deputy Mayor Jaffe's request.
Okay, so what are your thoughts?
So I like the project in the sense of capitalism, and when we look at spatial competition, for example, when you look at food stores, when they're spaced out and too far away, people have to travel further. But when you have we have Publix or Thrifty or Walmart, that actually alleviates traffic because residents don't have to travel as far. I do agree with what Deputy Mayor Jaffe was talking, but I hear Mr. Shaw's concerns, but I'm open. I'm on the fence right now, but I would say I'm more in support of the project than not. But I would like those recommendations to be
All right,
considered.
sir, so, I hear you, so since I have you online right now, what's proposed by the applicant at this point is he's willing to move it further west up to 40 feet, is what I heard. Is that correct? Up to
Okay.
40 feet, create an additional buffer to the residents on the east. Are you amenable to that?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hammer.
My other questions are for staff and the city attorney.
Okay. Councilman Langevin, any comments at this point? Not at this point. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Does that conclude your presentation, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes?
Or what else would you like to say, Mr. Shaw?
As I said before, I have always done what I have said and will do it exactly what we are talking about. We will move definitely 40 feet and will make the safer place. So lighting also will take care of it, so that should never be a problem.
Okay. So that would be part of the conditional use?
Yes,
is
please.
to move it 40 feet, which you're amenable to. Also, the lighting, no light pollution outside of your commercial property.
Exactly.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes,
All right.
please.
Thank you. So that's on the record. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does that conclude your comments, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, council.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
the Hammerhead question
Yeah,
for staff.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
I think we first need a motion, but go ahead.
My first question, if I can have the city manager call Althea up, please.
Oh.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson.
There were some concerns made that I really hope can be addressed. Somebody made a statement that this brings risks of cancer to the area. Is there any kind of environmental, anything environmentally that's coming up to make those a factual decision-making in tonight?
There's nothing within our code requirements that requires that type of analyses. I can't speak to that.
But you don't know if this has any factual basis or not?
I do not know that that's a factual statement.
Ma'am, you're out of order.
Another one is, in our city, how many of these are allowed per intersection? Is this something that is allowed per intersection?
the code-
Is it based on the road or the amount of cars that pass, or is it just
It's
period per intersection?
It is the road type. First of all, it has to be a collector road in terms of our classification from our comprehensive plan. That's number one. And once you have the collector classification met, we're only permitted to have 2 directly at the intersection, is all that the code permits. It doesn't say you have to have 2. It says you may have 2.
Okay, and my last thing is for the city attorney. With the approval being across the street and all the facts that we've been given tonight, would a denial cause a legal issue? Because that's the most important thing here, because I want to make sure we are legally doing the right thing here. And I think you've heard the same facts as me, and I just want to make sure we're making the right decision based on the facts, because we are not citizens here. We're actually the judges in this. Being a quasi-judicial hearing, we have to make our rulings based on the facts. And I just want to make sure we're doing exactly what the law says, because I do have my feelings about this, and these are my opinions. I am behind what Councilman Jaffe says, but I do want the facts on what we can legally do with the facts given tonight.
As this is a quasi-judicial matter, your decision must be based upon competent and substantial evidence. Certainly, the report from the staff report is competent and substantial evidence. Evidence that you have heard from the applicant's traffic engineer, that is competent, substantial evidence. And it also has to be based upon the factors that are in the code. So the conditional use standards as they're listed in the code are the factors that you must consider, and you must base your decision based on competent, substantial evidence. Citizen testimony can be competent, substantial evidence as long as it's fact-based. You know, if it is something that requires substantial knowledge, examples that are typically are environmental issues, traffic engineers, those are things that require advanced knowledge and cannot be, competent substantial evidence cannot be based upon just mere citizen testimony. That you're going to have to defer to the experts, whether they're the applicant's experts or city staff. If it is not a factor in the conditional use, that is not a factor which you may deny upon.
Are we allowed to deny based on an environmental study? Should that be something coming forward, or is that not a guideline that is within our code for us to make a decision based off?
The conditional use standards do not include reference to an environmental study, and you also have no environmental study or anybody who could competently testify on that, but it's not one of your enumerated standards, no.
Thank you very much.
Does that conclude your questions? Yes. Okay. All right. All right, council.
All right, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2026-08 under the conditional buffer that we discussed with the applicant.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, second by Councilman Johnson. Okay, Councilman Langevin, you made the motion. Any?
Yeah, I'll just briefly say, it's commercially zoned, a gas station is commercial use. With this being a quasi judicial hearing, I don't see any other professional substantiated evidence that could, rule against this. So I think it's our legal duty to approve this. And I appreciate the applicant for working with us and doing some things to do some buffering. And then I would just ask him, just make sure, which I think he does already, that it's as nice and clean as possible and we keep it a safe and sightly business.
Thank you. Councilman Johnson?
Nothing else to add, Mayor. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Councilman Hammer, any discussion?
Yeah, I'm legally going to have to approve it. I am
Sir?
I am against it.
Ma'am, ma'am, please.
And you don't care about the kids in the neighborhood.
Ma'am, you're out of, I understand. I understand your frustration. Ma'am?
I'm gonna.
So I've got, excuse me, you're out of order. Carry on, Councilman.
I am going to ask that we maybe find some other studies. I am going to ask for that on the environmental impact. I am extremely torn on this. I am extremely torn on this. I do not want to it being quasi-judicial. I want to table it and have some more discussion on it, and I think we can come up with something better for the community and better for the intersection, if that's an option for everybody. But
Sir,
I know.
I can't go down this range.
I know. Thank you.
So right now, Councilman Hammer, on the legalities of everything that you said, and here's the concern at this point. Your concerns with the environmental study were answered by the city attorney, and that's I understand your conflict. I understand that. However, at this point, she responded to those concerns. So I've got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Councilman Johnson. And is there any further discussion by you, Deputy Mayor?
No, Mayor.
Okay. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, all right, okay. I'm gonna say this. And I haven't said this, but I'm gonna say this. In my heart, I feel one way. And the project is a commercial project. Now, here's the deal. We have a gas station by a school right now in our community. And it's been there for how many years? So anyway, I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Motion. I never voted.
A non-vote is an aye vote, sir.
You voted and I vote?
No, a non-vote is an aye vote based on our procedures.
Then it passes 3-2.
Wait a minute. No, there should be no,
I passed.
wait.
No,
There should be
listen
no
up.
non-votes.
I want a roll call.
Everybody has to vote unless you
Let's
abstain.
go with a roll call. I'll go with a roll call.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe,
Nay.
Councilman Johnson,
Aye.
Councilman Hammer,
Nay.
Councilman Langevin,
Aye.
Mayor Medina.
I have to go with the law. I have to vote aye. Sorry, passes 3-2. Thank you. All right, I'll take a 5-minute recess. Passes 3-2.
No gas station in his backyard in his $5 billion home.
26,000 square foot.
Probably no gas station in here. And we're on a break. No problem. Hold on.
Mr. Jones.
Okay, you're live.
I'm going to call this meeting back to order, and we're going to start with public hearings item number 2. I'm going to open up the public hearing. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I'm going to ask staff to come up and present for the consideration of the program year 2026 annual action plan.
Is Councilman Johnson still online?
I have to get him back on the line.
Thank you.
And staff is gone.
It's difficult to navigate when we have someone on the phone. I have to always remember that I have another council member making a decision, and yet he's not here. See, it's an empty seat, but he's online. Technology today.
No problem.
Councilman Johnson, you're online?
Councilman Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, welcome back. All right, so now we're on item number 2, public hearing, sir. I opened the public hearing, and I just deferred to Mr. Morton.
There we go. If we can have 1 minute, please.
Okay. I gotta breathe. I ran.
Were you running?
I'm sorry?
Were you running?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ms. Carter.
Okay. It's okay. Brevard County has advised Palm Bay that Brevard County Home Consortium will receive an estimated $1,071,743.52 in federal fiscal year 2026-27 home funds from HUD. Palm Bay's share of the program year 2026 home funds is $225,494.84. Oh, I gotta use this. I think you can see that
Yes, ma'am.
over there. Staff solicited public input.
Stand by, Ms. Carter. Catch your breath, sister. I don't need you to faint on me. I need you just to breathe.
Yes, I shouldn't have gone over to Building A to use the
Oh,
restroom.
did you? It's okay. It's okay. I'm willing to take an extra minute or so. Just relax.
Okay,
I know what it is to be out of breath.
okay, thank you. Staff solicited public input on the city's home program during a public meeting held on February 25th, 2026. One proposal was submitted by March 27th, 2026 proposal deadline, and that was Macedonia Community Development Corporation of South Brevard. They have a property located at 2286 and 2294 Washington Street, Northeast Palm Bay. This neighborhood has the highest concentration of low to moderate income people in the city of Palm Bay. It's 92%, close to 93% low to moderate income. Macedonia Community Development Corporation of South Brevard is seeking funding to support the construction of a single-family home located at the address that I mentioned on Washington Street in Driscoll Heights neighborhood. The home will be 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, 1-car garage, and it will be approximately 1,450 square feet, and will be built using concrete block with stucco exterior. Macedonia Community Development Corporation will be contributing $120,635 in private funds to the project. This is an affordable housing project for low to moderate income people, and it's identified as a priority in our 2022-2027 consolidated plan. I've worked with Macedonia. They've built a lot of homes in the city of Melbourne, and they do more than just build the homes. They spend time with people. They do financial literacy. They do budgeting. So it's more of a transition, and it's workforce housing. People have to work, and they also have to learn these skills. Overall, staff is recommending, and you'll see that there, the first project is the Macedonia project. The second one will be the Chodo that will assist Macedonia. They've done that also with experience in Melbourne. And they're asking, the project will be for Macedonia, $169,121.13 from the city, plus we will bring forward some leftover unobligated funds of $62,970.79. What you're seeing on the right-hand side are all the one-year recommendations, because we can't go beyond the $225,494.84 for the county. However, we're going to add monies to that project, and then Macedonia will also bring their private funds. The Community Housing Development Organization will use their funds. It's a mandatory set-aside that HUD has nationwide of 15%, and they will actually develop the project. Then we're asking for our home administration dollars, the Chodo dollars at $33,824.23, our home administration dollars at $16,754.27, and then the county with all of our groups, because they're the lead in the consortium, asked for administrative dollars of $5,795.22, and that will obligate all of the $225,494.84 for the year for the home program. Approval of the proposed program year 2026 home funding. That's what staff is requesting, home funding, and provide notice for our next public hearing, which will be July the 2nd. We're required to do 2 public hearings. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
And I can tell you that the Macedonia is here.
Okay.
There, if you have any questions of them, and if you guys want to stand, I think most of them are here. Yeah, they're here representing their project.
Well, it seems like we could even have church here.
Okay.
So, Ms. Carter, this home on Washington Street, is this the home that Ms. Connie spoke on the public comments regarding the FPL that has to be rediverted? Is this that home?
No, that's Miss Terry's home. Miss Terry is here also, and her daughter. Her daughters are here. One flew down for this meeting. I will tell you an experience I had at Miss Terry's house, though, in going over and watching the construction. One neighbor said, I wanted to move off this street, but because I see improvements. So Miss Terry's home was torn down, is being rebuilt. Macedonia actually owns a triplex right next door. This is vacant property. It's right on the corner of Florida Avenue and Washington. So the lady said to me, I'm really thinking about not moving because I'm seeing improvements on my street. And it's so enlightening to hear that kind of, people say those kind of things, because they can visually see a change being made in that neighborhood. It's 92%. It's one of the highest areas for low to moderate income persons in all of Brevard County. And I know that because I've worked almost all in several cities, so, and the county. So.
That was my question. Mike Hammer, Councilman Hammer has a question.
Yes, I'm always one to understand our vendor performance and the people that we work with in the past. I know we've done a few things with Macedonia in the past. What has the success been with those?
Very, very successful, and that's why I can talk about it even from the city of Melbourne. It's stabilizing the neighborhood.
Okay. Yeah, that's something that is extremely important with me, is that the people we've worked with in the past, they get recognized as either being successful or having issues with before any decisions are made.
Proven results is what you're saying, right, Councilman? Thank you. Any other questions, Ms. Denise? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I think we're good. At this point, I'd like to see if anyone in the audience wishes to speak for or against this item. Yes, sir. Step right up, sir. By show of hands, all you have to do is raise your hand and come and speak on this item. Oh, it's Pastor Nathaniel Harris.
How are you? I'm Nathaniel Harris, pastor of Macedonia Baptist Church in the residence of Palm Bay. Amen. And I'd just like to say we are very much interested in continuing to improve the community in which we live in which we worship in. And the record speaks for itself that we are committed about the development in the areas of those that are especially run down and need improvement. So we ask the council if you will consider our record of working with the city of Melbourne and Palm Bay in the development of affordable homes that the people of the community will be able to live and take pride in living in the community. So that's about it for us.
God bless you, Pastor. It's great to see you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Yes, sir. Step right up. You too, Ms. Connie, wanted to speak? All right, so come closer. You're next.
Mayor and Council, thank you very much. My name is Jerry Phillips. I'm also a resident of Palm Bay, been a resident since 1980. And I want to add one thing here that Palm Bay have been doing for us, to the Macedonia Community Development Corporation. You actually helped us build some homes in Melbourne. And I'm so happy now that we may have the opportunity to build one in Palm Bay. And so in the past, you have built almost 2 homes in Melbourne. Money had to be spent in a hurry. And you also gave us funding to go towards another home. But it's great to be able to say that we're going to be building in Palm Bay, because that's where my taxi goes, and I want to see more and more of that. We're excited about that location, and we are looking forward to help develop that street. And I believe that, be confident that the community have in us, and that thing you help us to do, I think we can make that a real super street for everybody to be appreciated. So I want to thank you for all your support in the past. We look forward to continuing working with you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Connie.
Good evening. I met with Macedonia before, and because they supposed to be doing the Phoenix apartment on Northview Street, and I know it's some problems that running into there and everything. So I welcome them to the community, but I would also like to see more towards like where the people will own their houses, like community initiative program where y'all work with them, and the people that we have 2 of those houses in our community, one on Northview and one on William Street. But I would like to see where people own their houses, end up owning their houses. Now what Macedonia's doing, it's a good thing, because they do give people a chance to, to have a home and stuff and everything. So that's all I want to say, and everything. But I would like to see where they will end up owning their houses.
So if I'm tracking you correctly, like Habitat for Humanity?
Like Habitat, like
Okay, I'm
Community
tracking.
Initiative, is two homes in our community, like I say, one on Northview Street and one on William Street. So I would like to see that more in our community where the people own the houses.
I agree with you. Perhaps we could work with Habitat for Humanity for that. Copy that. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am, you're next.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Davis. I too am a resident of Palm Bay. I have two homes here, and I think back before I retired from Brevard Public School System, there was a program called Teacher Next Door. And they would put a teacher next door in a rundown neighborhood or neighborhoods that were not up to par to help build the neighborhood. Well, this is what Macedonia is doing. They are building neighborhoods. If you go by any of the homes that have already been built, you will see model homes, not looking for anything that can distinguish whether white, black, red, anyone who lives there. Macedonia has done a great thing for Melbourne and Palm Bay, and we want to continue. So please help us continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
So moved.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Councilman Hammer. Any discussion, Councilman Johnson?
No, Mayor, nothing else to add. You heard Reverend, you heard the community. This is good for them. This is good for us.
Yeah, Councilman Hammer? All right, I think, take this opportunity to really commend Macedonia Church and all their efforts in building up those communities and our communities here is an appropriate time for me to say that. So congratulations, Pastor, and your body of Christ there. Really appreciate what you do. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Passes 4-1. We are now on item number 3. I'm opening up the public hearing, asking for a motion. Mr. Morton, or asking for Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. We'll ask Althea Jefferson to come up and present the CDBG block grant, unless Ms. Carter's doing it. Are you doing it? Your name was in there, whoever wants to do it. Thank you very much.
Althea or Ms. Carter?
Do I need that?
That's arm wrestle for it.
Okay. Yes. This is a request for City Council's preliminary approval of projects and activities proposed for inclusion in the city's community development block grant program for fiscal year FY '26. For program year 2026, the city will receive $805,531 in community development block grant funds from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development as a direct entitlement recipient. CDB Community Development Block Grant allocations for program year 2026 were released, and a letter was sent to HUD, from HUD to you, to the mayor, dated April 9th, 2026. 2 public hearings must be held on the action plan, one for preliminary approval tonight, and the final action plan public hearing is planned for July 2nd. At the $805,531 funding level, our administrative cost is based on that.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay.
Carry on.
It's based on that, and the maximum that we can use is 20% of our annual allocation, so that's $161,106.20. We also received an application for down payment assistance at $180,000, and we received applications for public services at $120,829.65. And a proposal for capital improvements, several proposals for $343,595 from the from public facilities. let's see, let me go on. The Citizens Advisory Board deliberated last night on the staff's recommendations. This year's staff recommendations varied from the Community Development Advisory Board, and I wanted to point out some of the differences. Staff, we factored in if an agency received funding from the city under other grants. And we had to do that. We get so many grants, and it's so competitive for a small amount of money, 20% of our annual allocation. And so staff did not recommend Volunteers of America because we gave them $975,000 in ARPA money recently. And we're getting ready in a few weeks to give them $100,000 toward the same project in SHIP funding for the 31-unit apartment building. Then the South Boulevard Women's Center received $309,000. They closed their project at the end of December for 4 units, and they're going to come back to the city and ask for another up to $400,000 in SHIP funds to renovate 4 other vacant units that's been vacant about 2 years. So, and those units will be used for domestic violence persons. So the CDBG, the advisory board, also, you'll see staff recommendations in one column and then the advisory board recommendations. And the way we varied is that in order to fund the South Boulevard Women's Center, which was added last night, staff did not recommend them for funding. Several agencies got their funds cut. That would be Aging Matters, Alzheimer's, and Club Esteem, and Parks and Recreation Summer Camp. And so staff is recommending the staff recommendation column. And then if you want to change anything, you can, but that's the staff's recommendation. And this is the first time that's ever happened where we just, the meeting would have been prolonged with the two, we just didn't come together on a few items. So we're working with them, and the other group that was not recommended for funding, and I'll tell you, Catholic Charities, we're working with them to move them to the SHIP program.
Okay.
So the staff, we tried to be as creative as possible this year because we had so many requests. So we looked at if a group could go to SHIP. We looked at if we were funding them under other grants, then maybe some of the other groups that didn't ask for that grant could be recommended. So projects proposed in the preliminary funding proposal action plan are consistent with the consolidated plan. Staff recommends preliminary council approval of the proposed projects and activities for inclusion in the program year 2026 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan, and to provide for notice for a final public hearing scheduled for July 2nd.
So, thank you, Ms. Carter. So if I could.
Yeah, get on the mic though, Althea.
Thank you. So if I could, I'm going to take you back. We showed you 2 different tables tonight. Let's take you back to the first one. As Ms. Carter mentioned, last night we met with the Community Development Action Advisory Board, and you'll see the column where staff's recommendations were slated and presented to the board last night. And then the board took some time. We took a 10-minute recess, and they rated the applications as well. We put the ranking orders out just for your benefit so you could see the difference between what staff had recommended versus the advisory board. Tonight, we're just asking you to make a final decision as to what will be funded. When you look at staff's recommendations, they took into account the use of the funds, making sure that they were in line with the national objectives, and of course, the board did the same. and there were differences. As Ms. Carter mentioned, primary difference on this first screen, and I'll have to get closer, was the change in the financing for the parks. Yes. The parks project. And then on the second one, it's really a disbursement of the funds that staff had recommended that they be used for the down payment assistance, and that was dispersed over a couple of different applications.
Ms. Althea,
Which you can go with the board's recommendations, where the bottom line in terms of the amount of money spent is the same. However, they're just dispersed differently.
okay, Ms. Althea, does Councilman Johnson sit on this
Yes.
advisory board? Okay,
Yes.
I'd like to hear from him
Certainly.
while you're still there. Councilman Johnson?
Yes, sir. I was just waiting for everything to be finished up. But yeah, we had a pretty good meeting, a lengthy meeting. We did agree with majority of staff's recommendations, but as it was mentioned by Mrs. Carter and Mrs. Robinson, there were areas that we disagreed, and the main ones were specifically with the women's shelter and with the CHI, the $180,000. The reason why I had brought it up, and then one of the other board members had agreed with me. And this was my opinion, but I felt it was a valid one. For the $180,000, that was for 3 homes, which was an amount of $60,000 for a down payment per homeowner. So I personally felt that was pretty excessive. I felt like the $180,000 could be better distributed amongst multiple families. So for that sake, and being that it was a high priority for the parks and facilities for Veterans Park, I felt it was better to reallocate a portion of that towards Veterans Park, and the remainder go to the down payment assistance.
Okay, so why does staff disagree?
As Ms. Carter mentioned, when staff went through, they used the national standards, but then they also added another element whereby they looked at funding from other programs from some of the applicants, and essentially said we're helping them in other areas with the funding, but we have applicants who haven't received any funding from any of the programs, and gave them a higher rating because of that.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Jaffe?
Yeah, could you educate me on the Community Housing Initiative? What exactly that program is, what the process looks like?
Yes.
Is there a minimum award amount, a maximum award amount?
I don't know if she's here this night. I don't see her. We tried to ask the nonprofits to attend. Community Housing Initiative runs all of the down payment assistance programs for the city of Titusville, Melbourne, Cocoa, Palm Bay, and when we have a down payment assistance, they run all, and the county. So they're the nonprofit that has trained, they're HUD certified, and they do counseling. They also do the income compliance for Habitat for Humanity. So when Habitat qualifies anybody, they go through Community Housing Initiative because they have the experience and they are HUD certified. So they are housing counseling agency. And so they have the experience and they do down payment assistance.
Of the 106,000 that CDAB board is recommending, how much of that goes towards their administrative costs, and how much goes to the end user?
I think they charge, is it 5,000 maybe at the most? At the most, it's not much.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not charging much. Mhm. It primarily goes to the end user, and we also use it for rehab. So they've used up to about 10,000 on a house for rehab, because a lot of the applicants can't qualify for a new build home. So they can qualify for like a 250 home in Palm Bay. But new builds are 300 and up.
Does that conclude? Councilman Hammer?
All right, help me explain this a little bit. With CHI, CHI becomes a second mortgage, correct?
No, we pay them. They don't.
Okay,
they
so
don't
if
come
I
down.
go to CHI and I ask for down payment assistance, because when they make you go through steps to make sure your income is valid and everything else, do you not pay a payment every month to CHI for that back?
No.
I do.
Oh, okay.
I got CHI because I was trying to get a home. It was my first home, and I've been in my house probably 6 or 7 years. I'm still paying a payment to CHI. What I want to know is when you do pay that, if we're paying into it and I'm paying it back, where does that funding go to?
This is the first I've heard of that anybody pay. We pay for the applicant that comes through us. I can't speak to, did you go through the city of Palm Bay?
I went through Brevard County.
Okay, so I can't speak to Brevard County, but I can tell you if they're coming through the city of Palm Bay, we pay the fee to CHI, and that's it.
Well, I bought my house here in Palm Bay.
Okay.
I used CHI. I think it was $4,500 that I got, and I have to pay it back every month.
Okay, well.
So I have
I
some
know of
questions.
no one else, I don't know of anyone else that's paying
My bank
that.
account knows.
Okay, I'm saying, I don't know how yours was structured. I don't know how your deal was structured. That's all I'm saying, sir.
Okay, because I know that even when I had been paying on my home for so long, you have to have mortgage insurance. Once I go to get my mortgage insurance off, I can't do that because I have a second mortgage through CHI. So I'm confused how all this works because I thought I understood it. And then I'm sitting here seeing we're giving them money, and I get given them money, but what if I'm paying it back, where's it going? So I have questions about that myself. My other question is, why are we thinking of giving less money to Aging Matters? Because that is something that I am adamantly in support of. And that's something because I have gone out with Aging Matters. I have gone out and seen the impact that they give on people. And these people aren't just getting meals. These are the only people that they have interaction with. And some of those people that I met handing out food, I've still stopped by and saw and made sure they're okay. And some of these people, I've even reached out, given, if someone calls me and has like a scooter to give away, I'll contact Aging Matter, and they give me people with scooters. I think it's an extremely underrated service, and I am not going to be in any way, shape, or form for even reducing that by a penny.
That's what I said, sir. Staff recommendations, we're recommending staff recommendations.
Okay.
And you can vary that. So for public services, if you want to keep with staff recommendations, and the reason why the staff was recommending it, it's because so many agencies were changed last night. They were reduced. Aging Matters was reduced. Alzheimer's was reduced. And Palm Bay Recreation Summer Camp was reduced.
Yeah.
So staff recommended, and also we look at how we can manage. We have to manage all of these groups. We have to monitor all of these groups. And when we add on additional ones, then that does challenge our capacity to operate.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
so hold on a second. What I'm hearing is your staff recommendation addresses Councilman Hammond's concerns regarding Aging Matters, right?
Yes.
So then
For
the
public
the
service.
second,
It still goes down another 5.
No, it doesn't.
sir, if you're looking at the left, it says staff recommendation.
Agency request 27, staff request 23.
We did not fund anybody at the
Full.
level that they asked for the money. No agency is,
So, and I know that you're working on getting other agencies fund it through other mechanisms, right? Other venues.
We funded, we're funding 10 public service agencies right now
Okay,
because we
Ms.
got
Carter,
the
my
extra
question
monies.
is, South Brevard Women's Center,
Mhm.
staff's recommendation is 0.
Yes. That's because
what
we're
other-
going, they're coming back to us to
Okay,
ask us to
okay.
renovate
Okay.
the 4 units, and
Okay.
it could be up to $400,000.
Understood. That
Understand
was my
that.
question. Okay,
So
carry on.
I have a few more questions. I'm really sorry. This is something that I dug deep on. When I got elected, one of my main things was bringing YMCA to Palm Bay. Does this
Yes. the
Palm
Y-
Bay Recreation going from 15,000 to 10,000 on there, does that affect us utilizing YMCA again for our summer program? Because if I remember correctly, the summer program went great.
They are running the summer camp program this year, and we're only funding low to moderate income persons. So that's families that typically probably could not afford summer camp. So this helps poor children attend summer camp.
Okay, well, I would have loved to had some interaction from somebody at CHI to get some answers on that. I would want to have the agency request number for Aging Matters to be up. I would like to see Club Esteem better. Club Esteem is huge for our community. And Matthew's Hope, when I go on Facebook, when I go on social media, Matthew's Hope is always out there helping people. That's something that I would like to see a little higher than that too. And if it comes from CHI, so be it. On page 1,
We can't, the maximum amount of money that we can give for public services is the 128.29.
Okay.
So we cannot take capital improvements and
Okay.
move it. We can reduce the down payment assistance, and we can move that to capital improvements, but we can't change
yeah.
this. So,
Does that conclude your question, sir?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so at this point, I'd like to ask the audience if there's any, does that conclude your presentation, Ms. Carter?
yes.
Okay.
And I'll come back.
I'd like to, please step forward if you have, if you're for or against this item. I've got Stice, Butch, and then Master Chief, in that order, according to how you raise your hands, sir.
Yes, never mind. That's Chief Krusty is his new nickname, but we love him. As you know, I've always been a big supporter of Aging Matters, and I understand you can't fund everything. But there have been a couple of council members who have been on, made some deliveries to Aging Matters. I know this. I think Chief Spears has done that. This is when you're really in the trenches, okay? And you're talking about veterans, you're talking about elderly people, you're talking about your parents' age. And these are folks that are really hurting physically, emotionally. Some of them, the kids have abandoned them. I'd like to talk to the deputy city manager about one location that we're going to have to get some additional help in that. But this is critical. This is absolutely critical to your parents, your uncles, your brothers and sisters. This is food. And when you come up here and when you look at the meals that are pretty sparse, people are hanging on by their fingernails, Mr. Mayor, to try to get through and get enough calories in here to eat. And that's been cut several times. So again, I don't want to get too deep in here, but I've been doing this for 6 years now, and you really have been on different routes, and you see the need is enormous. Sometimes when you go to the house and ring your bell, you feel like you're in a third world country with how they're living and what have you, and people have died in their homes because of neglect, and the food is minimal at best that keeps these folks alive. So this is hugely important. And again, the Bible says you'll owe with the poor, you'll have with you always. But this is the poor and downtrodden right now. And I really think we need to really give this some serious consideration to making, getting these food to these folks. Please give that due consideration. Thank you.
Ma'am, you raise your hand after, see the gentleman right behind you? That gentleman with that mustache? You go right after him.
Excuse me, Butch Oran, 219 Trenton Avenue. Melbourne, Powell. Why? Why are we giving money to Melbourne for their PAL program when we're trying to get ours started again?
We'll get an answer for you, Butch.
Okay,
Is
thank
that,
you.
is that it?
That's
Okay.
it.
Okay. We'll get an answer for you, sir.
Chief Krusty here.
Master Chief to you.
Butch brought up the same question I did, was the Greater Melbourne PALS program. If it's the CDBG funds, doesn't Melbourne get a fund just like we do? So why are we giving ours to given to Melbourne? So it's basically the exact same question. And $19,000, $20,000, can put it to something else, whichever group you thought was more deserving. Thank you.
Ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Mirta. I'm a realtor here in Palm Bay. And can we go back to the first slide? Is that possible? Yeah. So I'm looking at the community housing initiative. And I just want to say from personal experience that people are having trouble affording homes. And the prices are just going up and up and up. And, you know, a lot of people are renting rooms instead of buying homes because they can't afford it. So to me, anything that you guys can do, anything that we can do to help people be able to afford a home, I think is a good thing. Because at this point, renting a home, it's cheaper to buy a home for most people than it is to rent a home. So for me, I'm really sensitive to people who are trying to buy a home because, to be honest, I have not been able to buy a home, and I've lived in Palm Bay since 2011. So it's a real problem. It's very expensive to live here, and so anything that we can do, any funds that we can do to help people towards that, I think is very important, and I think we should be investing more funds than less to help people live in homes.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Please step forward.
Hi, Con McCleary, President of Power Neighborhood Watch 2245 Northview Street. Now, Councilman Hammer is complaining about community housing initiative, but the point of it is they do give people a chance to own their house. And if it wouldn't have been from them, you probably wouldn't even have no house. So I'm just saying, I don't mind giving money to something like that because the person do end up owning their home. It's not like they rent their home from someone and you giving money to them. You know, so I don't mind Community Action Network. And with Melbourne PAL, they probably have to come here because they not allowed, you know, they stopped that because they used to be double dipping. You know, Club Esteem, they would get money from Melbourne and Palm Bay. So now from what I understand, they can only get it from one city. So that's probably why Melbourne PAL is on the list, because they probably couldn't get it from Melbourne because they're getting it from Palm Bay, which is, I think, is fair. You know, because if you're getting it from one city, you shouldn't be able to get it from both cities. That's just my opinion, you know, and everything. So the age matter thing, and I think the Alzheimer, they both should be upped because a lot of people suffer from Alzheimer's too, and you know, and stuff. So I think both of them should be up too. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Step forward, sir.
Hello. My name is Rufus Williams, president of Greater Melbourne Police Athletic League. So I just wanted to answer a couple of the questions that I just heard. Melbourne Pal, when Palm Bay Pal shut down, we met with them. We then stepped in and started helping the city of Melbourne. What we do for Palm Bay has nothing to do with Melbourne. We go to the Palm Bay schools. We mentor Palm Bay kids. We do everything Palm Bay, and that's a requirement. We have to turn in to them names, families, everything we do. Everything we do for Palm Bay with these funds will be done in the city of Palm Bay for Palm Bay kids. For Melbourne summer camp, that, we do summer camp, 40, 50 kids for them. Nothing to do with the same thing here. Here we do mentoring, Stone Mill School, Palm Bay, different activities with the Palm Bay kids. And we have to actually give names, families. Families have to sign off on everything. So I don't want people to think just because our name, but when Palm Bay PAL shut down, we had a meeting. They came, they say they were shut down. West Melbourne PAL shut down. In fact, West Melbourne PAL's president was State PAL's president. She's now on our board. So we have picked up PALs from all over and stepped up to do responsibility for the kids. A lot of the kids from Palm Bay are in our youth leagues and things like that, but none of these funds will go to anything sports. It's all about the mentoring. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you. I guess that you have your answer, Butch and Master Chief. All right, anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the staff recommendations on page 2 and the CDAB recommendations on page 1.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any further discussion, gentlemen?
That's it.
Mayor,
Yes.
just want to reconfirm. So staff recommendations in regards to public services such as Aging Matters, et cetera, Matthew's Hope. But the CDAB's recommendation in regards to the reduction for CHI down payment assistance
Yep.
and it going to Veterans Park Phase 2.
Yeah, page 2. That's what I heard.
Okay, just wanted to confirm, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so I got a motion and a second. A motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1.
Thank you.
We're now on item number 4. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-13, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Title 11 Business Regulations, Chapter 120, Cannabis Dispensing Businesses, by prohibiting the establishment of medical marijuana treatment center dispensing facilities within the municipal boundaries, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for inclusion in the City of Palm Bay Code of Ordinances, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Deputy Mayor, take it away.
Second reading, don't have anything to add from the first reading.
Council, any questions of staff? None? Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Okay, I've got 3, and all 3 went up at the same time. So, Mr. Hook, you're first, Butch, you're second, and Pastor Ken, you're third.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Doug Hook, 1091 Mariposa. I understand the thinking behind this and the logic behind it, and I fully support that. One of the things that I heard during the last City Council meeting that I was not able to attend in person was a lot of talk about the demographics of the individuals who use marijuana dispensaries in the City of Palm Bay and in general. One of the things I wanted to just kind of plant a bug in the back of your head. I do understand, again, that this does not affect the currently existing marijuana dispensaries, but we are a Purple Heart city. One of the main uses, or one of the large uses for medicinal marijuana is PTSD and anxiety issues for veterans. So I just wanted to kind of remind City Council that is one of the demographics that is kind of overlooked with this decision. We clearly have a variety of choice in the city of Palm Bay at this time, and I understand, again, why we are taking this motion to begin with. But just keep in mind that we do not want to hurt our veterans who do rely on medicinal marijuana for PTSD and anxiety issues. Thank you.
Next speaker, Butch.
Butch ran 219 Trenton Avenue. All you guys ran on roads and economic building within our city. Bring companies in that are going to build money for the city. I'd like to know how much money has been generated by the dispensaries that's currently here. And they're legitimate business, and we're telling them, stay away from our city. So that's the only, and like the gentleman said, there's certain individuals that use that. I myself, I don't understand it, but they use it. So those are the questions I'd like to answer, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And just psychedelics has also been approved for PTSD. And the president has signed an order for that as well for the VA. So, and it's helping a lot of our veterans. Yes.
Yeah. I'm thankful for this effort. I just looked up the CDC, and I'm all for helping veterans, and certainly PTSD. In our congregation, we have quite a few people that had to deal with it. But under mental health by the CDC, it says cannabis can be use has been linked to social anxiety, depression, schizophrenia, a type of mental illness where people might see or think or hear things that aren't really there. So if we're really interested in helping people that are dealing with that thing, I would suggest that they use some other drug that doesn't have the potential of actually making them see something that's not there or hear something that's not there. So I'm thankful that we're limiting it in its use. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to comment before I finish with the audience?
If I could, Mayor, that'd be great. So I wanted to point out that medicinal marijuana is currently tax exempt, so they don't collect sales tax. Also talking with several local banks, a lot of the larger banks won't actually bank with marijuana dispensaries. And most marijuana dispensaries, if not all, currently don't own any real estate because they have trouble banking. They can't get mortgages to buy real estate. So most of them lease property. And then as far as the job creations, they're not a huge employment center. So those are just my comments on that.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item, please step forward. You're next, sir, if you don't mind coming up. And you're after that young man behind you, Miss Ruth. Please state your names and address.
Kellen Sellers. I just wanted to double tap on what this gentleman back here said.
Go ahead and address me.
Sorry, Rob Medina. I wanted to double tap what he said there about veterans using this and it helping them. As a 100% P&T veteran myself, it does help. It has definitely helped because I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now if it were not for medical marijuana.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Step forward. And you're next, man.
Dane Stolba, 425 Tunis Road. I've always been a very strong opponent of marijuana use, at least for recreational, but medicinally, I'm very supportive of it. And one of my concerns with this is that it grandfathers in current existing businesses, but what happens if for some reason those businesses shut down? From my understanding, the way this is currently worded, there would be no way for another medicinal marijuana dispensary to replace them. And so I believe adding some sort of amendment that would allow them to be replaced or set at the very least, a limit of how many can exist within city limits as opposed to only grandfathering in currently existing businesses. That's all. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Ruth, and I'll let you address that afterwards, sir.
Good evening, council, and mayor and staff. I agree with any sort of business added to Palm Bay, reasonable businesses. I don't want this medical marijuana thing to explode the way it has in the state of Missouri, where my sister lives. She has no reason to have medical marijuana, yet she's able to go to any dispensary and just do whatever. You know, I don't agree with it. She's living her life. She chooses her life. But marijuana is in your system for a long time. That causes a problem with people driving. It's not like alcohol where it's, you know, you have a hangover the next day or maybe the day after. For me, I don't drink anymore, so, but marijuana's different. That marijuana stays in your system and it can pop up at any time. So I don't hear anybody talking about that. I don't hear any of us talking about whether our new Chief Spears is going to be encountering people that are impaired by marijuana, and then their officers are going to hear things like, well, I only smoked it last week or yesterday or the day before. So these are the things I'm concerned about. I can understand, and I have many members of my family are in the military, and my dad had PTSD, and he could have benefited from it as well. Only for medical purposes, and they shouldn't be on every corner in our city. So these are just as important issues that need to be addressed before, you know, we start just letting, you know, willy-nilly businesses just dropping marijuana everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wish, please step forward, sir. Anyone else wish to speak after this young man?
Robert Stice, 1796 Winbrook Drive, Southeast. The one thing I didn't hear, marijuana is about 70% stronger than it was when the hippies were smoking it in the 70s, okay? And a lot of times the medical marijuana is aligns with the recreational marijuana. And coming from Colorado, if you see that, you walk in there, do you want a head high, do you want a body high, do you want both? And my God, the way people drive in Florida today, that's terrifying. So you got to look at how they cross breed, for lack of a better word, the pot, and how much stronger it's been since, you know, it was very popular during the Vietnam War. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing.
Make a motion.
Asking for a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. Deputy Mayor, did you want to address the concerns why we brought this up, why you brought this up, and
Yeah,
it's
so
more
there's
of a home rule thing?
The state of Florida had passed a statute that really doesn't give any cities a path forward on any zoning restrictions. They're allowed anywhere a normal pharmacy or CVS, pharmacy or Walgreens pharmacy can go. The only alternative is an outright ban, which City of Melbourne's had in effect since 2017. Several beachside communities have had in effect since 2014, as well as many counties and cities throughout the state of Florida. I believe in small business. I believe in economic development. The challenge that I had is the fact that we've had 13 built, and some are directly next to a daycare. And so that was the reason why I had asked for this ordinance to be drafted and presented to council. My brother is a vet. He did 2 tours in Afghanistan, so I understand what the effects of PTSD looks like. I don't know if he has a prescription or not. It's not something we speak about. But it was something that was definitely considered by me when working with the city attorney to draft this ordinance to bring for discussion to you gentlemen.
And regarding potential amendments in the future, what we're looking to do is we have no zoning capacity. Could you touch on that regarding?
I'd like to defer that question to the city attorney.
Okay, carry on.
The statute actually specifically prohibits us from limiting the number or treating these dispensaries any differently than we would any other pharmacy. essentially allows us, we can either ban them or we'll treat them as the other pharmacies. Those are our only options. We don't have any ability to regulate them beyond that.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so right now I've got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Passes. Councilman Johnson, you still on?
Aye, aye.
All right, so passes 4-1. Thank you, sir. We're now on procurement, item number 1. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This is consideration of an award proposal for disaster recovery debris removal services under RFP 29, RFP 26. This is the Public Works Department, essentially to ensure that we're adequately prepared for the storm season that's coming. We do make sure we have disaster relief contractors. Those must be selected prior to any reimbursement request or storm event, or we do not get reimbursed. This is adding a third contractor per our policy. We're allowed a primary, a secondary, and a third tertiary contractor, or any combination thereof deemed in the best interest of the city. Really what's driving this third request is typical experience. Depending on where the severity of the storm hits the most is where a lot of these contractors go to chase those intense dollar nexuses. So we just want to make sure we have a third contractor on board in case we do need those debris removal services. We thought it was important, especially in light of the struggles we had with Republic picking up. They did a great job, but it took a really long time to pick up debris from the freeze. And we're also hopeful that that was a great preemptive pruning effort if we do get storm damage this year. So with that, if council has any questions, we have staff here to answer them.
Okay, Councilman Hammer, you have a question?
I more or less have a statement. I want to say thank you to our city manager, thank you to our Public Works Department. I think one of the strategies that we had in the last 2 storms was, yes, we had somebody on the back burner, but we didn't have somebody in case they couldn't come. This here is an example of the proactiveness that this council has asked for. I just want to say that it is noticed. Thank you for doing that. This is something that I would love to see moving forward on a lot more things other than a cleanup response. Being a former Public Works person for almost 14 years, I have the guy that actually hired me as the Public Works Director in the audience. So seeing something like this, I'm really excited to see something proactive moving forward that we asked for. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, are any comment cards?
Bill Baden.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. I have 2 items to bring up on this one. The first one is, last hurricane, the city of Palm Bay was also using their claw trucks to pick up debris. And personal opinion, because I saw both of them at my residence, the city of Palm Bay, they came with the person that was on the ground, raked it up and cleaned it while they were picking it up. So personal opinion, city did a better job than the people that we were paying to do the job, and so that's just a shout out to them personally. The other item is, Florida just went through a major freeze, and as a result of the major freeze, Republics, which we rely on for our yard waste pickup now, is generating more than what we pick up during a regular storm. So all the same dilemmas that we're currently facing because Republics can't keep up with it, they're several months behind in backlog, right? But if we get a hurricane now, because next month we start primary hurricane season, we still have debris on the ground now with Republic, so we're going to be facing another dilemma. And I'm not quite sure how we're going to handle that, other than maybe we can get Republics to work around the clock like Public Works did. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, any other speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any further discussion, gentlemen?
Kenny?
All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Passes 5-0. We're now on unfinished and old business. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I'll probably defer to council, but the first item is consideration of a school resource officer program agreement with Brevard County School Board for the 2026-27 school year. This has been continued, and I believe, and I hope I'm not incorrect, but I believe Councilman Johnson is presenting this item.
Councilman
Thank you, Mr.
Johnson.
Yes, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Morton. So I spoke to 3 out of the 5 school board members, Mr. Susan, Mrs. Campbell, and Mr. Thomas. They both shared their concerns and feeling that the dollar amount was justified. Some actually share concerns with our SROs and the schools that they were at, and feeling that they could be more productive. So one thing that the school board members had mentioned that they said no matter how this vote goes right now today, that they would like to have a discussion, whether it's our principals and our chief, or Dr. Rendell and our chief and some of the principals. They would like to have a discussion just moving forward. But it was also mentioned to me that they are not willing to budge on the amount. I do appreciate Mr. Morton's willingness to attempt to negotiate. He attempted first via phone call with Dr. Rendell, and then myself and himself made our way up to Vieira and spoke with him and Mr. Rashad Wilson, who's second in command with Brevard Public Schools. And they heard our concerns. They wrote a letter in response, which we all received, showing the breakdown of the funds and the increase over the past few years since the legislators passed the bill. Where I'm at today, speaking to one of the school board members, she had mentioned that if we weren't to pick it up, if we were to vote both MOUs down, that the sheriff would be willing to pick them up, but that it will still be Palm Bay Police Department getting the calls. So I'm just here to provide all the information. I appreciate council giving me a chance, an opportunity to attempt to negotiate. I still do feel that they should be bringing more, but at the same point, regardless, I would like for our officers, or I would like for our chief to meet with the principals of the schools who have concerns to see how we can better serve no matter what. But I'm definitely open to the dialogue to what council may or may not have to say. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Well, first of all, where I stand on this, right? But my thoughts are, I appreciate all your hard work. That's the first thing. The second thing I wanted to share with you, since you took this initiative on behalf of the dais, perhaps it's something that we could jointly go together towards, lobbying our state legislators, since they're the ones putting on the mandate, right? Perhaps we can get our legislators to file some type of amendment that would benefit the municipalities and local government. So, and I'll keep it there. I do have Councilman Langevin that has a comment as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And Councilman Johnson, from the sounds of it, you did a lot of work on this. You did a great job, so thank you very much. And I just want to point out that a few months ago, I brought up, something similar in regards to what our resource officers are actually doing and working closer with the district. And so I think that this shows that when you just don't be complacent and you push back, you may not get exactly what you wanted, but now we're having a conversation. And so I appreciate that they want to have a conversation on our resource officers maybe being a little bit more proactive in the schools, because, my experience having gone and doing some volunteering at like Heritage High School and some of the other ones was I was looking around and I was seeing that none of the students at these high schools were following the administrative codes, and they were kind of just allowed to do whatever they want. And I said, well, is nobody enforcing this? Because these are our Palm Bay kids, and if they're not having the rules enforced in school, then it's gonna carry over into society when they graduate. And essentially what I was told was the teachers, a lot of them were scared, because this was not too long after the one student up in North Florida, beat his teacher up when the PlayStation was taken away. And then I was kind of told that the resource officers had to focus on, kind of had a line where they had to focus on criminality, but the line ended there and they couldn't go into administrative code. And so I think this is a good opportunity to sit down with the school board and say, on both sides, hey, what do you expect from our resource officers then? And then this is also what we expect from you on the administrative side, because this is impacting as a whole our Palm Bay community. So at the end of the day, the point is that because we were willing to push on this item, we're able to go have, I think, a productive conversation. So I appreciate your hard work, Councilman Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Langevin.
Deputy Mayor, speaker cards?
Yes, Lance Fisher.
Lance Fisher, retired Deputy Chief, Alma Police Department. So I'm only speaking on this because I have personal knowledge, so I wanted to bring that to the table today. I wasn't for or against this item until I just heard Councilman Johnson speak about it. And what he talks about is the SROs not doing their jobs and things like that. But this has always been a complaint from the school officials. This has been a constant tug of war with us. They're never happy. We're never happy. They don't understand. It's impossible to fill these positions. At one time, we were actually begging officers to take these spots. And so sometimes, and I'm not talking about the current officers because I honestly don't know who they are that's in place. But a lot of times it wasn't it wasn't the best officer to fit that position. It was the only one we could find. And so that's just been the struggle. And I can't speak today if that is still the struggle. That would be up to Chief Spears. But I'll tell you this, these are just the facts that I know of. I just told you they're hard to find. I've talked to several officers over the last week in regards to this event, and your patrol officers are getting slayed out there. With the infrastructure that's being pushed to the northeast and to the southwest, your patrol officers are taking a huge hit. There's been talks of major positions, so if you're going to add more leadership to the team, you're taking away from your patrol. You're not filling these spots. It takes over a year to fill a patrol officer's position. So when you talk about expanding your leadership ranks, you're taking away from your officers, the guys that are answering the calls for service. There's, I've been told 2-man cars are in effect to help out response times. It's just absolutely killing the motivation of your officers. Being in 2-man cars is brutal. You're not getting you're relying on somebody else in your car to do everything with you. It's a nightmare. And then the single cars are handling all your reports. And so, as you continually spread out your officers, that's what's happening. Your calls for service, so what we're gonna hear is that you like having that officer in your schools. Yeah, that's okay, but if you put them on the street, they're handling calls in between the calls for service that your officers respond to the schools. So what I'm saying is, so if you have a disturbance at the school, an officer will come and handle that call, and then they're gonna go back out to the street. Most of those responses, if they do have to go to school, are multiple responses anyway, so you're gonna lose your officers off the street anyway, either way. Your school resource officers also there's a sergeant in charge of them and an officer liaison. So it's more than just it's more than just your officers in the schools. You have sergeants in charge of them, and you have school liaison officers that are assigned to that. So I think it's five different people for those 3 officers. The last time I checked, you have in the South, we added 4 sergeants, I think 2 years ago in the South. Some of those districts are running 1 sergeant, 1 corporal, and 1 or 2 officers. That's how thin you guys are spread out. So removing these officers from the schools, sometimes you have to cut off your fingers to save your heart, and that's just, I think, where you guys might be at today. Especially with hearing the school board's not happy, or some of your city officials aren't happy with the school resource officers. That just sways me to say that maybe this program right now is not the most efficient. So, thank you. If you have any questions, as a citizen, I'll help answer them.
Next speaker.
Concludes the cards, Mayor.
Okay. All right, team, I need a motion.
I will make a motion to deny the consideration of the agreement with Brevard County Schools.
Second.
I got a motion to deny by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Nay. Roll call.
Councilman Johnson?
Aye.
Councilman Hammer?
Nay.
Councilman Langevin?
Aye.
Mayor Medina?
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe?
Aye.
Motion to deny passes 3-2. Item number 2.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Tailing on that was a consideration of a school resource officer program agreement with Odyssey Charter Senior High School for the 2026-2027 school year. This was also continued, and I did not engage in separate negotiations or discussions with Charter. Don't know if Councilman Johnson has anything to add to that.
Councilman Johnson, you got anything to add?
Nothing else to add.
Any speaker cards?
No, Mayor.
All right, I need a motion.
Make a motion to deny the agreement with Odyssey Charter Junior High School.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnston. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. Roll call.
Councilman Hammer.
Nay.
Councilman Langevin.
Aye.
Mayor Medina.
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Aye.
Councilman Johnson.
Aye.
Motion to deny passes 3-2. We're now on new business, discussion of flock camera system. Mr. Morton.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This was a public transparency item discussed some time ago and placed on this agenda for public discussion. We do have our chief here tonight, and we have a presentation prepared, I believe. I'm not sure what order you'd like to do that, hear a comment first or hear the presentation first, but we are prepared to answer questions and give a presentation this evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all tonight and to speak with our community tonight about our automated license plate reader program, commonly referred to as the LPR camera system, or even more so, the flock cameras. And as you all know, a couple years ago, we partnered and contracted with Flock Safety to provide those cameras and the resources for our officers and our staff to be able to utilize them. And so really what happened was a couple years ago, a former employee started engaging with the founder of Flock, and through discussions and meetings and going through the process, we brought in Flock to the city. We were the first in the county to do so and one of the first in the state. And we really have started leading the way with utilizing these LPRs with our crime-fighting abilities, and it's really taken crime fighting to a whole new level. As a matter of fact, I can't really imagine doing crime without these flock cameras anymore. But it's really been helping us on the reactive side and also the proactive side. As a matter of fact, just yesterday, last night, we responded to a call where a lady's purse was stolen, and the suspect who took the purse stole her car. This was over on the east side of town. It was a busy area, rush hour traffic, and as the vehicle was able to escape before we got the call and started to respond in, the only way we knew the area to check was from one flock camera. And within an hour, the suspect was arrested and the car was returned back to the victim. So they really are helping, and really helping with our response time-wise on how we're solving these crimes and how fast we're doing so. And not even being used for crimes. You know, they're all helping out with missing person cases and other things too, to really help identify and gather intel. So I'm going to turn it over to Sergeant Gray. She leads our general.
What my question would be, would you prefer to continue, or because I think we have several speaker cards here, maybe get information from the public on things that you may be able to address and then proceed? Well, I'm trying to be the most efficient. What are your thoughts on that?
Absolutely. Certainly, it's your all's pleasure. What we were looking to maybe do is have us present our police department presentation. That may help answer some questions from the citizens. And then we also have a flock representative here that can follow up with those questions with their presentation.
However you prefer.
Okay, let's do that. And I'm going to introduce Sergeant Gray. She heads up our General Crimes Unit and our Intel Unit, and she's going to present a PowerPoint for you guys on that.
Carry on. Hey, ma'am.
How you doing, sir?
I noticed you had a breach and you had to show me your badge.
I did. Got to take care of you guys. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Chief. My name is Sergeant Gray. I've been with the Palm Bay Police Department almost 17 years now, and I'm over the General Crimes Unit and our PD Intel Unit. So I'm going to present our flock safety program for you. It's important to know that Flock has several different parts of their program. Currently, we use some of their equipment and part of their operating system, which is integrated with our CAD program, which is how we get our calls for service and reporting system. So part of the Flock system is the Falcon. They have nicknames, Flock, the bird. So each of their pieces are bird programs. The license plate readers are called Falcons, and we have Falcons which are regular license plate readers and then also long range. The long range cover more lanes of traffic and higher speeds. We also have condors, which are our point-to-zoom cameras, and those are in multiple locations throughout the city. And then our the flock operating system is what I was saying is integrated with our CAD system. So it shows our calls for service, and then it also shows an integrated map with our program. These are our locations throughout the city. The Falcons are in the area to the left there, all those green dots. Those are the multiple locations that we have throughout the city. And then the condors, which are the point-to-zoom cameras, those are the ones on the right. Those are in our parks, several of our parks, and they help us with activated point-to-zoom issues that we may have to follow for crime. So with the Flock Safety Program, the focus is on community safety and investigative principles. It focuses on community safety by design. It's designed to protect civil liberties and remain in compliance with local laws and policies. It is built with privacy by design. Flock only collects what is visible from public roadways, and it enforces strict retention and hard code safeguards that limit inappropriate access. No PII, which is personal identification information, is captured when your information or your tag is read by the Flock system. The 30-day deletion by default is automatic for all users and for customers. The data retention period can be increased based on agency needs. We have the 30-day deletion by default set in place for us. That means that any information that is captured is deleted from the system automatically within 30 days. CGIS aligned controls. That means that every single search that happens within the program requires a registered ID for any user and a search reason and or case report number before anything can be served. The audit trail, we do have an audit trail that is in process right now, and a search reason and user ID are saved for each search, like I said before. The Flock system is currently working on proactive auditing capabilities to alert any potential misuse. And if any questions come up about that, our Flock representative can answer those questions.
Before you move on, every search requires an ID,
Yes, sir.
meaning
Meaning any user,
Yeah.
yes, every officer is registered through the program. They have an account that is set up and they're issued an ID. So any search that is done, it comes up under that user's
And then the
ID.
case number, it has to be ID and or case number, or?
So every officer has their ID, and whenever a search is conducted, then it has either, the search reason is either a case report number or an actual reason for the search.
Okay, thank
like a
you.
case type.
Thank you. I believe Councilman Hammer has a question.
Yeah, I see you say search reason. What are the search reasons?
So
Is
the search
Is
reason-
there a guideline that
So Flock has put into place for us, at our request, a drop-down menu, and it will say what type of case. So if it's a fraud investigation or a missing person or murder, those options are in the drop-down menu. We would choose one of those reasons and then for our search, and then we have the option also to do a case report number free-formed.
Yeah, because I had somebody, what was it? They were saying how they almost got ran off the road. And they called PD. PD said that aggressive driving wasn't something that they could use Flock for.
Okay,
So is that not listed on there, or is that just?
It is possible that it's not one of the, there are many that are in the drop-down menu. I don't know each and every single one that is there, but when we have to use something that is applicable to what is being requested. And that's part of, the auditing.
Okay, thank you.
So that there's no misuse.
Carry on.
And then court requirements. We work closely, obviously, with the state attorney's office as well. And Flock has regularly updated their program, and it's based on case law and to prevent inaccurate information so that we have proper documentation when we file for cases. So this is something that is somewhat fairly new based on case law and as it has been brought to our attention. So it's something that goes into the case report. So just a few things, fiction versus fact. It's not used, the fiction is that it's used for surveillance. Flock does not track vehicles in the whole of their movements. License plate readers take a point-in-time image of the rear of the vehicle. So that's basically as the vehicle passes that camera, the camera will take an image of the back of the vehicle, and if the view is the majority of the back quarter panel, it can show partially part of the vehicle or the entire vehicle. But anything that you would typically see as you're driving around as a citizen, it's the exact same thing. That's basically what that means. Any images that are not used for investigations are deleted, like I said, within that, after that 30 days. It's not retained. Privacy concerns, as government-issued identifiers, the license plates are legally required to be publicly visible, and that's Florida state statute. Constitutional rights violations, we do not, Flock does not use or violate, the Fourth Amendment or any other constitutional provision, and over 30 appellate and federal courts have upheld the use of LPR evidence. Data sharing, sales, and access. Flock does not sell any data or maintain it. All the customers, whether that is police departments, businesses, private customers, they all control their own data and they can share it amongst themselves. As far as police departments, we can share it one-to-one. Private customers, whether it's businesses or private citizens, can share their footage with the police, but the police cannot share any law enforcement access. Facial recognition, Flock does not have the ability on their LPR system, and so therefore it cannot be used to search for human characteristics like race or gender. And the impact on crime, license plate readers have measurable impacts on crime and close rates. So going into a few positives for us as we've started being able to collect these outcomes, we consider them successes for case reports. We've been able to successfully solve 7 homicides, 13 missing and endangered person cases, 1 robbery, 5 sex crimes, 9 stolen vehicle cases, 4 fraud cases, and 3 hit-and-run traffic crashes. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. We have so many more that have not yet been entered into the system, but that is mainly because they're still under investigation and they have not been closed out. So these are successful cases where they're either arrests or some sort of files charged, or charges filed, sorry. So I'm just gonna go over a few investigations that we've used these, we've got some case outcomes, positive case outcomes. It's important to know that Palm Bay PD's very first Flock-assisted case that was solved was a homicide. The cameras were actually installed just a few days prior to the incident as it occurred. And so the first case is that officers responded to a call of shots heard. Upon their arrival, they located a male deceased from gunshot wounds in the roadway. The nearby Flock camera captured an image of a vehicle leaving the area around the time that shots were fired, or heard, sorry. And the image led the detectives to the vehicle used in the homicide and resulted in the arrest of 2 suspects. The second case I'd like to highlight is that a victim stopped at a local convenience store on his way home from work. While walking back to his vehicle, the suspect shot the victim and robbed him and stole his vehicle. The victim's vehicle tag number was immediately entered into Flock, which provided time-stamped images and assisted officers in determining his direction of travel. With the assistance from a neighboring county, the vehicle was located and stopped and resulted in the suspect's arrest within 30 minutes after the crime occurred. So that just goes to show you how successful we can be with this type of a program. Missing persons case outcome, the first one to highlight is a missing endangered person. The missing endangered person report was taken regarding a female last seen at an apartment complex during the early morning hours. It was believed that she possibly got into a pickup truck. An image search of the pickup trucks captured by the nearby flock camera around the time the female was last seen helped officers develop a lead in the investigation. That lead that the flock image provided assisted detectives in identifying the suspect who, when interviewed, confessed to the disappearance of the female's remains after she overdosed inside his vehicle. We have an interference with custody case that we had a positive outcome where a 17-year-old went on a camping trip to St. Augustine with an adult neighbor and their family. The juvenile was reported missing after none of them returned back as expected. It was later discovered that the adult neighbor may have had a romantic relationship with that juvenile, and it was believed that they left the state of Florida. Flock was utilized to pinpoint the suspect's most recent location, which actually was in Georgia. So the suspect took the juvenile to Georgia, and the juvenile and the adult were found by local authorities in Georgia, and the juvenile was returned back to the parents. Obviously, charges were filed. We've had some special victims case outcomes. So an indecent exposure case was that the special victims unit was made aware of a Facebook post in reference to a white Honda driven by a male who had driven up to a female and exposed his genitals. Following the Facebook post, two additional victims were identified. A compiled list of details included the dates, times, and locations of each incident, along with the vehicle information, and was entered into the flock system. The search produced images of a vehicle that matched the description and led the identification of a potential suspect. The detective set up interviews and a photo lineup and obtained a positive ID on the suspect. Once in custody, the suspect provided a post-Miranda confession to all of the incidents. So these are just some of the types of cases that we're using Flock to get positive outcomes. There are some other noteworthy cases. We've had a drug trafficking and fentanyl arrest where a contact was made with a vehicle due to a stolen license plate notification. That was just a notification that came to us. And based on that contact, we were able to get a fentanyl arrest out of that. A first-degree murder happened out of county. That suspect entered into our city, and the suspect's vehicle tag had been entered in by the other agency in that county. And as that vehicle entered into the city of Palm Bay, then it passed numerous Palm Bay flock cameras. We were able to make contact, and that suspect had committed murder and attempted murder, came up here, and then once they were in custody, that agency came up and took them into custody. We had a shooting case that helped, that Flock helped. Shots were fired at a community event held at a local park. Witness information provided a description utilized to conduct a Flock search, and the vehicle was located and the suspects arrested. We have an ongoing homicide investigation where Flock has helped detectives in solidifying timeline information that they were already aware of, and since it's currently ongoing, this was based on known details that we had of the investigation. And I have a personal story, Silver Alert Prevention. I have a family member who, as many of us do, have aging family members, and I was contacted by another family member giving me the details. They were so frazzled, I said, well, I know that they have flock cameras in your city, call the police department, give them the information. They were too frazzled to do it. I said, do you know what do you know? Provide me what you already know. I called the police department and I said, listen, I know you guys have flock cameras there. I've seen them myself. Can you, this is the information. If you can, this is the family member's contact information. If you're able to see if that family member passed any of the cameras and see what you can find out, they were able to recover my family member within 30 minutes. So I can attest to this being a good program that works for us to help solve crime, and also a personal story. I didn't have to be there. I knew the questions to ask. And anybody that we have helped with these cases, whenever they call in, they know that this has been an assistance for them. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the Chief.
So, yes, Chief.
Thank you, Sergeant Gray. Yeah, Mayor, if you want to open up to questions, and we can hopefully help answer some of those questions.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you for the presentation. Question for Chief Spears. She mentioned an audit
Yes, sir.
process. What does that look like currently?
So there is a mechanism in place to conduct audits. We've done audits on what we have now. One thing about Flock, and you're going to hear this from Mr. Carey momentarily, is that they are constantly evolving their database as well. And so he'll touch on how this new audit process is looking. But we are essentially able to go into the program and identify every vehicle that officers are running and how that search is being conducted. And it falls in line with all CJIS information. So there's a lot of criminal justice information in the database of Flock. So it falls in line with any other system that we have. And we have the means to conduct those audits. We have done an audit with our Flock. We conducted a random audit of 18 users. No violations were noted in that audit or anything of concern revealed through that. It does look different than some of the other databases we have. Like we have a program that's called David, and that's basically your driver's license program. It has all of your driver's license information and your registered vehicles on that. And so by statute, we have to conduct random audits of David. And what we're trying to do is mirror the same type of audit with David that we do with Flock. There's no statute requirements for Flock at this point, but we are being proactive in that aspect and doing the same with David. I'm sorry, we're doing the same with Flock that we do with David.
Okay. And then does the agency currently have like a full written policy
Yes.
for Flock?
Yes.
Okay. And then to your point, would like to hear about the proactive auditing and
Yes, sir.
what that looks like from the Flock representative.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And we'll get there, but right now, we have speaker cards. Because my concern is that they'll bring up issues that maybe the Flock 8 representative will be able to answer as well. So we'll go to the speakers, unless you have additional comments,
No,
Chief?
sir.
Okay.
Kristen
We'll go-
Lanzana?
Yeah, let's go with our public, Ms. Lantana.
Good evening. I will say, whenever I started asking for this conversation a year ago, I actually envisioned this going a little bit differently, full PowerPoint and all that. But over the year, I feel like I've said all that I could say about this system. I do want to say thank you for sharing the presentation with all of the cases. It's nice to know it's been used for. That was what I originally came asking for, if you remember. I just wanted to see the data and how it was being utilized and that it was a benefit. So thank you for providing that. However, residents still were not meaningfully informed upon the approval of this. The public had no real knowledge of what the system was, what was coming our way. And even today, even with this meeting, there's no real push to inform the public about city business. That not is specific to Flock, just in general. I would love to see the same passion that we have on getting the emails out about our, city fees going up and our road closures and all of that. My inbox gets blown up with those, but I never see anything about ways the community can get involved here, like this. So if we could maybe send out the agenda and have that be an option as well. Anyway, I digress. The transparency actually came after the pressure and years later after this already been implemented through public records requests, repeated meetings, and the resident pressure. It shouldn't take a citizen filling a binder with public records requests to finally have a conversation like this. Even still, the intel is questionable. The map that we had up there showed over 30 cameras. The public records request I got said we only have 17. According to the original approved language, the contract says that the total fee is going to be close to nearly $250,000, $240,000. The public records request I got back said we have only spent $72,000. So the numbers aren't really adding up from the public records requests and what's showing in the contract. So I'm still confused on that. There are unclear records, the implementation and the payments. I am glad to know there are audits in place, so that is amazing. I'm glad we're working on that. Thank you. But there's still confusion on when it renews. I've been told different dates. Now I'm being told it's renewing on March 1st of 2027. I hope that is the official date, and I hope that we can have more conversations about this program moving forward as well. I know we've said that this isn't their surveillance system, but with all of the new technology being implemented in it, it's hard to say that it's not going to develop into a surveillance state someday down the line very soon. So innocent people are still being affected. I understand. Like I said, I do understand the benefit. I understand the elderly going missing. That I have a grandmother with Alzheimer's, and she went missing, and we had Ring cameras find her. So I do understand. What I don't agree with is that we are infringing on people's freedoms. We are still tracking people, regardless of trying to solve crimes. Innocent people are still being affected through false alerts and database errors, and these are creating real-world consequences for those individuals when they have to engage with the police. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lance Fisher.
Lance Fisher, Deputy Chief, retired, Palm Bay Police Department. I am the name on the 2021 agreement that Jeff Spears talked about. I'm the guy that brought Flock to Palm Bay. It would take me 10 minutes to go through that paragraph that you guys just got, that presentation you guys just got gaslighted with. I did a public records request in December. There was no policy in place and no auditing in place. I did a public records request 2 weeks ago. I received no information on that. Today I asked multiple officers, is there a policy in place? They all told me no. I asked your Chief Spears, as he's looking down on his cell phone, I said, is there a policy in place? He says, and I said, is it within the last 2 weeks? He says, so my guess is once I did that second public request on May 8th, that they immediately jammed records into place. So it's been going since at least 2021 when I met with Garrett Langley in person. Using Flock without a formal written policy that would be inconsistent with Flock's own published guidance with emergency national best practices. So for over 5 years, we use Flock without policies, prohibited uses, traffic enforcement. You've all seen the Tamara Hatcher video. That was absolutely by traffic enforcement. Officers are sitting on Flock camera and doing a prohibited item by your agreement with Flock, literally using Flock to do traffic enforcement. Flock tells you it's criminal investigations only, reactive to a criminal investigation. Before I forget, when we have an open discussion with the public, all you saw was the goods right here, but there are bads. Tamara Hatcher sat in jail for 7 months because an officer violated her civil rights because the owner of the vehicle was suspended. The owner of the vehicle wasn't even in there, yet she goes to jail, her door's kicked in. When we have a discussion, you guys should ask the police department to bring you the facts. Not one-sided. I could gaslight this for 10 minutes, and I can tell you, not for surveillance, bullshit. We surveilled Thomas Redmond for 2 weeks because he was outspoken against the school board and city council. We surveilled him with our crime suppression team and our undercover guys for 2 weeks using Flock. Why? We wanted him to get into a vehicle that we believe wasn't registered so we could arrest him. But that vehicle was registered the entire time. We wasted our time. So these are prohibited harassment or intimidation. We absolutely harassed and intimidated Mr. Redmond, but they're not going to give you those. Absolutely. Within 8 hours of Flock, we solved the homicide. Go to their agreements, all in there. Footage, surveillance footage. They want you to believe it's images, footages. It's all through there. Footages. It talks about policies over and over, auditing. Chief Spears says it was audited. Money says within the last 2 weeks because I'm telling you, as of December of 2025, my public records request, there was no audit or no policy. So for 4 or 5 years, officers are violating Florida state statute, violating civil rights because they had no direction. You give them a gun, you give them a car, you give them training, and you give them policies. Hell, there's a policy for beards, for God's sake. But this thing ran rampant for 5 years in this city and unchecked, and I'm the guy that brought it here. If you guys have questions as a deputy chief or a citizen, I can answer them. Honestly.
Next speaker.
Not this stuff.
Doug Hook.
Doug Hook, 1091 Mariposa. I understand the desire for protection and the benefits that these cameras can bring to the city of Palm Bay, but we do have to look at both sides of the coin. We can't just look at the face as has been presented tonight by the PD and will likely be presented by their flock representative after the end of this. These cameras have already been documented to lead to false positives throughout the country, where innocent citizens have been subject to hardships, all basically due to algorithmic errors. Citizens should have a presumption of innocence, which is not consistent with a network of cameras that are set up throughout their city. And although we were told that they only take snapshots in time, we were also told in the same presentation tonight that those snapshots in time can be put together to track the direction of movement for any citizens being followed with the flock. As is typically brought up, we have our little personal tracking devices that are always on us. But the main difference with our personal tracking devices, our cell phones and our smartwatches, is that we as citizens participate in those privacy concerns. We have the ability to turn off and on what we want to be tracking us. We can turn our cell phone off, we can put our watch away, and we have that ability to make a choice. With flock cameras, we do not have the ability to make a choice as citizens and participate in what our own privacy rights are. And all these concerns actually don't touch on what I find to be one of the worst aspects of flock cameras, which is their potential security flaws. There have been independent researches going out to where they can just take a laptop and do basic internet Google searches to find out the IP addresses and connect to the internal networks that are on these flock cameras and begin monitoring people immediately with their laptop on the side of the road. Some flock cameras are altered off of their default states, but many do not get changed off the default states, and basically those same baseline IPs and baseline passwords do allow access to cameras. One of the videos that I saw, actually the individual was able to tap into a camera that was facing a playground, and he was able to watch kids playing on a playground for an hour from a flock camera that he just tapped into on his laptop. So again, as we consider the future of cameras like these, I would like us to consider not only the positives, as was brought forth tonight. As you probably understood, the police department's great presentation had a lot of good facts in there and showed how well they're protecting our citizens. But that presentation did not have a single negative thing within it. We were presented with the number of successes that have been brought forth. We have not been presented by the number of false positives that the City of Palm Bay Police Department has stopped innocent citizens and not had action taken against them. I think that's something that we should consider going forward. Again, we cannot just consider the benefits. We have to weigh the benefits against the negatives. And we do need to see what those negatives are and have those presented. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Ken Delgado.
Speaker.
Ken Delgado, 154 Angela Road, Southeast. Have you ever heard of this? You are not allowed to use your social security number for identification purposes. Do you know who said that? The government said that. And here we are today with social security as an identification purposes. Just because someone says you're not going to do something doesn't mean it won't be done. And so what we have is the following things. We say we have an audit. Why do we say we have an audit? Because something can go wrong. That's why we have audits. Now, maybe you've heard something along this lines. FBI having audits and processes and procedures, how to have an investigation on somebody. And yet we just have found out recently how it doesn't matter what the procedures were, doesn't matter what the audit, what the rights and wrongs should be. We found out that they weaponized certain governmental entities to be able to spy on and to prosecute or persecute people who were law-abiding citizens. So I know that there are a lot of quote-unquote positives. I just want to remind you that first of all, we have a great police department. Today we have a great police department. Well, at one point we had a great FBI. At one point we had a great CIA. But that doesn't mean that down the line it cannot or will not change. Think about this. For an example, they said they gave all the positives of how many cases they solved. Yes, they did. But I have a question. How many of them would have been solved anyway if we would have had they continued on? We may say it can save one life, and it just may be. But I want to quote two people who are very wise. Thomas Jefferson. He who gives his freedom for safety gets none of them. Benjamin Franklin. Those who would give up essential liberties to purchase a temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. And the reality is this is boiling down to one thing. We all want safety. But if we're going to give up the liberty for that safety, we'll have neither, because sooner or later, that safety will be used against us. And so I would say, rather than spending the money on all of the equipment and the continual usage thereof, hire another policeman, one of the great ones that we have here, and let that be an additional safety to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Dane Stolba.
Dane Stolba, 425 Tunis Road. When I was a kid, I started seeing articles about facial recognition cameras going up across China as well as in the UK. And I remember thinking to myself how glad I was that I lived in a free nation that didn't feel it was necessary to constantly supervise our citizens in public spaces. And then around the time that I moved to Florida a few years ago, I started seeing these cameras being used in different states and the issues that they're causing. And I thought to myself, well, I'm glad I live in the great free state of Florida. I can't imagine something like that happening here. And yet, here we are now, where we have countless across the state and a significant amount in our own community. And while this presentation brought up a lot of great uses of this system, I would also like to know the number of innocent people whose records are being held for 30 days at a time, whose information can be used against them without a search warrant, where a law enforcement officer can search where this person has been and where they've traveled. I'm sure by now they could very easily figure out what time I go to work, what time I come home from work, where I go to the grocery store, because I can't go to any of those places without being spotted on one of these cameras, and that is terrifying to me. I've done nothing wrong. I'm a law-abiding citizen, yet for some reason, pictures of my car and my license plate are being held on a database of a third party, and I have no control over it. And then we have our law enforcement officers discussing an audit policy, which I just recently found out is a very new thing. And I would like to know who's enforcing the results of these audits, because if it's our own police department enforcing audits of themselves, I think that's laughable, and I think that's a ridiculous policy. And I don't see how there's any way that these could be used, any way that you could prevent malintent with these cameras in the long term, and we've already seen them being used in inappropriate ways. And if the department that is possibly using these inappropriately is auditing themselves, how can we expect any sort of accountability with them? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Trevor Phyllis.
Next speaker.
Thank you. 3266 Haneland Avenue, Southeast. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members, staff. I stand before you today not as a resident, but as a citizen deeply concerned about the safety and privacy of our community with these flock cameras. I'm here to formally ask this council to cancel our city's contract with the flock safety or move their cameras from our streets. This is not a debate about whether we want safe neighborhoods. We all do. But the real question is whether we are willing to sacrifice privacy, transparency, and public trust for a surveillance system that has repeatedly raised serious concerns across this country.
We were sold these devices as simple license plate readers, and in the presentation, that's what they say they only capture as license plate readers. But Flock's own patents have revealed that they are AI-powered mass surveillance machines. Every time a resident drives to their child's school, their movements are captured and transmitted to a private corporate cloud. Once that data leaves our city limits, our local government no longer controls it. Furthermore, because the data sits on a private company's servers, our residents are completely stripped of their public record rights. We have outsourced our citizens' privacy to a $7.5 billion with a B dollar corporation that answers only to venture capital investors and not to this city council, and certainly not to the people who live here. Cities nationwide are already backing away from these contracts because of the concerns, regarding privacy breaches, unauthorized data sharing, and weak oversight. In our city, a resident cannot even go to a simple barber shop or a Chick-fil-A without passing a strict safety inspection. Yet we have allowed a third-party vendor to deploy a mass surveillance network without ever requiring an independent security and ethics audit. When independent researchers discovered nearly 60 security vulnerabilities in Flock systems, threats so severe that they were flagged by Homeland Security's MITRE, the Flock representatives stood at City Hall podiums just like this, dead in the eyes, and changing the very definition of a breach to dodge accountability to local leaders. Furthermore, the CEO sent unsolicited emails to law enforcement agencies across the country claiming these factual security reports were actually coordinated attacks by activists trying to defund the police and normalize lawlessness. We're not trying to normalize lawlessness. We're concerned for our privacy. So why should we trust our data to a CEO so willing to lie and slander to keep their contracts going? The overwhelming majority of these drivers are captured by these cameras are not suspects.
Thank you. Next speaker.
So I just urge you
Thank
to
you.
contract.
Connie McClary.
Connie McClary, 2245 Northview Street, Northeast. When this was brought to me by then Chief Deputy Fisher at my Neighborhood Watch program, I think about 5 years ago, and that's when they were first gonna get the cameras here. I welcomed them into my community. You know why? Because there was a lot of crime, stolen cars within my community all the time. We don't have that no more. My insurance went down because of that. Every week I was getting called from the deputy of Palm Bay about 3-4 stolen cars every week being found in my community. And I feel this way. If you're not committing a crime, what are you worried about? Cameras everywhere. I call them Big Brother. Big Brother watching you everywhere. You go to Walmart, Big Brother there. Publix, Big Brother there. Convenience store, Big Brother there. So what is the problem? If it gonna keep down the crime, I don't care. If people don't remember the Christmas Day murder, those 2 teens out there in the compound, how you think they caught them people? Because of that camera. And that's a good thing. If it's gonna catch the crime, then hey, if you're not doing a crime, what are you worried about? That's the way I feel.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Robert Stice.
Hey, Robert Stice. I'm talking about this issue. First of all, Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin, when they commented on that, we had about 2.7 million people in the country. Now we're a country of 340 million people. They have them in Japan all over. I've been there. They have them in London. And in New York, they have them all over the place. We are the most violent country in the Western world. Everybody can pack today. You have open carry as well. Everybody makes a great point with regard to, are they audited properly? Or do we have checkers on here so that, our rights aren't violated and abused? But you know what? I like if somebody picked up my vehicle and stole it and ran out of here. We got cameras in our HOA. All right, so I get it, you got to manage it, but it does solve crimes. I'm a big Second Amendment guy as well, but at the same token, police out there need all the help they can get. So I think it'll work if you monitor it properly. It seems to work in New York. Well, they arrest people, but they let them out the next day. That's the problem, but they know who it is. So anyway, thank you.
Next speaker.
That concludes the cards, Mayor.
Okay, Chief, would you like to have the flock representative come up?
Yes, sir.
at
I'm
this
going to
point?
ask Mr. Carey to come up. He is with Flock Safety. He's part of their external affairs team. Got a quick presentation.
Perhaps answer a few of the questions they asked.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and the community. I appreciate you having me this evening. As Chief noted, my name is Kerry McCormick. I'm on Flock's external affairs team for the company. I was also a city council person for 10 years as well prior to joining the company. So thank you for your leadership and tonight reminded me of what local government public service looks like. So thank you so much for that. I've got a presentation. I promise you I will make it quick. I know it is 10 p.m. and I know folks are tired. But I believe it will answer most, if not all, of the questions that were presented tonight. And I did, per your request, Mayor, take notes on everything that was being said to make sure I covered it. Do I control it here? Is this? Oh, no. Big button. All right. So, Mayor and Council, just a quick overview. Flock is an American company. We were founded and are headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia. And we work with over 6,000 law enforcement agencies as well as private customers in 49 of the 50 states around the country. Keep neighborhoods safe and allow for an environment where families can thrive, businesses can open and thrive, and where people can have a peace of mind. Snapshot on those numbers, again, about 12,000 total customers overall. About half of those are law enforcement agencies across the country. We partner with from very small communities to big cities and everything in between, local communities, counties, states, and things of that nature. As you can see here, a significant amount of crimes on a daily basis across the country are solved utilizing our technology. So just to talk about the couple products here, and I know Sergeant did a great job, so I won't dive too far into them. But we really look at our tools as collaborative policing technology. We do not replace police officers. We don't try to. That is not the intent of what we do. But we are a tool to help law enforcement officers in a precise way, in an unbiased way, solve crime and find missing people, bringing efficiency to the work that they do on a daily basis. So the license plate readers are used in essentially two different ways, if we're going to boil it down. The first one is a proactive alert. So what that means, Mayor and Council, is let's say you had someone rob a convenience store and they caught the vehicle and the license plate of the vehicle that committed the crime. Your police department can put that plate into the system so that if that vehicle drives by one of the cameras, it's going to send an alert that looks like that to your police department to say, hey, chief, hey, patrol officers that are out there, that car associated with that robbery just passed 1st and Main Street, really allowing for your police department to efficiently and precisely deploy resources. So these are the proactive alerts that can come to your police department. Same thing, and a huge part of what our technology helps with are those missing people. Wasn't aware that Sergeant had a personal story, and that's really wonderful to hear. Across the country, abducted children, trafficked children, and senior citizens that have cognitive challenges, law enforcement utilizes our technology every single day to bring them home safely to their families. We know that minutes, seconds count when it comes to missing people. Whether you're a senior that has cognitive challenges and you're driving, or whether you're a child that's been abducted, every second counts to get you home safely to your family. So this is the real-time alerts. The other component of it would be retroactive searches. So what that looks like, and again, Sergeant touched on this, is that sometimes it's not for a few days, a week, or what might happen to where your police department knows about the identity of a vehicle or a license plate, or maybe they get a new lead. So what they can do, your police officers that are trained in the system, they have that unique ID. So they can go into the system, log in under their unique ID and say, hey, we got video from a week ago about a convenience store that was robbed. It was a blue Chevy, Florida ABC 123 license plate. When they go in the system, they have to, mandatory, they have to choose a criminal category, so a specific drop-down menu where you have to say, why am I searching this? You then, you can add in a case number as well to search for that. All of your officers' activity from the moment you sign up with the company is logged. So your chief or anybody else, as we were talking about audits, can go into the system to see exactly how the system is being used from the day that you sign up with the company. It's a really important transparency component. I'll talk a little bit more about it in a minute. This just gives you a snapshot of generally of what it captures, the camera. So again, you're going to see the back of the license, back of the vehicle and the license plate. So it's going to pick up that plate and also things that you would see if you were standing behind the vehicle. So the vehicle make, body type, color, things of that nature. This is just a slide that says it works well at night. We know that missing people and criminals sometimes will travel at night, so the cameras work at night. What is this? This is a quick video. I don't know, Mayor, if you want me to keep it moving. Understood. Live video cameras as well. These live video cameras, this is a pan tilt zoom camera. And they are incredibly important for that live coverage, whether that's a park or an area where you're having issues with crime. They are all connected to cellular networks and are generally powered by solar. Here in Florida, that probably makes a whole lot of sense. Other parts of the country, they may need a power source, but generally they require very minimal infrastructure, which is a huge benefit. So again, that no IT required, they are on cellular networks, and all that software is included within the cameras. And then just more information on that live cameras. This is what I want to dive into because I think it's really important. Mayor and council, really good, important questions from the community tonight. That, it's important that we get the information out there and answer those questions. And we're thankful to be in a space like this where we can do that. So while we know that the license plate readers and our live cameras are extremely effective in solving crime and finding missing people, privacy is also critically important. It's important to us, it's important to you, it's important to the residents that you represent. So I'll just briefly touch on some of the components of that privacy. When we say data, that is the photos of the back of the vehicle or the video footage collected by the cameras. Contractually, it is owned by our customers. So that is written into our contract in our terms of service. So you, as the customer, own that data. Our private customers, so think about, mom and pop shop or a convenience store or a retail chain like Lowe's, for example. They will never have access to government databases and hot lists. So Sergeant talked about that earlier. They can give your police department information, but they do not receive any of that important government information back. In the state of Florida, our general policy is 30 days by default. Why does this matter? The reason this matters is because it is a balance between allowing this data to be useful to chief and the PD while putting a finite lifespan on that data so it's not out there forever. So after 30 days, unless your department downloads a photo connected to a specific investigation, the data is hard deleted and wiped from the system. So that happens on a recurring 30-day period. Again, it kind of balances the data being useful to your PD while protecting privacy as well. As Sergeant noted, it only takes images of publicly available information. So those license plate readers are taking a shot of the back of the vehicle on a public road of a publicly issued license plate. They do not capture facial recognition. They don't get any information about the person in the vehicle, identifying features, anything of that nature. Sharing is a really important component. So you can share with the communities around you. We know that crime doesn't just stop at Palm Bay. It could go to areas around you or missing people. But importantly, all sharing is your choice. So when you sign up with a company, you are not sharing with anyone, but your police department can opt into sharing relationships as they do without our technology. Law enforcement talks to each other and collaborates on issues all the time. Same principle, except it's just important to note that that's completely up to you. We already talked about facial recognition. Also important, critically important on cybersecurity for our system. So all of the data, so the photos and the videos, they are encrypted from front to back. So they are scrambled from front to back to ensure for privacy. We are FBI CGIS, National Defense Authorization Act certified, as well as the SOC 2 and ISO. So I am not a computer engineer, but essentially our SOC 2 and ISO, those are independent, top of the line stress tests and audits of our cybersecurity that we go through on an annual basis to ensure that our servers and systems and customer data is safe. And we have a team, our Chief Information Security Officer is obsessed with this issue, and he's every single day looking for more and more ways to ensure that our system is safe. Transparency, as we noted, all use of the system is audited into perpetuity. You have to choose a reason why you're in the system. We encourage folks to look at those audits to make sure everything is running well. And the other thing that we've already launched is what's called proactive auditing. Really a great new tool. And what this does is will surface things that are different in the system to your administrator. So let's say Officer Carey is normally doing 2 searches a day, and all of a sudden I did 20 on a Wednesday. There may be a really good reason for that. I'm looking to track a horrible shooting or something of that nature, but it's gonna just send Chief an email to say, hey, Officer Carey is normally doing a couple searches. He just did 20. Maybe there's nothing wrong with it, but take a look at it. So you have to opt into that. It's no extra cost, but it's a really helpful tool so that it's not just a passive audit, it also helps flag irregularity in the system. So these are just kind of components that our customers can choose. You can choose to filter out certain searches. We talked about that audit log. The federal limitations within the system as well. We get a lot of questions from communities of every stripe about federal involvement within our system. They are not in our state or national lookups. And that is the decision of a local community as to whether they want to engage with the federal government. So just quickly here, Mayor and Council, LPR's a myth that they track you everywhere you go. They take a point-in-time photo of a back of a license plate. Only reason that there's an alert coming out or that your officers are searching for a plate is because it's connected to a crime or a missing person. These things are for official law enforcement purposes only. So for everybody else that drives by that camera, no alert is generated. Okay. Only for vehicles that are associated with a crime or a missing person. Courts across the country and districts across the country have upheld that license plate readers, not just ours, but the technology in general, does not violate the Fourth Amendment. We do not sell customer data, which was Sergeant addressed earlier, and we already talked about how those private customers have no access to police information. No facial recognition, and they do not collect private information too. So I've already kind of covered some of these before. We've been recognized by folks like the historic NAACP in Oakland, California as a unbiased tool to provide evidence for police departments. And as we know, across the country, our police and law enforcement partners tell us how important this is as a tool to solve crime. Just some real-life headlines of how our technology has impacted MAID. I'm not going to go through this, but it tells the story of a child, real-life story in 2020 out of Georgia, how a child was abducted, and between 12:33 p.m. and 6 p.m., using the technology, officers were able to get that beautiful child back to their mother safely. Here in Florida, over 160 law enforcement agencies partner with Flock. You can see a few of them right there. And I'm not going to go through these, Mayor, I promise, but these are all just examples, real-life examples that were put out in the news. Whoop, we know that place. Of how our technology has been used to help solve crime and find missing people. We're proud of our partners. So we are supported by folks like the Mothers Against Drunk Driving, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and again, as I noted, the historic NAACP chapter of Oakland. And that is the end of my presentation, Mayor, but I'm going to look at these questions really quickly to make sure that I hit them all, but happy to take questions from you and the council.
Yeah, look over those questions and see if you could respond to those.
Absolutely. So if I may, Mayor, so a question about have cities left Flock? The short answer is yes. Last year, we had about 30 communities that did not renew their contracts with us for various reasons, some budget, some other. Same calendar year, about 925 communities either renewed their contracts or signed up with us for the first time. So the 925 don't make the news. Of course, the 30 do. The vast majority of our customers renew or sign up with us for the first time. Mayor, public records are state by state. I'd have to find in Florida, generally across the country, the license plate images themselves are not public record, and that is to protect the privacy of ensuring that it is only law enforcement purposes being used to search these databases. Concern about constant supervision. Again, these are point-in-time photos that only live for 30 days, and the only reason your officers are getting an alert or searching the system is because a specific vehicle is tied to a crime or a missing person. So they are not going into the system to see if Mayor Medina passed a camera or anything of that nature. It is only for crime and missing people, and all of that activity is held in an audit log permanently. So, you can ensure that you are tracking that. So from a cybersecurity perspective, there are absolutely YouTube videos of people taking apart our cameras that are out there. Importantly, our customers' data, our servers, our databases have never been breached. Yes, they've taken apart our cameras. There was an incident that was mentioned today by a community member in Georgia, a limited amount of cameras. As they were being installed, the installer from the company put them onto a public cellular network instead of a private network, which is where the cameras live. And for a short period of time, they were accessible on the internet. We put a whole blog out there, owned it, not only put in an immediate fix-in for those specific cameras, but a system-wide fix-in as well. And what I'll say is if you, I'm sure you all have plenty of extra time on your hands, but if you go through our blog, when there are ever vulnerabilities identified in our system, we own them, we publish them ourselves, and we fix them. If you ever get a technology vendor that stands in front of you and says their system is perfect and they will never have an issue, do not use them. But importantly, our cybersecurity team obsesses over the security of our system, and when there are issues and vulnerabilities, they're identified and fixed. But importantly, our servers and our customers' data has never been breached. Let's see. Again, expectation of privacy. These are public license plates on public roads and only searched connection to a crime or missing person. And we've talked about the audits at quite an extent here as well. And I think that covers most of the sentiment, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, well, thank you. I'm going to bring up the chief for his final comments, and then I'll discuss with council.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Carey. I believe the only thing left that I had was the renewal date. I can say that the renewal date for this contract and this agreement is February of 2029. And hopefully we're able to come back to help expand that program and add more cameras to it.
Copy that, and I'm sure you'll have additional stories. Any questions, gentlemen, at this time? Well, I have a question, Chief. Has nothing to do with this, but I'd like to entertain council, extend the meeting past 11 o'clock because we've got several other items to discuss. So I need a motion.
So moved.
I got a motion by Councilman Hammer. I'll second it, gentlemen. Seconded by Mayor Medina to extend the meeting. All in favor
To
signify.
11:30, is that?
To 11, it's about 30-minute increments, sir. I have to do it by 30-minute increments. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Thank you, gentlemen. So the next, thank you, Chief. Any questions, gentlemen?
No, Mayor, I'll just make a statement,
Yeah.
Ms. Lanzana, has been coming here for quite a while and family and kids in tow, and I just, want to thank her for that effort. And, I can tell her frustration and, council several years ago, had voted this in under consent and, was asked by this council to revisit it just for public discussion. And there was a lot of things I learned about it tonight. And so, I'm just really grateful for our citizens wanting to come out and speak up on it. And I know we're not getting to a yes or an agreement with everyone tonight, but I was just glad that we were able to talk about it publicly for a while. So thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to bring some to council's attention and consideration. In our audience, we have Ms. Terry, who's 90 years old, and we're covering an item in new business number 4. I would like to, because we have also discussions regarding the Charter Review Commission, and it's going to be well beyond 11. Would you entertain a motion to discuss her item right now, next?
I'd like to make a motion to move new business item number 4 to the next immediate business action.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. So we are now on item new business number 4. Mr. Morton.
Mayor, City Councilman, introduce Denise Carter to present this item. Thank you.
I've
Thank you.
been trying to cut this short, so I think a lot of the explanation was given in the agenda item. During the installation of the electrical service power at 2254 Washington Street, Florida Power and Light discovered that they could not connect her to overhead power to the way that her house was originally connected. It crossed the
Yeah,
power.
do you have that
connection.
picture you want to put up?
Is there another one? Okay. Yeah, we're going to skip that one. Yeah. And that's just to give you background information on the expenditures on her house. But the power crossed over to Macedonia's property, and it actually crossed their parking lot. So they said no. So we looked at
What
the.
I'm saying is, do you have this picture to post up there?
No.
Oh, I'm the only one privy to this picture?
I've seen it.
Okay.
I'm just saying, well, I'd like for the public to see it. Because this is what we're, right? Carry on, Ms.
Okay.
Carter, carry on.
Okay, so the cheapest method to connect her house to power is underground, and that was provided to you in the agenda. This project must be completed by June 30th, 2026, in order to be in compliance with the SHIP guidelines, because this is a SHIP a SHIP project. Work on the project has been delayed for 3 weeks because of the power situation. And so we're asking for 3 change orders on this project. As you know, this project was approved by staff that are no longer with the city. They did not ask for a lot of things in their original agenda. They only asked for the exact bid amount, and that has caused problems. We're asking for a change order of $2,275.18 to connect her to underground power so that we can finish this project. We're also asking for a change order for the contractor's work, because now he has some work associated with electrical and some stucco. He has to bring in subs in order to implement the work that he needs to do with this connection. And then there was never any project delivery costs. And in every one of our projects that we do, we have project delivery costs. But again, that was done by staff that are no longer with the city. We always charge for inspections. We always charge for administrative costs that we have associated with the project, any soft costs. And that's in every project, and that's up to $5,000. Then the other thing is for allowance for unforeseen contingency. And I know Ms. Terry's daughter, Alicia, wants to talk to you about that. But we at least we're asking for at least 3%, $9,377.67, in order, because you all would be shut down in June, and we need to finish this project. So we're asking that you work with us and approve these change orders. Right now totaling $17,602.85, which would bring the entire house cost to $330,191.85.
All right, thank you. Now, you said the young lady wanted to speak?
Yes, Ms. Terry.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alicia.
Alicia?
and- Yes, sir.
Can you speak into the mic or get
Yes.
closer to it? Perfect, thank you.
Yes. Good evening, council. My name is Alicia, and I'm here tonight with my mother, Louise, and my sister here, Shanita, regarding the reconstruction of my mother's home located at 2254 Washington Street, Northeast in Palm Bay. First, we would like to sincerely thank you all, each of you, for the support and assistance you have provided to my mother throughout the process. This has been a long process and a long time coming, and we are truly grateful for the opportunity to see her receive a safe home. We are here tonight to respectfully request approval for a fence to be installed along the back of my mother's property for safety purposes. This is currently an old damaged wire fence behind her home that individuals frequently cross over during the night. As my mother, you can see, is elderly. She's 90 years old, and we are genuinely concerned about her safety and the security once she moves back into her home. We have spoken to the builder regarding the installation of the fence, and the estimated cost is approximately $7,500. We respectfully ask for your approval for this request to help ensure my mother feels safe and protected in her home. We truly believe this would provide an important layer of security and peace of mind for her. And additionally, we would like to request approval for the 3% contingency allowance. We understand that the City Council would not be meeting in June, and approving the contingency would help address any unforeseen issues necessary, or any necessary adjustments that may arise during the construction process without causing delays after June 30th. Again, thank you all for your time and consideration and continued support for this project. And just want to let you guys know that my mother was actually born in this home. And I know you had the picture and you wanted to show it, but the home she was born in, this home, is very sentimental for her, and she's very independent. She wants to live in her home and feel safe. And so that's why we're asking for the fence, as well as any additional funds that you guys can provide for her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter? Does that conclude your brief?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, Deputy Mayor, any speaker cards or any questions?
No cards, Mayor. I have a question.
Yeah.
So I understand the scope of the work clearly as far as the FPL change order, the associated electrical work, and the exterior repairs, because the home was built to receive overhead power. And due to FPL changing that, it's going to be underground. Understand the need and the request for the administrative expenses, but is the contingency that's being asked specifically for the fence scope of work, or is it for other unforeseen conditions?
No, that is something that the homeowner's daughter added, which would be addition to the request tonight, the fence. The fence would be in addition to these 4 items.
Okay, that answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, any speaker cards, Deputy Mayor?
No, Mayor.
All right, so I need a motion, gentlemen.
I'll make a motion to approve number 4 as presented by Ms. Carter.
Second.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Hammer. Any further discussion, gentlemen? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed signify by saying nay. Passes 5-0. Thank you. All right. Thank you. And Ms. Terry, thank you for hanging in there. God bless you, ma'am.
So I just want to be clear on what you approved. So
What
you
you
approved,
recommended.
okay,
Yeah. That's exactly what he said.
okay.
Yeah, what
Okay.
you recommended is what was approved. And then, the further discussion is, like Ms. Connie said, there are other neighborhoods that are affected by that, FPL poll. I'm sure, I don't know how we discussed that with FPL, but perhaps removing that one home would lead to others, right? Okay, thank you. So we're now on item number 2. Mrs. Jones.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Tonight we have Pastor Ken Delgado. He is the Chair of the Charter Review Commission, and he's going to present 8 proposed amendments to the city charter as recommended by the commission.
Thank you for this opportunity. First time doing something like this, and so I appreciate it. We do want to thank all of you for the opportunity to serve you and to serve our community in this Charter Review Commission. I know it is late, and Pastor Mark Miller, who is here, told me that he's very old and he needs to be in bed by now, so I'm considering him very much as we go forward. But special thanks.
How old is he? Because he doesn't
That's-
seem that old to me.
He's nodding. That means he's almost falling asleep. That being said, I do want to give special thanks also to the commissioners who are here. They did a fantastic, the commissioners that helped, they did a fantastic job. If there was a group of people that came prepared and really dove deep, this group did it. I've been in other charter reviews. This has been the most extensive and deep dive into the charter review that I've ever been in, and so special thanks to them. Also, special thanks to Therese and for Attorney Smith, who braved the time together with us to make it happen. They were fantastic. So wanted to get over just acknowledging all those who were involved in this wonderful opportunity that we had. We did perform our duties as a democracy, in that sense that the majority ruled. So not everything was 100%. Everybody was going in the same direction. There were some people who disagreed on some points, but we did our due diligence. But we are a republic. And so since we are a republic democracy, we are just simply offering this to you as our suggestions, and we trust you as our representatives to make due diligence to decide whether we were good at what we were doing, or if you needed to change something, please change it, or if you need to decline it, you certainly have the right to decline it. So I've never done this before, and I'm trying to shorten it, so I'm just going to kind of give you an overview of what drove us. Basically, one of the things that drove our decisions is this: the reality that our Constitution, which is based on the Declaration of Independence, we believe is under attack. and our way of living is being challenged. And we see this happening all over the United States, even in Virginia, in the redistricting, how they tried to violate the Constitution to be able to do something they wanted to do. So some of these things have to do with just us wanting to make sure that things are clear for the city. We noticed how some things go all the way up to the Supreme Court, because there's no laws that are down in our area to challenge it until it goes all the way up the land. And so, as in section number 1, Article 3, legislative, we, thanks to Ruth, we added that we would define the word Constitution appears in this charter is to refer to the laws of the United States, specifically the United States Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States, the Bill of Rights of the United States of America, and the state of Florida, specifically the Constitution of the state of Florida. In other words, though it may be understood that that's the way it is, we want to establish that that's the way it is right here, right now, so that if it is violated, we don't have to wait till it goes up the channels of the judges, first local, and then you have to appeal it, and then appeal it again. No, we can deal with it right here, right now. So we just wanted to establish that when we saw Constitution, this is the Constitution that we are believing in and we are subscribing to, and none other. Now, again, I've never done this before. Do I just continue forward?
Yeah, just keep going, sir.
Okay, number two. Number 2 is in reference to vacancy. Again, we're going back to the original intent. The original intent is that the people vote for who they want them to represent, period. We know that it is a cost to the city, but freedom is not free. Freedom costs something. So we went back to the original intent that if there is a vacancy on the council, that it would be in the following format: 2A, 12 months or less remaining in the expired term. You all would fill that missing seat, but if it's more than 12 months, then the people get to vote and select who they want to represent. This was a very hot topic and one that we sincerely believe in. Number 3, city clerk, just a slight adjustment, just making sure that they are a qualified citizen of the United States. Of course, we know it's supposed to be a qualified citizen of the United States, but all over the United States, there are unqualified citizens or unqualified people who are not citizens who are taking place both in voting, both in positions of authority. And so we just wanted to make it crystal clear that it was indeed someone who is a qualified citizen. So nothing major, but something that just wanted to make sure that it was clear. Number 4, procedures. Procedures in that public comments shall be heard prior to public hearings, as we do now, but to make sure that it is also there after administrative and legal reports, because so many things are made decisions, and we don't have the opportunity to share. The United States of America is about freedom of speech and a freedom of ideas to speak forth, and so we feel like going back to what it used to be ought to be in the charter, that we can speak both before and after, and that there be, of course, that it be broadcasted, and that public display of freedom of speech is not hindered by not being publicized as it was for a short period of time, but that it be in the charter, that it will be public information. Was that clear? Okay.
Carry on.
Or are
We're
we
reading it.
We could be falling asleep.
no,
I
we're
would
reading
understand that. Number 5, that with the number of signatures to petition, we've reduced it down to 4.5% because we feel like the 10% is going to make it impossible to challenge anything. And then if something is wrong, we're trying to make it accessible for the people to be able to say, this is wrong, and get it on the ballot. 4.5%. Again, not everybody agreed on that, but the majority did, and so we are proposing that as a change. Number 6, legislative, the city attorney, again, very simply, that they would be someone who's lived here so that they understand the Florida laws. And section B, that they be qualified that as a naturalized or someone who was born in the United States of America. Number 7, administrative. The city manager must be a qualified citizen of the United States, the same verbiage, that they just be part of the United States of America, and that no other person other than a bona fide American citizen could be in that position. Last and not least, 8, Article 5, qualifications for elections. It was suggested that we, for reasons of term limits, and to make sure that we don't have someone that is just in it again and again and again to where you can't dislodge them from the position because of name recognition, that no person shall be elected or appointed to serve more than 3 4-year terms for a total of 12 years on the council, whether such service is consecutive or non-consecutive. So basically a term limit for your all's position. Last and not least, our suggestion, or my suggestion, I would say, is that when it is, whatever changes you do make and it's on the ballot, that the verbiage be cemented, not just a quote-unquote that it's just legally correct, but that we could actually, the heart behind it is actually in there, so when someone reads it, they actually do know what they're voting for. And so if you all would, we would appreciate if you did your due diligence to make sure that when it is placed in there, you've reviewed it before they actually say this is how it's going to be. Do you have any questions?
Are there any questions, Council? I don't, Councilman Hamm?
I have one. For that last one, isn't that something for the, for Tim Bobanek? Because I believe they only let you put in 17 words.
Well, we'll discuss that with the city attorney.
Just to give him an answer, because he said it was something he was passionate about.
Yeah. The city attorney will respond to that.
And I've discussed it. The ballot language, there are statutory rules as far as the number of words. There's case law, which is why I don't, because it came up, I don't do the ballots. You know, we have the same firm that has done all of the ballots to make sure that they comply with state statute and case law.
Yeah, and in that there is a limit of wording. I'm just saying that when they list it, I mean, you can say something different in the same amount of words. Just make sure that when it's stated behind, with the hard intent of what we're trying to say here.
We'll get to see that after she wordsmiths it, sir. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah, yes,
Thank
sir.
you. And again, thank you for the honor of serving the city.
Well, that needs to be said. No, we want to thank the Charter Review Commission for their time and effort, because I know this was a long process. So thank you for your leadership in that regard. Thank you to each and every member on that Charter Review Commission, because I know it was an undaunting task, and I saw several hours of discussion. So your time and effort and contributions to this city is well noted and commended. So thank you. Deputy Mayor, speaker cards?
Ruth Caulfield.
Who else is speaking? Would you step next to her, sir? Thank you.
Tall people. Ruth Caulfield, 935 Douglas Street Southeast. I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to you for the appointment to serve on the Charter Review Commission. As a Constitution coach and instructor, I encourage all citizens to volunteer for all committees and commissions that affects a citizen's city or locality. I encourage all citizens to volunteer to serve our local governments, to learn how the city works, how to provide input for change, and how to follow through professionally. Just to answer your question, 75 words is what I understood from Tim when I asked him that question. But there's also a summary, and then there's the real stuff. So I did ask that question. And I really do appreciate being on this charter review. It was very eye-opening and like Chairman Kenny, I'm calling Chairman Kenny, said that we had disagreements, but it was very well run. He did an awesome job in keeping, things going. And I think that we were cognizant of what we were going to be proposing. We didn't want to put a lot of things on the ballot because that would just be, crazy for the citizens. So we didn't want to put any undue situations for them. So, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Mark Miller.
Mark Miller, 898 Nelson Avenue. Sorry I was late. I was in Atlanta all week, and my flight didn't land until 6:15. So I was going to say this in the opening announcements, but I did just want to give just a shout out thanks that I was truly honored to be a part of the Charter Review Commission. Appreciate the appointment and the opportunity. It was a very diverse group, worked really well together. Pastor Kenny Delgado did a outstanding job. He learned quickly the role and stepped up, and I think we have some great things there to present. So, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So, just so that I understand, you're his senior?
Well, I was just trying to corroborate, my brother over there. So, in some things, I'm definitely more senior than him. Maybe
All right,
not
sir.
chronological age,
Okay.
but
Copy that. Yeah, that surprised me a bit, sir. Okay, that ends the speakers?
Yes, Mayor.
All right, sir. So, council, let's take these one at a time. Let's go with number one. Everyone's input's gonna matter, so I'll start at the other end of the dais.
Sure. So first off, before we go into all these, my kind of personal opinion is to respect the voters. I think that we should only really have a certain amount. I think 10 from us, and then what the county and then what the state does is going to end up being overwhelming. So I want to just kind of focus on what I'm only going to be in support of a couple, just kind of prefacing. So with this one, I would say strike it, and the reason being is. Obviously, we understand what the Constitution is. Actually, the Declaration of Independence is not a legal document. We love it. It's a great document. I love it. The Bill of Rights is also part of the Constitution. So my personal opinion on one is strike it.
Okay. All right. Councilman Hammer?
I also feel the same, and if I remember correctly, there was a cost inflicted with every single item we put on the ballot, so.
So
I as
number
well
one, you want to
yes.
strike number one altogether?
I as well want to echo what he said, but I want to realize we have to be very spruce with what we're
Selective.
using.
Okay, copy. All right, and gentlemen, I'm over here navigating the time clock, because I don't know if Deputy Mayor Jaffe's going to go for another 30 minutes.
I'm in it, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we're good with number one, or just strike it?
I concur with my colleagues.
Okay. Councilman Johnson, you still hanging out with us, or you laying in bed?
Strike number one, sir.
Okay, so you're laying in bed and striking number one. All right, copy that. So we'll go to number two, okay? Councilman Langevin.
Yes, Mayor. Number two, are we doing special elections right now? Is that what we're on?
So yes.
Yeah,
number two
okay.
is- but-
So with the special elections one, I am in favor of special elections 100%. I would amend it though, and I would say that if somebody leaves with 12 months left, you just leave the seat open and let the election coming up take care of it. Because if you don't agree with appointing somebody from however long out, then it really shouldn't matter if it's 12 months or 36 months. The people need to decide. So I would just amend it to say that if it's 12 months out, you just leave the seat open and let the regular election take care of it.
Instead of appointing someone?
Yeah, correct. If you don't agree with appointing somebody 24 months out, why do you agree with appointing somebody 12 months out? You're still giving them kind of a leg up, a power of incumbency. You're still appointing somebody to that the people didn't vote for. It's like, the principle's either there or it's not there. So if it's less than 12 months, you still have 4 councilmen, you still need 3 votes to get something across the finish line. So, to me, it's just, you wait for the election and you fill the seat during the general election.
Yeah, see, I worked through, and I'm not going to debate this with you, but the issue may be, I sat on this council where there was only 3 of us, right? So you don't know that dynamic. We had one resignation, then we had a medical issue, and we don't know the future, right? So I'm a little concerned with that. I think reverting back to what it was, which is, this is exactly the way it was, but I'm willing to debate that. But right now, we're talking about, we're good to keep that one, right? To forward this to the voters.
Sure.
Okay. Are we good to send this to the voters, with your opinion?
Yes, sir.
All right, so am I, you as well?
Yeah, I mean, I was in alignment with,
Okay.
Councilman Langeman's recommendation. I mean, it's just currently, like, right now, the county commission doesn't appear that Ron DeSantis will be appointing someone to fill that role, and it'll just roll into a special election during the general election in November. Would you guys be palatable to language and, the city attorney's recommendation that gives council the option to appoint or not appoint?
Yeah, I kind of like that idea. So, let me get Councilman Johnson. Councilman Johnson, are we good with this?
Well, Mayor, I'm more aligned with Deputy Mayor Jaffe. I would like to have at least tools and options.
Okay.
When it came to Councilman Philip Weinberg, that was an example of how it worked out perfectly in regards to appointing. So I would like to have tools. So I'm open to what Deputy Mayor Jaffe said, and also to what Councilman Langeman said. If we are going to move forward with this, let's at least have a tool where. And I understand your concerns, Mayor, because there was times where it was a 2-2 vote, and there was times where it was only 3 of us voting, and things got a little stringent. So I understand the concerns, but if we were going to move this route, I would say more towards what Deputy Mayor Jaffe was saying.
Okay, I'm tracking. So, Madam Attorney.
Yes. I do want to point out in the subsection 2B, because in A, it, as far, in 1, it talks about the unexpired and coordinating with the supervisor of elections. Because we essentially went back to the old language. The reason why we had that is we can't direct the supervisor election when when that person's going to schedule the election. So if we can, instead of having the no sooner than 90 or no more than 180 days, because that's going to happen whenever the supervisor election decide ultimately, if we could mirror the same one where the clerk will coordinate with the supervisor of election, because that's all you can do.
Okay, so I think what I hear council, is if it's less than 12 months, just give us the option whether we want to or not. And if it's more than 12 months, we go into Bravo. Is that correct, gentlemen? Yeah, I got a thumbs up here. I can't see Kenny Johnson. Would you move the pillow out of the way, sir?
I'm giving a thumbs up too, Mayor.
All right, sir. Copy that. All right, so we're all good. Madam Attorney, do you need any additional information from us as a whole? Do we need to vote on this? And yes.
That you all are agreeing to the modification of the language so that a special election shall be scheduled in a manner coordinated by the city clerk and the supervisor of election instead of the 90 to 180 days, which you all cannot enforce.
That is correct. Are we good? All right.
Yes.
So let's go. Do you need anything else, ma'am, regarding number 2?
No, just as long, if you go through all of the proposed amendments, and then you can just make one motion that
Okay,
you're.
copy that. All right, so we're on number 3 now, Madam Clerk. What are your thoughts on this?
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I do want to say something that's going to help you with this one as well as number 6.
Charter officers.
Yes.
There is a high standard and there is an exception, but I did have Labor and Employment Council look at this. There are laws as far as not discriminating against people based upon citizenship. There is an exception. It's the political function exception. And essentially, it's specific classification, elective or non-elective positions where there's important executive, legislative, and judicial positions that are responsible for formulating, executing, or reviewing broad public policy functions that go to the heart of representative government. Typically, this exception has succeeded with police or probation officers, a lot of other things such as engineers, laws as far as bar admission for attorneys, notaries have failed. Does not think that the city clerk position or the assistant attorney's positions would qualify. There are arguments that as far as the city manager, the city attorney, can't tell you that they would succeed, but it is not likely that the city clerk or the assistant attorneys would make that high standard to be able to be outside of the exemption of the general rule that you cannot discriminate based upon citizenship.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is like a legal resident alien could legally hold this position, and there's nothing that we could do about it. Is that what I'm hearing?
It is likely that attempting to have a citizenship requirement for either the city clerk or the assistant attorneys would not qualify for that political function exception. If it doesn't qualify for the political function exception, which is a high standard, you're under the law that does not allow you to discriminate based upon immigration status.
Okay, so we should strike number 3.
I still don't think we should strike number 3. I think we should do all 3. And the worst that could happen is somebody really cares enough that they challenge it. And then if they challenge it and we lose, then we lose, and then it reverts back. But given the temperature of the country right now and some of the things that have happened in other municipalities, I think it's worth keeping all 3 of them.
Legally, is it sound, ma'am?
I can only tell you there is no case that actually specifies for the clerk. I can give you the standard. It is, in all the cases that say it is a really high burden, it is just labor and employment attorney's position that there are arguments that can be made for the city manager and the city attorney. Does not think that the same arguments could be made for those positions. So certainly it is essentially a risk, there is no case that says either way. If council is willing to take the risk that it may be challenged and willing to devote the resources to fighting such a challenge, that's certainly council's option. I'm just advising that it may not be defensible.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would want to go through that battle, but go ahead, Councilman Hammer.
I think the charter members are at the liberty of the council, and if the council is elected by the people and the people think those people should not be there, the council can fire that charter member, correct?
That is correct.
So the people are going to vote for who they want up there, and the people that they vote for up there are going to be able to make that decision at the end of the day without a lawsuit. So
Okay, so
I feel good about
are you
that.
for striking this then?
Yes.
Okay. What are your thoughts?
Strike it.
Okay. Councilman Johnson? Well, I'm with striking it too. Councilman Johnson? Are you still with us?
Strike them.
Copy. All right, here we go to number 4. Public comments. A minimum of a 5-second broadcast, that's the last one, or time delay shall be required for unexpected or inappropriate content. How do we,
I say strike it, Mayor.
yeah, okay. What are your thoughts?
I don't think there should be any way, shape, or form of muting or
Okay.
taking away someone's speech should they feel we might not like it, but it's their right to speak, and I think it should be struck.
Deputy Mayor?
I was confused by Councilman Hammer's.
I think he's talking more, the
Oh, I
5-second
got you.
delay.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, earlier today, like a
Yeah,
guy
yeah.
said an F-bomb
Yeah,
every 3
right.
seconds, so.
Right, I had to, well, it was during his 3 minutes, though.
Yeah. So are we talking about or subsection A?
We-
we
Yeah,
talking about the whole
that's
thing?
that was what I read, but he said, we could strike it. But what are your thoughts on striking number 4 or keep it going?
I mean, I'm open-minded to reestablishing the old council agenda through just policy and procedure, but not through amending the charter.
Okay,
I'm open to establishing non-residents to speak at the end of the meeting
yeah, okay.
and
So we-
even open up a second public comment section at the end of the meeting for residents as well.
But that's
through council
policy. Yeah,
procedure,
that's
yeah.
through policy. So we're striking it as a charter, right, amendment, okay. Are you good with that, Councilman Johnson?
Yes, sir. Strike it.
All right, here we go. We're on number 5 now, brother.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to midnight.
Oh, thank you, sir. I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Langevin. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. So we're good till midnight, guys, but we got to hurry up. Number of signatures on petition, I think this one's worthwhile. That's my opinion. We're a growing city, lowering that threshold.
Well,
That's
sorry.
where I'm at, but Councilman Langevin?
Yeah, just in the interest of keeping it fast, my opinion is, it doesn't matter if we grow or not. You should have 10% of the people weigh in, and if it's a bigger city, it shouldn't matter. You shouldn't be allowed, be able to say, well, the people voted in a council, and the council, look, we had a charter review commission just now. We're talking about charter reviews, but now a small percentage of the city can just come together and then completely override what the majority. So the majority of the city can vote us in. We could do what the majority of the city asks us to do, but then a small minority can then come in and essentially override that. That's really not democracy. So I'm actually not in favor of the petitions at all, but I'd like to keep it at 10%.
Okay, that's cool, 10%. So we're talking about strike it. So, okay, I'll agree with you, brother. What about you, Councilman Hammer?
Feel the same.
Okay, strike it. We're good. What do you think?
What about keeping 10%, but allowing more time in between to obtain the petitions itself? I think that's what some of the bigger issue is,
Okay,
the restriction of time. Was that? 30 days, right? Yeah.
so it's 30 days. So you would want to bring this back to add how many days?
Madam Attorney, do you remember the days between petition 1 and 2? For the sake of time, I'd say double.
If it is 30, right? So you want to add this on the charter review? On the ballot is what I'm saying.
If we do it, that would just be my recommendation. I agree with the argument of 10% being the standard. I think the challenge is just how large the city is. If someone wanted to go down this process,
Yeah, for 30 days?
30 days.
Yeah, I'd like to verify it says 30 days because I don't see it. And will people be voting on it to say 60 days, right? So you want
The
to,
two-step process, there's the first petition, and then there has to be a second round of signatures.
what, they verify them, you mean, or? Madam Clerk, can you respond to the limited time they would have to get the signatures?
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
I actually don't see it.
Yeah, the first round of signatures is 30 days, and then the official recall for phase 2 is, I believe, is 60 days. So I think 1660 would be fair.
Okay, but you feel you want to put this on the ballot?
It'd almost be a whole different amendment at that point. Because right now we're talking about percentage and in the current recommendation. And
Right.
what now we want to do is time. So that would almost be just a whole new item.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So what am I hearing, gentlemen?
Strike it, and we'll discuss that.
And discuss that later? Okay, have the okay. All right, so we're striking 5. If you're keeping score, Councilman Johnson, we're striking 5. We're
Yes,
now
sir.
we're now on number 6. I guess 6 was done.
The 6 is done.
Number 7, city manager. Was that one done too? Was that striked?
So, Mayor, the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounded like she said that just the clerk and the attorney. I would say that there's a higher threshold for a city manager in that they are the chief executive of a governmental body. And so I would be willing to keep this one, but whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, if they're all chartered, I kind of agree with what Mike Hammer said, right? We're elected, we're the ones that can fire him, right? If we find out, hey, or not hire him, right? So, yeah, that's where I would be. Are we all in agreement with that one? Okay, so now we're on number 8. You guys do what you want, but listen, if I were to serve on this council, if the citizens of this great city would allow me to serve, in reality, it'd be another additional term, another 12 years. At my age, that's probably all you're gonna get, right? That's probably all I would be able to muster, perhaps, I don't know. However, a young man, the youngest man on this dais is you, Councilman Langevin, and Councilman Johnson. According to how I read this, and you could do 3 4-year terms, and then you could go do something else, like Councilman Johnson may get a 3rd term. If he gets a 3rd term, he rides into the sunset. By the time he's my age, or close to my age, or perhaps close to Pastor Mark Miller's age, and he would want to come back and serve our community, that means it's like we're banning him from wanting to serve. And I'm not comfortable with that. I believe and I get the intent. It's kind of like the president could only do 2 4-year terms, right? I understand that. But the president is a power position. It's not a policy position like what we have. So that would be my only thing. My only restriction is you do 3 4-year terms. You could go maybe 4 years, maybe 8 years later. You guys are still young. Or anybody else coming, you should have the option by passion, by serving the people. Besides, you've gained so much experience anyway. So I wouldn't be good with this one. That's just my take. But you guys, I don't see myself doing more than 3 4-year terms. Yes, sir.
I wholeheartedly agree, honestly. If we were to add the ages up of our 5 council members, I would say we probably have one of the youngest councils in Brevard County, if not the state. So I agree, and I feel this should be not stroking, but strike.
Help me,
getting late.
Father.
My apologies.
Help me, Lord. All right. Okay, Councilman Johnson. No, yeah, we may be the youngest around, but I think you're anchoring that, buddy. I really do. Because I think me and Councilman Jaffe are, we're up there now. All right, so are we striking number 8, gentlemen?
I have something to add to that.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Can we just say that person can't be appointed?
What now?
That they can't be appointed.
Cannot?
They have to be elected back in. They can't be appointed. So say somebody walks off and somebody was here and they're over their limit, we can't appoint that person. Because I remember when we were making our appointments, there were some people on there on that list that did not need to be on here. So I understand if the people want to vote you back in, that's the will of the people. I get that. I understand that. That's cool. But sometimes some of those people that have spent time here because they're popular, not because of their knowledge, but because of their popularity, sometimes they don't need to be appointed on here just because they're popular.
Well, but if I'm tracking you, brother, and I'm validating what you're saying, but if I'm tracking you, that's a whole nother charter review.
It is. But I just want to bring this
Based
up.
on- yeah.
I am going to go for slashing it, but this is my thought in the background. This is something that needs to be addressed.
Okay. So to recap.
Mayor.
Yeah.
So, a lot of other municipalities actually separate the term limits from mayor and council as well.
Say what now?
The mayor and council typically are separate timeframes, like they're not counted together, right? So if you served as mayor for 12 years and maybe one day Hammer wanted to run for mayor, he might not be able to, because you fulfilled the entire time that, or Councilman Johnson, you fulfilled the entire time he was on council with you. So
Okay, but once he gets off, he could come back.
Right, that's correct, that's true. Okay, so I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, once he could, and that's what I'm saying. If we were to have, after 12 months, that non-consecutive, then it's preventing him, I'm in agreement with you.
Okay.
In that. That's why I said, I think that I would strike it. I don't agree with limiting someone to come back and serve. Right, so it's not, it's about serving. But anyway, so are we good with striking this, Councilman Johnson, too?
Yes, strike.
Okay, so we're all in
Strike.
agreement? So where are we now? Madam, we had number 1. Where are we now? Madam
I
Clerk.
just have proposed amendment number 2.
Okay, number 2? Okay, so I need a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to pass only proposed amendment number 2 to go forward on the charter.
I got a motion by Councilman Langevin, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 3. Mr. Morton.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, City Council, consideration of amending the maximum award limits for the Home Investment Partnership Home Program and amending the SHIP Program lien and forgiveness periods to maintain program consistency. And we have a presentation tonight from Ms. Denise Carter.
Okay. This is a agenda request, will help with bringing about consistency with our housing rehabilitation programs. When we take somebody off our waiting list and we decide which grant program we're going to put them under, place them under, then all of the housing programs then will be consistent. The values that these programs bring to the city includes they preserve affordable housing, addresses unsafe living conditions and substandard properties, incorporates energy efficiency into the improvements, and lowers utility costs. It helps residents on fixed incomes and people with and gives them, because they don't have access to mainstream lending institutions, it gives them an opportunity to get a deferred loan, to obtain a deferred loan. It helps persons with disabilities make ADA upgrades to their homes, including veterans, allows seniors to age in place, and contributes to neighborhood stability. So staff recommends approval of the proposed adjustments to the home program maximum award to $100,000 and align the SHIP lien and forgiveness periods with the home program standards established by HUD.
Any questions, council? Do we have any speaker cards, Deputy Mayor?
No, Mayor.
Okay, gentlemen, no questions. I need a motion.
So moved.
So moved.
I got a motion, I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay. Passes 5-0. Item number 3 is completed. Now we are on reports because item 5 was already worked out. So Councilman Langevin.
Yes, so I actually, just to piggyback off of something that Pastor Delgado mentioned earlier that is, I think, is interesting. It is something I'd actually been researching already. He mentioned the possibility of doing some sort of resolution to make Palm Bay a sanctuary city for the unborn. That is a official organization called Sanctuary City for the Unborn.org. There's over 100 cities in this and 25 counties. I actually thought about it about 6 months ago, but we got a little busy with some other stuff, and I decided not to bring it up. But since Pastor Delgado brought it up, and it's something I was thinking about, I wanted to get approval for council if we could just bring something back and see if you guys like it.
I got a thumbs up on that one right here.
Okay.
Yeah, you, sir?
Just for clarity, you mean just prevents abortion clinics from opening up if someone had an emergency at the hospital, and doctors deemed an abortion would need to take place, they would be able.
Yeah, and of course, like I said, I'm just getting, permission to start looking at the ordinances and the resolutions, and I would bring something back, and then if you didn't like that, then we could amend it or whatever.
Okay.
I'm good with that. I'm good. You'll work with, I guess, our city attorney. All right, thank you, sir. That's it? Councilman Hammer?
Yes, I only have one thing. I was requesting the assistance from our city attorney. There has been some misrepresentation of our legal authority under the city charter, and it's been creating significant public confusion. I would like a written, official written legal opinion or statement, a clear, concise, and authoritative document from the city attorney's office detailing the exact separation of powers under our council manager form of government. Specifically, it needs to explicitly state that the council has zero legal authority over employee discipline, that interfering would violate the city charter, and the city manager office holds executive exclusive jurisdiction over those matters. Second, I would request a public-facing fact sheet or a script, which would be a short, legal, sound statement or infographic outline that council members can directly utilize or distribute to constituents who inquire about the issue. Having a unified, legally backed response will allow us to redirect public inquiries to the appropriate administrative channels without violating our charter obligations. Additionally, I would appreciate a brief consultation, which I have scheduled, but I think this is going to help us with us understanding or branching understanding to the public on what we can and can't do, and where I put a lot of things into my heart, and I take this extremely seriously, and when people come out and say, I'm not doing something, they don't take my word at it. A legal opinion to share with people on why we do the things we do is something I would like as a united front for us to share, so we can move forward on the things that we're allowed to do and the things we aren't allowed to do. Because it is getting to where we're being judged a lot for things that we can't do, things we're not allowed to do. So I would just like to have something in writing to share with people when they say that we should be doing something.
So are you asking for a letter from our city attorney regarding that?
Yes, sir.
Madam Attorney?
I believe is asking for consensus of council that you all are okay with that. I'm doing that with the intent being that this is going to be something public-facing, the memo itself, and something else, I think, as far as the almost, not necessarily frequently asked questions, but something to that effect.
I'm just wanting to say the city manager has a job to do, and we do not need to be interfering in his job. He has things that he has to worry about. We have things that we have to worry about, and there is a proper SOP, and it needs to be shared. So Facebook attorneys don't think that they can overstep their bounds and say we can do something when we can't.
Councilman Hamm, is that what's driving this? Is your encounter with social media?
Not just social media. We have people coming in here saying council should be doing this and council should be doing that. We have a guy in here tonight upset because council's not getting involved in one of our employees here, and that's something that we can't overstep. It's not our SOP.
Okay, I get where you're going with that. I'm good with that. Like I said, I was already good with it. Maybe we could even have it listed as part of a decorum statement is what I'm hearing, as well. Okay, we're good. Madam Attorney, he's got consensus on that. What else does that conclude?
That's it.
All right, thank you, sir. Thanks for clarifying that. Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm still here. And that actually tees it off to the first thing I wanted to discuss is, everybody's been on the council for over a year now. All of our charter officers have been here well over a year. It's time for everybody to make sure they do their charter officer evaluations, because that is the time where you can give feedback in regards to departments and your opinion and have discussion. So that's the time where those conversations should be had one-on-one with the charter officers individually. So just want to encourage everybody to get that done. Following up from there, this is more so for the city attorney. Last year, we had the allocation of the opioid litigation funds, and we used the RFP or RFQ, one of the two, for nonprofits or organizations that will help in combating opioids and fentanyl and things of that nature. So I want to make sure we're still moving in that direction, or if it's something that we need to give consensus towards. I don't want it to be something we're getting consensus every year, because we're going to be getting funding every year along with Brevard County. But I want to make sure that we're staying proactive and combating the opioid crisis.
Yeah, you know what? Right along, I'm glad you brought that up, Councilman Johnson, because it's my understanding that that opioid committee from the county that we're supposed to be on, they haven't been meeting. And I got that from the elected official from Melbourne, who is also part of the League of Cities. So, yeah, we should be digging into that for sure. I don't know where we're at. Do we know, Mr. Morton, how many appointees we have on that opioid committee from the county?
I do not know the status, but we will dig in and report back to council.
All right, thank you. Is that good, Mr. Johnson or Councilman Johnson, or did you specifically want something from the city attorney?
Well, that, but I would also like for us to continue. Once we do receive funding for this year, if we haven't already, I would like for us to move forward with the RFP or RFQ for organizations to provide assistance in the city of Palm Bay combating opioid crisis.
Okay, is that Madam Attorney?
That is more of a city manager. It was essentially what the process before was is management. We did the whole RFQ, because management was seeking direction from council on how you all wanted to expend those funds.
Okay, so I guess you'll be working with our city managers already gonna dig into this.
Sir.
So is that good enough for you?
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Two more items. Just in follow up, I don't know if staff is, Deputy Mayor Jaffe mentioned 2 weeks ago for staff to work with Mr. Timmons in regards to the former BCRA area to try to get some movement, see, where we are with that. Just wanted to follow up on that if there was any. If not, then I would love a follow up of what discussions or what has transpired between staff and Mr. Timmons, because we got to get something moving to the point of Deputy Mayor Jaffe, and just want to see some movement on that. So,
Okay, point taken. What's the other item?
last item, I just want to thank council for bearing with me for being absent. Right now, my wife and I and our son are out of state at the Children's Hospital in Cincinnati. It's the #1 hospital in the country for endocrinology. So keep our son in your prayers. God is always good, and you know, there's no testimony without a test. So appreciate y'all. Appreciate you, Mayor, Councilman Langevin, Councilman Hammer, Deputy Mayor Jaffe, staff, residents in the audience. Thank y'all, and God bless.
What's your boy's name?
Josiah.
Say again?
Sign.
Design.
J.
Josiah. Thank you, sir. Does that conclude your report, sir?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just and to touch on the Councilman Hammer, you know, I think it's important for the public to know, and maybe for this letter to state too, that as the council manager form of government, it's our responsibility as council members and for the public to know that we should be running all communication through the charter officers, and that we don't have the ability to schedule appointments directly with any directors or provide any direction to any directors without the consent of the city manager.
Of the city manager. Yeah, no, that's a point taken. Yeah, can we add that as well? So, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and then just just another comment is, you know, talked about baseball last council meeting, and I'll talk about it again tonight as my last report. But last Friday, we had our county baseball tournament, and I thought it was really cool that Mayor Medina actually came out, supported our game. I am the deputy mayor for Palm Bay, but the kids see me as a Little League coach, and so when the mayor came out to support the game and then joined us in the huddle afterwards to speak life and to support the kids, it was really cool. So I just wanted to thank you, Mayor, for coming out and supporting Palm Bay East Little League.
Right, and there's a lot of support that they need, right? So it's my honor. Does that conclude your reports? Well, good, I've got 12 minutes. The very first thing, thank you, sir. The very first thing I want to say is to my colleagues up here that were here, thank you for getting here. You've endured a long evening, but thank you for joining me for the State of the City. As I mentioned before, we have a lot to be proud of, but for it to be cut on a video, it does take time and a lot of effort. I want to thank Christina Bourne in particular from our staff that really pushes me to a state of excellence in these videos. And so I really appreciate you, Christina. Thank you for everything you do behind the scenes to make sure we have a good representation of our mayor and representing the city. And then I also want to share something. I like to get consensus with you individually or collectively, I should say. Bill Posey was more than just a congressman to me. And I say that because of the passion and the love that he served the community locally and congressionally, where he valued life. And my research, and I'm going to ask our city clerk to pass on the resolution that was done, I think, in 2003, where he was made an honorary Palm Bayer because of all the efforts in the Senate that he did, in the House and in the Senate, that he was able to accomplish on behalf of the citizens of Palm Bay. So I'd like to discuss, and we'll bring this back, a few things that we could do in honor of Congressman Posey, but I'd like to get consensus. You guys will decide if whatever we come up with is a thumbs up or thumbs down, but I like the authority to have these discussions with our city manager and see where we could go with that. That's what I'm asking for.
I do know we're going to be working on a remembrance garden soon, and I mean, I would be 100% for working on getting him featured in the remembrance garden, just like we have one for Susan. I would love to see something for Congressman Posey. He's been a huge part of my life for a long time too. you know, being a farmer in the area, he was with us the whole time. So I am 100% behind, even doing more than that, recognizing him, have him as a piece of Palm Bay forever, because he's, I don't know of anybody around here that his life hasn't affected.
Well, we'll bring that back to you, sir. But thank you for the vote of confidence.
You have a thumbs up from me, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, I mean, Congressman Posey was objectively just probably one of the greatest congressmen in my lifetime that I know. I didn't even have a close relationship like you did, but he was just a phenomenal congressman, so.
Statesman, and I'd like to take this opportunity to ask, I don't know if this is a possibility, because the only one that could fly a flag or give the order to fly the flag at half-staff would be the President of the United States or the Governor of Florida. But I'd like for us to ask the governor if he would consider that. So if it's with a letter, or if it's with getting our city manager to, maybe even our lobbyists, pass on a letter to the governor, I would love to get consensus for that type of letter and that type of authority.
Would it be on his birthday or on?
So
on-
his actual funeral or his celebration is June 13th. And I would request that it would be flown at half-staff at June 13th.
Yeah.
Are we good with that, gentlemen?
100%.
That concludes my reports. So thank you. So to management, if we could work on that as soon as possible, I would, yeah.
Sorry for the ignorant question, but I just need to be very clear, because I'll send an email and give a phone call to our lobbyist, Andrew at Sunrise
Bless you.
Consulting tomorrow. That's specifically for Palm Bay, not the state of Florida, correct? I just want to be clear what I'm
Well,
asking for.
I would say the state of Florida,
Okay.
but I don't think my authority goes beyond.
No, I know
that.
we have to request,
Yeah,
that's why I'm
we
asking,
would-
what's my request?
Yeah, our request would be at least within the city of Palm Bay. That's the
Okay.
only thing we could request. The other would be a congressional request, right? But yes, in a letter, sir, as soon as you get that letter written out, I'll be on point. So now we're on administrative reports. Mr. Morton?
Just, I'll be very brief, I know it's getting late, just very grateful, thank you to all the departments that continue to do a tremendous amount of work, and the ones that really get things done here, especially as we head into budget season. There's just that additional layer of work. We're still trying to wrap up ERP, of course, and so, whether you're finance, whether you're procurement, utilities, code, facilities, and parks, recreation, building, HR, growth, I'm sure I missed some, but just phenomenal work, and continue to be grateful for all of that. And then just particularly really quick, as someone mentioned, it is Public Works Appreciation Week, and Public Works put on a top-notch, master class in how to do an open house. We had a phenomenal turnout from the community, but it was so engaging, it was so exploratory, it was really cute seeing all the little kids with their little yellow hard hats and vests, and families engaged at the dozens of places they could stop and learn about traffic roundabouts, learn about traffic cabinets, learn how, why we're cleaning swales, learn about different equipment. Mr. Hook mesmerized me. I never realized you could make a mosquito bucket. There's so many wonderful things to learn and do and see and explore, and so just grateful for that. And thank you, Public Works, for embracing the transparency initiatives we have, and continuing to invite people in from the community to see what we do. So thank you.
And does that conclude your report, sir? And Madam Attorney?
Nothing further.
All right, that concludes our meeting.